Hi, I'm Chris, I'm Evangelist, and you're watching a stream. I'm meandering through a few Discords right now, advertising that I'm doing a stream. But I'm joined on the line by Aaron Axsmith. Aaron, hello.
Hi, Chris. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. I'm ready to, streaming some fresh fall 2005 Transformers news, which is what we were planning to do. I'm actually, my arm hurts today because I did a bunch of stuff yesterday. One of the things I did yesterday was go and get a pneumonia shot, and then get some blood drawn right after. And I knew this isn't how it works, but I'm also, I'm nervous. So I asked everyone there, I'm like, is it okay for me to get vaccinated and then get my blood drawn? And so the doctor was like, oh, it's fine. And the blood draw lady was like, oh, yeah, it's fine. The vaccination went into your bicep, and the blood draw comes from down here. I was like, yeah. I know that this is ridiculous, but I couldn't help but have this vision of, like, the vax going in and then you pulling it right back out. Because it was all on the same arm. And I'm like, I know that's not how it works, but I feel like I should be asking people.
I feel like I remember seeing some of the pants-on-head crazy anti-vax people when places were starting to be pretty pretty direct about like, hey, you should have your COVID vaccination. That we're saying like the way to get around that is you go and you get the vaccination, so you get on the card, then you go donate blood, and it pulls it all out. And it's like, I don't.
Yeah, I was like,
works that way.
I was like, I'm sure if that's actually how it worked, we'd be having a lot more problems societally than we're having right. Because that'd be like you could suck the vax out like snake venom.
Yeah,
it's like that's not what happens.
No, see, the real way to do it is after you get the vaccination, you suck down a tube of horse paste, and then I don't know.
No more worms in me.
Yeah.
Well, while we're here, by the way, hashtag suck the vax out. Let's say hello to those who I see in the chat. Hello, Adamus Prime, and Axsmith is in here. Ali Convoy, Shia, Adam Rockmore, along was here. Joel Adler, Timu Kananen, Champion of Braves, Snivy1245, Chris Muse, Mistake Boy, Wave Sign, Griff, Jipe. Hello, everyone. Just talking about why. So anyway, I woke up today and my arm really hurt, and I was like, I was pretty sure it was going to hurt, but like it hurt more than I wanted it to. I thought it was going to hurt less. It hurt enough that like when I was waking up and I turned and rolled onto the side of my arm, I was like, ow!
Yeah, I've had some of those after a vaccination. Oh, I'm awake now. Yep.
So I think I texted my mom, ow, my arm hurts, sad face, wah. I think I did, no, that's also what I did after it. Every time I get a shot, I go to eat somewhere afterwards, and then I text my family, and I say, like, I was super brave, and I let them put needle in me, and now I'm sad, so I'm eating food. I just don't, I'm better with injections, but it still hurts. I'm still, you know, I get blood drawn, like, more often now than I did, say, 10 years ago, but, I'm still just, blood draw always, like, hurts me in a very specific way.
Always the worst. I always remember back in 2001 when I was still a freshman at Purdue, I got real sick, and I had like super mono.
The capital M mono.
Mononucleosis, whatever. But like the first time I went into the University Health Center, had a great phlebotomist. She was like, "Oh, hey, like, you know, we got to do this to check these levels, blah, 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 blah." And it was at first when they were like, "Oh, hey, all of these markers are super high. We need you to come back again because, like, we need to make sure that these numbers are real." And I was like, okay. And then the next time I got a phlebotomist, I might as well have just, like, slit the vein open and filled up a bucket rather than what he had done, because it took him 5 or 6 pokes to find the vein and then get, like, 4 vials out. And then, like, an hour and a half later, I had giant bruise in the crook of my elbow. And I was like, I don't think it's supposed to be like that.
Okay.
And then, like, a week later, I had to go back yet again. And I got the first phlebotomist, and I still had, like, that orangey, yellowy, like, after bruise. And she's like, "Oh, my gosh, what happened?" And I explained it, and she was like, "Oh, you got Jimmy."
You're like, "He hurt me."
It's like, "Yeah, I did." She's like, "Okay, first off, I'm going to let that side heal some, so I'm going to go over to your other side. And then also, I'm going to sit down with you, and we're going to fill out this form, because I believe that blah, 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 blah." I was like, "Okay." And then, thankfully, I didn't need another blood draw for a while.
Griff called me, by the way.
Champion of Braves, I cannot look at them as they're sticking.
Yeah,
I've got to be looking up in the opposite corner of the room on the other side of everything.
I look away, and I have a series of practice twitches I do that both relieve my stress and, as I said, practiced, don't make them think that they're killing me. Because I used to have like a finger twitch that would make some phlebotomist go like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, no, I'm just dealing.
No, I look up into the far corner of the room and scream. Oh. It's like, Mr. Smith, we just walked in the room. Yeah, I know. I'm just getting ready.
Yeah, Griff caught me. Griff said you should need to periodically rotate your shoulder to help with the muscle getting too sore. So I did it as soon as I read it, and then Griff's like, "I mean, right after the shot." It's now been over 24 hours. Also, Mistake Boy, I agree. Arms hurt after you work out. Your arms hurt, therefore you've gotten your workout in for the day. That's right. I'm friggin' buff. I'm full of pneumonia. I texted a friend with whom we were trying to figure out some co-working time, and I was like, I can't. I have doctor stuff in the dead middle of that afternoon. So I texted them afterwards, going like, all right, I survived, even though they put pneumonia juice in me. And I got the reply of like, pneumonia juice sure is a phrase.
Yeah.
And yeah, phlebotomist I forgot that's the job title. It's super fun to say. Good mouthfeel. Speaking of mouthfeel, got a little update for you all as I pop over to the browser feature. So the code right now, still for a little bit, is Demivangelus. However, I believe I've confirmed the July code. I want to test it before I make any graphics, obviously. I'm not sure if it's live yet. But I got the message, and I was in a bit of a rush with the message to like nail in a code. So I went with Juligulus, to which one might say, hey, why not Jilangelus or something like that? And I was like, Juligulus has slightly better mouthfeel. It's more fun to say because you get that in there. Juligulus. You get that vocal fry in there. Hey, you got it, long was here. So I want to make sure that actually, once it goes live and works, that's when I make the graphic, just so I'm not like having to make correction graphics. Yeah, also it's fun to say. Juligulus, my favorite Ultraman villain, very true wave sign. Sea Jelly, Juligulus. Personally, I am doing my best to ensure the survival of that species, even though the world's governments do not listen to me. But also, in case you're wondering, right up there is a QR code to my Extra Life page. I'm on the same team as Aaron, who's on the line. So if you want to donate to either of us, you can find Aaron through there. Aaron might also paste a link into the chat to his own stuff. We both do Extra Life. I've got.
You're wearing the shirt.
I mean, I'm even wearing the shirt. It was just a good day to wear the shirt. It's comfy.
Yeah.
We both have stretch goals in it, etc. Aaron's final goal, be it his own goal being hit or the team goal being hit, is to sit down and stream while watching Dahir InShot, which, I always repeat this, Aaron does not performatively hate watch Dahir InShot. Aaron genuinely despises watching Dahir InShot. We did a test run with the earthquake bed once on a stream, just to prove it. Aaron does not have fun watching that stuff. It is very fun to watch Aaron watch that stuff, but he is not putting on an act. He is not having a good time. It very specifically irritates him. That is why it's a stretch goal.
It's like a dagger just straight into my soul and twisting.
Mm-hmm. And it's rare to find someone who's willing to share that kind of genuine discomfort where it is that genuine. You watch a Dahir InShot reaction video, they're like, looks like a pretty dangerous bed, whereas Aaron is like actually angry. Like,
the things I will do for the children. Yeah, oh Jesus Christ, yeah. The grocery store that's a drive-through. Yeah.
I love emissions.
Look, I'm not getting paid. So either Joel, you go to that link and you drop a couple bucks in, or you apologize, or you get banned from everything. I'll find you everywhere. I'll call your mom.
Oh, I don't want to see someone get banned from their own mom. That'd be a bummer.
Yeah.
Unless they don't get along. I don't know. I never want to presume. But, hey, what's up, T-Fan page? We were just talking about blood. Had a pretty good blood talk, actually. Oh, the fancy TV dinner restaurant's so funny. The no-clip void that all the trash gets dumped into, because it's not our problem. Ninjatron, what's up? Valkysis, hello. What page were we on? Yeah, we're on the top of page 4365. I'm actually going to pop a quick F5 on this, just in case. Okay, so it's still the top of 4365, because it's a nothing item, really. It's a gallery that we can't look at. We looked at pictures of this Flame Convoy Skylinks edition before we ended the last stream, but this means that we are now free and open to run to the next page before something else happens. Oh, thankfully we got some buffers here too. But yeah, we are in September 2005. Our goal is to finish 2005 within the next 2 weeks, ideally before 2 weeks have elapsed, because Aaron, I believe you are arriving here in 2 weeks.
I am driving up Thursday morning, so we depending on how quickly this one goes, we may need to have a weekend edition as well.
Yeah, no, I'm prepared for that, absolutely. But we are making good time, so I think it's absolutely doable. And then ideally...
Until we get, like, 12 pages of movie news.
Yeah, now hopefully nothing happened with regards to the live-action movie for the rest of the year. I mean, we got past Don Murphy having the, 12 hours of I'm going to declare open war on everyone on the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
I'm going to sue everybody. No, I got a Snickers. I'm better.
Yeah. For those who missed it, that was in the last stream. We had... and you know, thankfully they caught the shout out, but we got VikaValory threw out some good time codes for the last stream, so that's fully chapter marked, or at least, you know, heavily chapter marked. So once again, thanks for that. As always, if you do want to throw a time code with something into the comments of these streams or any of my streams, please feel free to do so. It helps VOD watchers, it helps me remember what we talked about, and it easily lets me add a chapter marking. Oh, here, Joel had something to say about reissue Cup and Wheelie, Takara number 20. Oh, it's in stock. Okay. $40 for reissue Cup and Wheelie.
That's both of them. You'd be lucky to get Cup now at 40. And the worst of the Walmart reissue box things, Wheelie'd be $15, $20 on a card.
Yeah, Wheelie, did Wheelie ever get keychained? I don't think he did.
No.
Yeah.
No, it was only the Bumblebee Cliff Jumper molds, Outback
slash Brawn,
and
Gears.
Gears, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's also an in-package shot. Joel Adler has donated his penance. Thank you, Joel.
You are
Adler.
forgiven, my son.
This is so weird. 20 years ago, new knockoffs at Big Lots. So the KO G1 Devastator, but smaller. A 6-wing KO, 6-wing combiner, and a Constructicon Micromaster combiner. I remember the construction ones. I vaguely recall the slightly downsized G1 Devastator knockoff. I want to say it was on a card.
I think I remember these as well. Was that the one? So there was one that was like on a vacuform bubble card.
That's the one I'm thinking of, I think.
And then there were the ones that were like the picture box.
Yeah.
That was like the whole like Scramble City combiners on that weren't always. It was like you got 4/5 of Superion, but then you had it was like a random
Stunticon or Technobot? Yeah.
Something else, yeah.
No, the picture frame ones were from the turn of the century, so this was later. Joel Adler saying those Polyfect carded ones are still in production.
Huh.
Kind of want to. Yeah. I want to compare a 20-year-old one to a new one.
Valcasis is saying, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I remember that there were like half of them had like one with the wrong limb or something, and then some of them like didn't have the poorly documented base mode.
Oh, the
ability or
like
something.
Tooling for it or whatever.
Yeah. Where like the knee wouldn't bend outwards for something specific, or I remember them being like, okay, if you didn't have Scramble City and you didn't care super much about how soapy the plastic felt.
Yeah, Griff, I want to say Super Build Tiger was a picture frame knockoff, I think, because there was one from closer to the turn of the century that I had very early on, and it was slightly downsized as well. I can't remember. The Lio Kaiser with double dealer arm. Red Hotspot. It was fun because like people who just put them on their shelves, it was a nice way where you could identify clearly. It's like, yeah, you got the picture frame knockoff. Your Menasor has like the Technobot limbs for some reason. Yeah, Chris Muse, the picture frame knockoffs. They were always in vehicle mode on a square with like a folded over cardboard picture frame style frame as the box. They were legendary back in the day. Last TFCon LA, the one before last, I think, or maybe the last one, the guy who had all the ride-ins, one of the ride-ins was the picture frame knockoff ride-in, which was now like over $100, because those eventually finished being purchased. People bought all of them over 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I remember going to one of the like surplus overstock places. And the teens, maybe early teens, maybe, and they had they had like what was the last gasp of them, but it was still like a shipping box that was just like 15 of them in the box. It was like a falling through a hole.
Yeah.
Seeing them, because it was like, what are you doing here? You should all be gone.
The last time I saw them was in an Easter basket in a like plastic wrap thing that was full of cheapo toys at like Wal-Mart or something, and like Wal-Mart had gotten one of the final, I guess, like shipping crates of those things, and we're just hurling them into these giant Easter baskets. That's what I remember, at least. That was the last time I ever saw them until that RID recently. So yeah, we got let's see, new Star Convoy Galaxy Force picks at eHobby with Megaro Convoy. Star Convoy, by the way, 20 years later, starting to ship now. Some people have them. Star Optimus Prime. Chris McFeely, who is this? A very detailed and very honest review of the newly released Transformers the Movie Reconstructed from Metrodome. So it's the first release of the film to show the full animated cells that were recorded in... Oh, I remember this. This was like stuff that was cropped out, but like that's where you got... was it Random Ironhide as one of the attacking Decepticons, but the timing of the shot also kind of looks like it's just him falling out of the shuttle. It obviously wasn't, but
yeah,
there's there's just an Ironhide who flies by on the side of the screen. All right, new Cybertron figures in stores. The third Dobson has been confirmed at Botcon 2005. I don't think this is the last time.
Yeah, we were just wondering. We were just wondering if all three of them made it. Here we go.
So he was Obsidian, Armada Sideways, and Energon. Yeah, he was Energon Rodimus. He's the one where I hadn't heard the Energon Rodimus voice, and when he did it at the script reading, I was like, that's it. It's just him speaking in a deep voice. Action HQ sponsor update. Legend of Cybertron Wave 2 Rarest Figures panel announced for Botcon, hosted by J.E.Alvarez. If I recall correctly, this panel was a lot of our Rick Alvarez. Like, I think the back third or half of this panel was just like from the first era of G1 knockoffs of fandom history, when people were just like running weird chrome colors. So it was like chrome and clear, because I remember I heard Rick Alvarez say the words chrome and clear like 400 times during that panel, because he was like, here's the one in blue clear, and here's the one in blue chrome, and here's the clear, and here's the chrome. And after a certain point, I was like, I assume, yeah, these must be rare, but like, it's all turning into mush in my memory. Can I just assume every Seeker and Optimus mold that was made as a knockoff eventually ran every color of clear plastic and every tinge of vac metal through the thing? It's neat to see it all like documented. What is this? That's a board thing. Does it even count if it's a knockoff? I also was sort of thinking that question while watching the back quarter of the panel when those slides went on long enough.
I'm going to try that one in the Wayback Machine, because some of these have worked.
Alrighty.
Early 2006 hit. That might be after the wipe happened and it's something else.
Chrome and clear, back and to the left. It's how it felt at a certain point. I distinctly recall.
I found the thread, but the linked images are not showing up.
Well, those are the parts that I would want to really look at. So, damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, we got one picture. Ali Convoy dug up one picture. This is of a Clear Optimus that I think Valkysus was mentioning. Yeah, Clear Optimus is still around. So yeah, this was part of it. But yeah, now imagine this in like different Pantones of Clear. Yeah, these the clear and chrome ones, I believe, did fall under the realm of lunchtime specials. I really recall that it was also not known 100% which ones were lunchtime specials out of real molds and which ones were that out of KO molds necessarily.
Yeah.
Long was here. All I see are a set of wheels. Good.
Again, it's one of those things that goes back to like that's also the time frame where we had starting to get the like in package knockoffs that
Yeah.
started a bunch of the frictions, shall we say, between third party and official when it came to conventions.
Mm-hmm. Also, Joel Adler
Because
commenting, that Clear Optimus totally looks like piss now, doesn't it? Yeah, I was just wondering that. Like, like how bad
yeah,
did that...
but yeah, that I guess we're not into the era of that being violent yet because we haven't quite had the creation of the third party toys to determine if they're third party or actually third party or second party or ninth party.
Yeah. No, we were just... This was the realm of just like, oh, there are like knockoffs that are trying to push into the realm of counterfeit for CLG1. We mentioned that a few times before, and this is still in that era. eHobby adds Binaltech Asterisk figures. New repro labels, Computron and pre-cut Sandstorm.
Getting that pre-cut technology online.
Yeah. Cybertron Leo Breaker and Mudflap were found in Stockton, California. Product pages. Sorry, I missed. There was a Wal-Mart clarification on the Alternators Hiatus. But it is not linked on the front page. And forums.transfandom.com, that may be super dead if that did not.
Let's see if Wayback backed it. Yeah, looks like we might have gotten it in November. I don't remember how their site worked, so yeah, that one works. Bit blap blop blop. David Young, a Walmart employee, dropped us a line to clarify the future of alternators at Walmart. Quote, I work at Walmart and wanted to clarify something that had been going around about our stores and the sale of various Transformers product lines. We are in no way dropping the Transformers brand. Certain regions sell more toys than others, and those store managers and the regional supervisors have the authority to order more or less of any given item that you might see in a Walmart from a different area. As far as the specifics of the Alternators brand, other than those specific stores that wish to continue to offer them as a chain, Walmart will not be carrying the line again until next spring. This is not an arbitrary, probably meaning arbitrary choice on our part or any sort of revenge from Hasbro Toys, as has been speculated. I don't remember that at all. We have a very specific reasoning for this action. We want to clear out our shelves during the holidays before the brand gets a complete reset in 2Q 2006. As collectors are often noticing, certain toys sit on store shelves while others sell briskly. These are your peg warmers. Virtually every line has them, but the Alternators line is especially plagued with them, as about half the product line. And the way the figures ship, 4 different action figures per case, it's harder to keep the popular ones in stock for our customers without sitting on product that only moves at clearance prices. We have spoken to Hasbro about this at great length, and we feel that we have a simple solution. Single figure case assortments. If the red Honda S2000 isn't selling, but the yellow one is, we will now be able to order a case of nothing but the yellow Hondas. And since there is a limited selection of action figures for this brand, Hasbro has offered to keep the popular action figures in production for as long as the customers and the retailers have demand for that toy. But in order to do this, the existing distribution method and method of ordering needs to be overhauled. That'll take time, and that is where we will begin our Alternators restock in the spring of 2006. I can tell you now that when our stores do restock, we will launch with 8 different Alternators models, several older models that would be brought back into production: Scion XB, Blue Acura RSX, Police Highway Patrol, Chevrolet Corvette, Blue Flame Decal, Dodge Viper, Yellow Redeco Mazda RX-8, White No. 4 Street Racer Subaru WRX, Fire Department Redeco Acura RSX, Blue Street Racer Redeco Mazda RX-8, Purple Villain. We will be offering these and all future releases on our website, www.walmart.com. We are very excited to have this experiment and hope that it will better serve our customers and our manufacturing partners, and hope to offer even better service than you have come to find in our neighborhood brick and mortar stores and on our website. Thank you, David Young.
So the thing that David Young neglected to do was say who he is outside of a Walmart employee, because like that could be anybody.
Yeah. that reads like a purchaser, like. Yeah.
Yeah, because we got reactions being Purple Villain, my favorite Transformers character. As you're asking, can this guy just like say all of this? Because yeah, this is the not having the social context for some of this anymore makes this all the more confusing. Like, is David Young, like, when he dropped you a line, why did he drop you a line? Who is he? What is his position? And what on earth was the story about Hasbro getting revenge, and how were they supposedly doing that?
I have no idea. I have no recollection of any, like, Hasbro getting revenge.
Hasbro's they've had it with Wal-Mart. Cancel alternators. Yeah. I mean, this is also the mid-2000s. A lot of us, like, extra especially, didn't know how anything worked.
Yeah.
So it was easier to peddle ideas like this, I think. David Young, if you're out there, I know it's been 20 years, but, like, if you could throw a few clarifications as to what your position was and what the context of this was. There's... Oh, man, remember back when people yelled about bacon all the time?
Uh-huh.
Kudos for such an enlightening statement. It's interesting seeing people talk about the concept of single-figure cases in the mid-2000s.
Yeah, I was like, hey, don't we have this again now?
Yeah. Oh, look, TFW is refuting the... Okay, we're going to get to that, I guess. Because I was also going to say, some of these I don't remember existing.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're talking to David Young, the owner of Walmart, right now. See, and you people think Walmart is evil. They made Hasbro fix the case assortments. Amen. This is wild.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not like exposing anyone here 20 years later. Also, the ICQ button is very cute. But yeah, what's this night shift thing from? I mean, neither of us were posting on here at this point, I think. So, like, I don't know if anyone out there was around and remembers what Trans Fandom Night Shift was.
I don't know. Is that like their After Dark, you know?
Was it a board style you could turn on?
Maybe,
yeah. Anyway, Taboo Spam Day. I guess we'll get to the refutation. Oh, I remember my ICQ number. It was 333-44073. We got some updates for Botcon coming tomorrow. The next featured collection. We've already featured Dragonclaw and Sunk Eyes 069. Palisades Cliffjumper statue. Oh, Adam Rockmore. Night shift is another word for dark mode on a lot of sites. I did not know that. I only ever see dark mode anymore. Either that or I've seen night shift and simply did not clock it at all. And I was just like, oh, dark mode. The Cybertron Optimus Ultra Magnus 2-pack is on eBay China. Wally Burr offering rare storyboards at Botcon 2005. I hope those things are still floating around and didn't get, like, lost or anything since then. Yeah, Griff. I mean, yeah, I was on the TFW end after the massive split as well, which is weird to think about because that split like actually has no meaning anymore.
Yeah,
like even telling someone, yeah, a major website and message board split into two websites and message boards. You tell someone that in 2025, they're like, okay, but like, did that mean they made a new like Instagram account or what?
Yeah. Hey, man, there's some capital D drama about when all that happened.
Big old mess. Big old messy mess, to which I was actually not very privy.
Yeah. I tried to stay friendly with both of them and then got called a traitorous bastard. So, you know.
I mean, someone walks in going, and that's why you got to pick a side.
Yeah.
Very silly. Are we sure Night Shift isn't a Transformers character? I mean, maybe both. Maybe they made a Night Shift OC to go with, like, Night Shift as a thing. Mm-hmm. Walmart employees showing up after dark to drop hot clarifications. Sorry, I scrolled. I didn't check the date on when they said it got refuted. So it might be a second till we get there. This is the announcement of eHobby's Galvatron in OG colors. Oh, right, because the mass release was show accurate. That was the whole thing. The ever-reliable Chris McFeely has posted an email he received from Maximum Entertainment's Colin Lomax about the UK RID box set. As a result of disappointing sales, we've decided against continuing with the complete set approach and instead chosen to release the episodes on single DVDs at a lower price point. Consequently, we won't be including any extras. We may revisit the box set approach when the new Spielberg movie is released, but not for now. If I recall correctly, RID on DVD was a very scarce, very rare thing that only happened in like one territory.
Yeah, it was only these, I believe.
Because of the Saban connection, making it weird.
Yeah, because because it's kind of Saban, but kind of Hasbro. But then Saban was bought by Disney, and then Saban bought Saban back, and then sold some of the stuff out one way and some stuff out the other way. And theoretically, if somebody really wanted to push for it, it could probably happen, but nobody cares that much. So here we are.
Wasteland saying RID is still a rights mess, if I recall correctly. That's the same here. I don't remember ever hearing it becoming freed, necessarily. Jipe reacting to the Spielberg movie. That will end, but Spielberg being the big name, as opposed to the Bay film. We didn't call them the Bay films, I think, till around the second one?
Yes. I think that's when that got solidified.
Yeah. Didn't Disney didn't buy Saban outright, just Power Rangers? Oh, yeah, you might be right. Well, because, Saban... I don't know, Haim Saban, what a freaking weirdo. I lost track of a lot of that stuff. But Ivan Ooze and the MMPR movie are another weird thing.
Yeah, I think it was a matter of, like, Power Rangers was the thing that everybody wanted to buy, but then other stuff got, like, packaged in with it.
Yeah, because RID was a part of, like, the Fox Kids block that I think Saban had some... Not, like, literally Fox Kids, the idea, but, like, that's, like, the weird glob
they were the ones that were filling... they were the ones that were filling that block out. Griff's saying they bought the whole back catalog. Okay, I just remember it being weird piecemealy stuff that just, like, it went places, and it was a matter of, like... clearly Disney wanted it only for the Power Ranger stuff, not, the big bad Beetleborgs or whatever else was part of Saban.
The B-Fighter Kabuto disrespect, I swear to God.
Yeah. Saban Entertainment was actually part of the deal for Disney to buy the Fox Family Channel. Okay. So Saban was like if you're buying this, you get...
Oh, Saban
buy
was the
Fox
glob.
Family Channel, get Saban Entertainment for free. Okay.
But yeah, if you do want to watch RID 2001, it has been posted places, and it's probably the one that will stick around being posted places unofficially the longest. Because, like, nobody really seems to want it, nor does anyone want to just sell it. It's a big, stretched, weird glob.
It's abandoned where...
Yeah, Wave Sign, like, another question. Who even owns Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog now? I actually don't know. I think that question was answered at some point. But I can't remember. Anyway, after that, Botcon 2005 seminars and panels have been announced. Another preview from the Rare Figures panel. It's an outline of G2.
Oh, hey. Time. Because of bad coding, that Botcon link still works.
Oh, which one? The seminar panels?
The seminar and panels, yeah.
Well. Oh, yeah, because it's on this website.
Yeah.
All right, Hasbro Takara. There are no times listed. What's the point of this? There's no times listed on your goddamn... It's not a schedule. If there's no times listed... Anyway. Oh, wait.
If you click on the separate schedule thing...
Okay.
It does come up with what the schedule is.
Why wouldn't you put it in the titles? I'm still mad.
But it also has everything.
Boo. Oh. I gotta look through that later. Oh, hang on. We got a little update. The Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog, remember them. That's American tokusatsu. I think. I can't remember if this was already something from New Zealand or not. It shouldn't be. It should be American, I think. Anyway. So Hasbro and Takara are working together. The inside story. Directly from the teams. Designing Transformers. with the designers, product unveiling with the team, Transformers Idol. Oh, I remember this. I think I was looking at footage of this on that channel that opened where they were just posting all of the stuff anyone ever filmed at a Botcon. I was pretty sure I took part in this panel as a contestant, and I couldn't find myself. So I'm not sure if I am like misremembering, because I remember like being in a panel where Wally Burr was giving feedback to people, but I couldn't.
Maybe I feel like they did that. So I was not at BotCon 2005, and I know that I saw one of those at another show. So I wonder if he did that in 2006 as well.
Could be, yeah.
And maybe there's crossover brain on that. And I love just the idea, having been at enough TF cons where they did like, you know, the voice actor stuff and audition to do the script reading, to see that they gave a whole 45 minutes for this is cute.
That's why I sorry, I was just gonna say, like, I remember doing one before 2008 specifically. That's why it's got to be 5 or 6, because 7 I don't think there was one.
Okay.
But nah, I need to keep digging through. I haven't checked that YouTube channel in a while either. I'm not sure if maybe more stuff has been shoved up there. The making of the animated movie with Paul Hitchens, voice actors, MSTF. Hey, wait a second, who's this? M Cypher. We got one of those. We got one of those in the text chat over here too. IDW presents. So that was IDW doing their own. Oh, they did it with Aaron Archer on the panel. I forgot about that. That's kind of cool. And then Transformers Rarities. So yeah, what was the whole sketch here? They had Wednesday check-in for an hour in the evening. Oh, just for the Thursday tour. Okay.
Oh yeah, here's your green letter holders, blue letter holders.
I know it's just the name of a room, but like it's weird to just see like, yeah, Lebanon.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the tour. My mom went on one of these tours. If I remember right, she was not super impressed, but it was interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, here's your green letter, blue letter registrations. What was this trading? Oh, pre-convene. So this is just like, I guess, a cork board.
Yeah.
And yeah, MSTF. All right, then on Friday, yeah, started at 9. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that because the panel room of this one was like just bolted onto the dealer room, if I remember right. I know I saw these two panels. I can't remember exactly what was in them, aside from clear chrome. I am definitely seeing who was here for autographs. I think I am having some like brain gel, because I would swear that Michael McConaughey was at this one, but he is not, clearly. So I might be misremembering that with a previous one. Wait, that's Friday? Friday started at 9 in the morning?
Well, for check-in, like they don't have the sales room opening until like
for the panel too.
3. Oh yeah, for the panels. Why would you do Friday? I don't know.
I was about to say like, oh, now it's Sunday. No, it's Saturday. So yeah, they had a full Friday, a full Saturday, and a full Sunday.
Yeah, but what are these? Are these reruns of panels? Finals for the voice actor thing. Hasbro product. Costume contest.
Yeah.
IDW. Transformers G1 voices. Club Roundtable. Making of the movie. Like, that's a day's worth of thing. So the Sunday.
Oh, Paul Hitchens did making of the movie twice.
Okay.
So there was repeat happening. That's cool though, for something that's like a very structured presentation. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and yeah, it looks like there's 3, maybe 4 things in the room, in the panel room.
Yeah.
On Sunday, so like it seems like they maybe spread the load a bit more, but yeah,
it's wild to have 9 a.m. on Friday.
Yeah, 9 a.m. on Friday, like. that's really rough because a lot of people don't come in until like Friday.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I can speak from experience. I had a panel first thing on Friday at like, what was it, 5 o'clock or whatever, at TFCon LA, and part of the it's on YouTube. Like part of the, you can see the opening like 20 minutes of that panel is mostly us joking about how people were still registering. So
yeah.
And yeah, drawing for people to win trips to the next one. Yeah. I was hoping this is going to reconnect more neurons, but it's just making me question how many memories I'm mixing up with 06.
Making you question the current neurons, those slackers.
Yeah, they're not doing everything right. That's cool, though. Oh, look at this. Buyer beware. New G1 knockoffs. I remember this. Yeah, Frenzy and Laserbeak and Rumble and Ravage were being knocked off on the card. For Laserbeak and Frenzy, the cassettes are on the wrong side of the packaging. So, okay, Frenzy is under Laserbeak's picture. And for Rumble and Ravage, Rumble's weapons are not chromed. Like, so that, this is like on the easier end of identifiable stuff, too. Like, sponsor Big Bad Toys. We've just confirmed with our suppliers in Japan. Takara Galvatron reissue will be predominantly purple to better match his cartoon color scheme. I remember that was big news at the time. Like, they're going to make Galvatron in new colors, but it's the G1 toy. I remember being kind of wowed by that myself.
Yeah, this was deep in the time frame where you'd sit there and look at the differences of what was being released on the either side of the Pacific to see which one you wanted, because it wasn't like now where they basically share the production run.
Yeah,
it was a whole lot more like, is this animation or is this comic book or is this toy colors?
Yeah,
because there was, what was that? There were a few of them in the original classics line that were like that, right? Where it was like Astro Train.
Astro Train was the main one, I believe.
Was a different color, but I could swear that there was it one of the Seekers had a little bit like different pinstriping or something.
Yeah, and I mean, depending what part of classics it was, like some of them, original Henkei had all the chrome stuff going on. The black metal stuff. I'm sorry for saying it ended up super oversaturated lavender because of the exposure of the Laserdisc copy of the cartoon they were working from. Yeah, this is like the beginning of Lavender Galvatron, if I recall correctly, too. Vector Prime answers. I think because of Wayback, I think we ended last stream just going through everything that they ever answered on Cybertron Vector Prime. Transformer Cybertron moving to Kids WB. Big news that didn't affect me in Canada. Congratulations. Huh? Oh, wow.
King Starscream, John Flores.
This is, this is also of a time. Their guest spawner is none other than General I almost said Colin Powell. General Colin Powell. I remember the shots of him giving him the artwork, being around on the boards for a while. But yeah, like, that's reconnecting a bunch of neurons, because I remember that there were like a lot of pictures of the handoff of that artwork. The new Death's Head. I vaguely recall this. Yeah, in 2005 there was like Freaky Death's Head. No comment yet from Simon Furman or Andy Wildman. I think this was, if I recall correctly, this was a Death's Head that was partly so they could just hang on to the name Death's Head for a bit, but I am unable to remember anything about how this Death's Head was like conceived or looked. Joel Adler, I remember watching Cybertron and Kids WB. It was the perfect time, aired right after school on a block called The Aftertoons Show. That's not a bad name. An autograph info. Is this on, it's on the boards.
It's on. I do have it pulled up on Wayback.
Oh, here we go. Griff and Logos both shared. Here is 2005 Death's Head. That is.
Yeah.
The silhouette's actually kind of. It's like they picked a good silhouette and then we're like, I don't know.
So the link to Wayback there, from Nap Jr. Just got the latest email from TCC with info about registration and such. Hello, Nap Jr. 1. If you are planning to attend Botcon as a premise or protoform package attendee, you must have your registration form to us with a credit card or money order. No checks now, as they would not clear before the event, by Friday noon, September 16th. Otherwise, you will need to come to walk-up registration on Friday morning or afterwards. We don't guarantee dinner availability if you walk up. Also, keep in mind that the only way to get the extra figure is to pick up your package in person. Photo ID required at Botcon. 2. Here is how the autographs are going to work for Botcon. If you are a premise or a protoform package holder, there is no charge for autographs. You will be limited to 2 items per each time you get in line. If you're a general admission attendee, you have a choice of purchasing single autograph tickets for $10 each or a punch card for all 6 guests for $30. Children will not be charged for Colton Deering's autograph, no matter if they are a package holder or a general admission. He will only be there on Saturday. 3, we are planning to have a special place at the hotel's happy hour on Thursday night for you to meet up with your online chat group you use the most. So if you want to sign up for your group, please have one representative, the moderator, from that board email me the URL for your favorite chat board, and we will designate an area for your group. You can use the email link at transformersclub.com. 4, don't forget about the room-to-room trading. You are welcome to do this anytime the sales room is closed. Please use the designated bulletin board to post what room people need to come to and when you will be there. We look forward to seeing all of you at Botcon 05 next week. Thanks for your support. Brian.
I was reminded that I could do something involving inspect to make the background color go away, but I don't remember anymore what that was.
Yeah, I just highlighted all.
Yeah.
Control A.
There was a way, though. VikaValory had mentioned something. But yeah, what else we got here? Do we happy hour anyone? And you can't keep me away from happy hour. Happy hour is 5:30 to 7:30. I vaguely remember that. All right.
Well, you wouldn't have been at this one because it's 2005. Would you have been 21 at that point in time?
In
or
September,
is this when you were
yes.
having? Okay, I didn't know if this was the point in time where you were having to hang out with all the Euro people.
Yeah, no,
because of America's alcohol laws.
Funpub era is also when I was legal to drink in America, so I could finally stop living out this weird farce with the Europeans. Just going up to a hotel room and drinking instead. What's up, Archer Monster?
Yeah, we just saw your name.
A couple times. We're looking at the Botcon 2005 panel schedule. Do you remember that you were on the first IDW panel? Because you were. At least according to that schedule. I can't remember if anything changed. Paul Hitchens with a preview of his Transformers the Movie panel. Hasbro benefit or donation. Hasbro donates $500,000 to benefit families affected by Hurricane Katrina. Because yeah, what was it? Late in the last stream, we came across the part where Hurricane Katrina happened. So we're hitting some more mid 2000s notable historical disasters. IDW Publishing's E.J. Su joins Chimera Studios. And that work will not conflict with IDW and Transformers. Oh, yeah, Aaron Archer, you missed us finding is it David Young, employee of Walmart? We go pull that up again. Also, Ali shared a Botcon 2005 roundup. I'm guessing this is... Oh, okay, this is take a look at this afterwards. This is Alvarez's figure panel. Yeah, here, Aaron Archer. David Young, a Walmart employee, sent an email to transfandom.com and told them that that Walmart is in fact not in the midst of a feud with Hasbro Corpo, and that they simply demand single-figure case assortments of alternators. By the way, here's all the new alternators coming out in 2006. A number of these we don't recall existing. When was the TFW refute? September 7th. We should have seen it by now.
Just down the line. Yeah, it was probably something that, like, since we didn't post exactly what they said. We didn't need to refute the post.
We received word from a credible source the list he gave is not accurate. In specific, the following are not planned: the blue Acura, Mazda RX-8 White, Redeco Subaru RX WRX, and Fire Department Redeco Acura RSX. But yeah, we had a guy here, David Young Wal-Mart, referring to himself with the royal we about Walmart's interactions with Hasbro as a company, defining what a peg warmer is. Anyway, that was pretty funny. I still put the word out there. If David Young, if you're out there, let's. You still working at Walmart, or did you move up the chain? I don't know. Anyway, this is review of the Rare Figures panel. So, Rare Figures, Canadian Pepsi Prime, Japanese Versus sets, individually packed Headmasters. I'm remembering some of this. Ricochet, the Canadian Springer, and Red Tracks, Lucky Draw figures. Yeah, this is where it started to be colored, clear, gold-plated, black, colored, clear, gold-plated, black, gold-plated. Then factory samples. This was the clear and the chrome, silver chrome, colored chrome. Unreleased figures, resin prototypes. This is interesting. I don't remember some of this.
I think these were very much like one-off. Yeah, these are unreleased, so these would be like the one-off, like the thinking with the figure type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it ended with the first public showing of the Hasbro test shot for a current era G1 Megatron re-release in neon orange with royal blue chrome. Yeah, classic lava attack safety Megatron. I'm still holding out hope. I don't know. I'm not going to be mad if it never happens because it's a different era now, I guess. But that Studio Series 1986 Megatron, what a time it would be to have that redecoed as safety Megatron. Because we still haven't, I think, ever had safety Megatron, even from third party. We still haven't had safety Megatron, and like the image is out there now.
Seeing, especially after Hasbro just did their live stream, seeing the number of people that were still like, "Oh, I don't know why we can't get it as a gun. No kids are buying this. This is an adult collector's line now." Jeez, and it's like, really? Like, they didn't even say, like, if you go back and you watch that stream again, they didn't even say him turning into a pistol or into a gun. It was always into a blaster because they don't even want to say those words on the stream.
The tank and like they called it. I saw someone saying it was one of the first things I saw was Evan referred to a machine gun as a machine blaster.
Yeah, which
I think is pretty funny. You know, Evan strikes me as the sort who would be having, you know, a bit of fun at least with the like I saw the theory. I don't think it's like 100%. This has to be the way it was, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there was a bit of an extra lean during the recording of that stream footage of like, you can't say the word gun in proximity of this figure, please.
Right.
But yeah, I would love to see any Megatron redecoed as good old safety Megatron. It wasn't proper safety Megatron, but it was the part where like at some point it was mentioned that like the only way they could remotely ever release it because the blue was too much was it would have to be fully unpainted certain Pantone orange plastic, and then like in like a box with no windows or something. But that they were like, we floated the idea of lava attack Megatron, and I was like, Megatron was not a tank in the 86 movie. No, what do you mean? He was. We all remember he was. This is the one time where I think it'd be really funny to try to induce mass hypnosis on the populace by all just going like, yeah, the classic scene when he turned into a tank and shot Ironhide. We all remember. In a plot twist, Hasbro suddenly renames Blaster to Gun. That'd be pretty funny. Thomas and Martha Wayne were shot by a blaster. Ali Convoy's got it. The actor had to run off set while an extra threw Starscream a prop gun. Because, when they were filming the movie, they found out, someone else had shared this on Blue Sky, when they were filming Transformers the movie, It wasn't until they were on set that they found out Megatron, the actor, not the fictional character, could only transform into a tank. And so they had to like really quickly go like, well, we didn't write for a tank. So they put together this prop gun that kind of looks like him really fast. You'd think that it was like absolutely the intent of the movie that he turns into a pistol in that one scene. But yeah, if you know you're behind the scenes, then you know that like it was really just a big misunderstanding during casting of the film. Chris Muse, guns don't kill people, blasters do.
Exactly.
I love it. I'm not a triple changer, I just play one in the movies. I don't know, I just think like replacing the word gun with blaster can be incredibly funny. But yeah, safety Megatron. I know I saw someone mention like the arm holding the G1 Megatron blaster on the back of the package is blue. And it's really weird because it's blue, but it has a red thing and a yellow thing. So hey, maybe it's a hint. Maybe it's just that's how they're doing a highlight of stuff. Who knows? I just think having a Megatron come out called like Icy Arctic Lava Attack Megatron would be very funny. The classic mecha anime Blaster Buster.
The classic 007 movie, The Man with the Golden Blaster.
Like my Blasterdom Blaster Plug kits. Anyway, yeah, that was some of the stuff that was shared in that very panel. What is this? Oh yeah, here we got the picture. We got the picture. There's good old safety Megatron, and there's the mysterious blue arm, whatever that may be. Who knows? Because the one thing Safety Megatron does not have is a funny-looking red and yellow thingamy. And if they're going to do Safety Megatron, it's got to be G1 accurate, like this. Top blaster. But this color scheme kind of kicks ass, though. Like, look at it. That's neat. I'd love to see that done. Oh, hey, what's up, Chris? We got Carnage Creations in the chat. But yeah, this is I was curious what screen cap they were going to use, if they were going to get funny with that too, but no, it's pretty basic. Also, insert whatever version of the leg color discourse you want, because look, that's blue. If you want to talk about blue, that's and those look like orange legs to me. So I don't know. G1 accuracy be damned, I guess. Where's the orange on here? I'm not seeing it. So Kids WB kicks off Cybertron from the beginning. I vaguely recall a thread about this where they were like, they're just starting it over. Ronnie Lane, it would have been hilarious if they used the shot of Starscream aiming the gun. Oh yeah, that would have been pretty funny. Yeah, just the tip. Just
I like the idea of a fake cell of the tank mode. Just have somebody sketch up something that looks like it's...
Someone did that. I've seen it. It might have been Megatron. I can't remember. Someone had a really good... Like, it was made to look like a misremembered screen cap.
Mm-hmm.
Ali Convoy with the... Look at this. The big orange crotch on that. It's just... But no, I've absolutely been a proponent of like let's do the most innocent gaslighting possible and just all start asserting loudly like, yeah, he's always been a tank. Was it not the MTG art? No. It was the shuttle shot. It's right before, or no, right after Megatron lands from transforming, where he's in the middle of the shot atop like the shuttle bridge, surrounded by Decepticons. But it was just a giant tank instead of him standing there. Skip the G2 decos. This is me saying, yeah, like, they're probably going to do a G2 deco. Do we need to ask about the G2 deco? No, we don't. They're going to probably do it anyway. So we need to assert we want true G1 Megatron. Safety Megatron from Season 4. The MTG card, like, this is in the style of the 80s cartoon, but the thing I saw was a straight up like piece of art done to look like it was out of the movie from a scene in the movie. of like, check it out, it's Megatron the tank, and I was like, that's pretty cool. This is all also fine and ethical to do because SS86 Megatron comes with his actual alt mode. It's an accessory. It's the right size to be held by stuff, so like everyone wins. If you want to show him transform into the alt mode, start folding the robot, and then at the last second move him out and put the gun in, and then put the gun in someone's hand, and you got it. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, thank you, Not So Southern Gentleman. I thought it was Megatron who did it. I don't remember where it was. I assume it's on a social post somewhere. Anyway, Overbite and Repugnus. Oh, the Universe 2-pack. On card. SD Transformer statue ends in 2 weeks. That will result in that little Ultra Magnus winning. I am from the future. I can tell you that right now. Color preview of the Botcon exclusive comic. Well, this will work, surely. There you go. The chilling part of this is this does also imply that no other comic was ever previewed ever again in the entire run.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember I liked it. I thought this artwork was pretty solid. The concept I thought was neat. You know, like it gets across a story idea. I've done this for a couple streams now, but I always kind of thought the Botcon 05 set was a totally solid, like, you know, sticker book story kind of set of just like, you know, here's some Autobots and Decepticons, and they're up to something. You figure it out. I don't remember a single thing from the actual fiction they may have made for these. Ninjatron, my art was in the top 10 of that statue contest, but I never got the prize. So I remembered at the end of last stream that there was some kind of kerfuffle after that contest ended, and I don't remember what it was. Yeah, Desirus looks cool here. Yeah. That's also why I don't mind the multiple names for Deathsaurus, because you can just apply them to different Deathsauruses that have happened over the years. It's like, this is Deathsaurus, this is Desirus, this is Dezanris. Let's see. New Alternators, or Alternators new packaging, Sunstreaker in box. Some Cybertron stuff in box. Universe Bone Crusher and Scavenger on eBay. That's the build team versions. A Megalo Convoy in box. Beast Machines DVD, details and box art. Right, that wasn't out yet. See, Prowl and Decepticharge alternators at retail. Lee's toy review reveals new Minicon repaints. Dang. Lee's toy review getting a scoop in the middle of the 2000s is kind of wild to read.
Yeah. Still, the world was still just slow enough that the internet wasn't always the place that things broke.
Yeah.
Because it would be like those photos would be hand delivered or whatever to the people there, and then it was print. Who cares about print?
And also notably, Lee's toy review seeming to be okay with people taking pictures of the page from the magazine. Robot Lore Keeper eBay. Let's see. Baltimore ComicCon. We had some news on IDW stuff. They're in talks with McDonough and Paddock. I feel like that went nowhere, if I remember right, but I could be misremembering. Dreamwave artists are not being ignored. They want as much as possible, as much TF talent as possible. Dawn has already finished the first issue of Beast Wars. They want to finish the Dreamwave continuity, but they simply can't until everything is out of the courts, and that would, I think, never happen. It turns out.
Or by the time it happened, nobody cared.
Somewhere in between. I think it just never could happen, because like people, not just me, like people who were way more invested in it than me were bringing it up for years and years and years after the fact. Yeah, Dream of Artists are not being ignored other than Pat Lee. They are not hiring Pat Lee. Except the trades are already published. They want to keep those on the rack, so they will be reprinting them. Wow, what a phrasing. For those that express concerns with the new Transformers art, do not fear. All the bitching and whining was heard, and we were told that the style between issue number 0 and number 1 will be very different. Same artist, just more technical detail. I want to believe that's a quote from whatever the panel was. It's like, hey fans, we heard all of your malignant bitching and whining. and we've decided to shift directions. You little baby birds eating the mushed up worms that I chew and spit out into your mouths. So it doesn't mean Dreamwave style over detailing. They don't want to repeat any Dreamwave mistakes. Size shifting is here to stay. They're looking to do a retelling of the movie from top to bottom. That didn't happen.
Okay.
I'm Cypher, I do not remember this. This might have been editorializing from Super Megatron. It's just, I just want to believe this was like the quote from IDW though. Hey fans, you salty entitled fools, you screaming, squealing infant babies, blind little birds seeking for food, want spit up in mouth, can't even chew by yourselves.
Yeah. Not quite look here, you little shits, but close.
They did the movie. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay. When did that happen? Because I forgot they did their own version of 1986 as like a multi-issue thing. Maybe I can't remember when it happened because of the end result. I'm not sure. I completely, genuinely forgot that happened. Did Flint Dille write that one? Because I know he wrote on some of the web-released mini-series. Did he write that one too? Or?
I can't remember.
I'm doing the thing I've started to learn I can do when I stream, which is ask a rhetorical question out loud, because actually some people who like might know the answer might...
Ask into space, because chat got you. Yeah, we got linked to it in the Alterna chat.
06
Creative
to 07.
team. Script adapted by Bob Budiansky. Artwork by Don Figueroa. Comics very faithful to the finished film. Most dialogue being lifted directly from the movie, aside from characters saying each other's names more often. Figueroa's artwork in the series is a bit of a departure from his usual style, with character designs much closer to the standard Flora Dairy models that were used in the original G1 comics and cartoons.
This is apparently an upcoming DairyCon exclusive. Can someone get me one of these? Look at the package. It's called Chicago version. I love DairyCon. DairyCon, can you make me one, please? I mean, no, I should make my own, because I can go out and get another Blocky's Megatron and paint it myself. I shouldn't pester people. I could do this myself. This is very funny, though. Mockies? I didn't even see that.
DairyCon.
They do, yeah. They just keep going. They keep making really cool stuff.
Does still exist. I thought we saw something that they were thinking about wrapping up at one point in time.
Yeah. Oh, what is this? the part count? Many pieces.
Yeah.
25, huh? Con. Wait, what's this? Copyright 2025, nobody. You have no rights. Oh, that's cool. No, we had a couple updates on things we were talking about in the Alterna chat. Thanks to everyone who sought this stuff out. This is what I was talking about. Yeah, this is the thing that sold me on just saying like, no, he was a tank in the movie, because it looks so convincing. Like even the way that the tank barrel is pointed down slightly in a kind of squishy bent way, it's like it looks mid motion, right? Like it's a smear frame kind of.
Yeah.
But no, I love this, because like obviously I don't want to like just go out and like deceive children or something. I just think like the best response to a pointless argument like they should make Megatron transform into a gun in 2025 is just to go all in on this. It's way more fun for me. What is a tank if not just a large gun? Ignore the times he was an air. Yeah. Also, another part of this is how I balance out the karma. Is I also maintain Megatron has never been an airplane. And then when shown Machine Wars Megatron, I say, that's a really funny custom card back you made. But I really don't appreciate you trying to deceive me with this official-looking material. So yeah, flip it back on their heads. Anyway, ridforever.info launches. I vaguely remember this. Does it still exist?
Yes, it does.
Well,
2004
well.
updates. So we haven't updated in a bit.
I'm low-key kind of impressed this is still here.
I'm not sure Tony Bacala would let this die.
Yeah, no,
I'm not sure Tony Bacala would let this die.
So we haven't updated in a bit. That's pretty good. Oh, you put the HasLab thing on here. Okay,
I just imagine
2021
Tony
update.
trying to go through all of the password recovery things because 2021 was the 20th anniversary. Like, oh crap, what was that? Was that an uppercase J or a lowercase J? Screw it. Wait a second, which email address did that go to? Oh.
I'm really tickled in a good way that this is still here and has been updated twice since 2004 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because this had in 2021 he added a link to the TF Wii issue. That was long dead by 2021. Random RID tidbits. Siege Ultra Magnus. That's great. The Encore gift set. That's beautiful. Thug Life Marcus, the only one to fall was Ish Talk. I don't remember what Ish Talk was. I was about to say, it sounds like a Magic the Gathering artifact. Like it's a 6-mana utility artifact, the Ish Talk. You look your opponent in the eye.
It's got to be real good if it's 6.
I know. Well, no, it's got to have.
That's not playable in Commander. I don't know what you think.
You could ramp an artifact to 6 in Commander pretty easy. Like that's an Optimus Prime deck. Like there's so many things that are like artifacts cost 1 less. Jor was familiar. The blue thing. Channel with no contact.
Watch much. What is it? Command Zone.
I mean, I'm talking normal games. I'm talking normal games. I'm not talking.
If anything costs more than 3, I don't know if it's playable anymore.
I will not go on the tangent. I'll just say I agree with the people who have asserted Josh Lee Kwai sometimes lives in his commander pod a little harder than he does the real world.
Mm-hmm. Any land that enters tapped is garbage. Anything that's not mana positive is garbage.
Yeah.
And everything should be playable on everybody else's turn, not mine. Josh Lee Kwai.
And it's like my understanding is that when confronted with that, he accepts it, and I'm like, that's fine as long as you accept the world.
It's one of those things that I wonder how much of that is true and how much of that is this is the character that I now play. I'm that player at your FLGS, and somebody has to represent that player so that either that player feels like they have representation or the caricature of that player is there to get attacked in insane talk.
Playing a character where you talk people out of like, hey, maybe it's actually useful to late game play the Scry 1 land just to Scry 1 for free. I'm like, come on. KB exclusive Universe Snowcat and Downshift. Was this just Snowcat, if I remember right? Or did Snowcat get it? Because I know there was Halloween Snowcat, but I forgot if that was Universe or if that was late Energon.
Let's see
such
what
proximity.
The Wayback has to say.
Universe Snowcat was Halloween. Okay. All right, that's where he showed up. I always like vaguely remember. Oh, Cypher, you did a short on him. Hell yeah, go check that out. I mean, that's the username. So like you figure it out. No, in my immediate recall memory, I always mushed together whether Halloween Snowcat was like late Energon or Universe. Isn't Snowcat the next G.I. Joe HasLab? I think that's the rumor. Yeah. If it's apparently not going to transform though, so like, what's the purpose?
Reading the thread, somebody commenting, Yao downshift looks like he's been dipped in irradiated piss. Snowcat proves that black
Oh.
is indeed slimming.
Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, it's like downshift. It's just he peed himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, the like real funny color.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that one existed. No, Halloween Snowcat, I always remember. I don't remember Universe being on a Cybertron looking card, but maybe we went through this already last stream.
There was a little bit of time.
Yeah. This was sick.
Where it was maybe this was like the exclusive backing, and Universe was just the line that it was under for reasons.
Yeah.
It was on Energon last stream. Yeah.
I like that Ali Convoy in alternate chat shared the Scryfall link for artifact spells you can cast to cost 1 less to cast. And there are 5. So yeah, I listed 2. Oh, that's the second run. Okay. Matrix Glow downshift. Aaron Archer, one of my favorite design uses. Was that Halloween Snowcat? I see lots of instruction sheets with Universe logo of Cybertron characters. Okay. Yeah, this is entering, like, this enters the realm of kind of like the brain blur again. I've come to realize part of the brain blur was like the other directional AoE of the landing of 2007. It like smeared my memory in both directions. Honey mustard downshift. Where am I? There we go. Yeah, look upon his works, despair, etc. Super Late Universe did have a lot of straight repacks from Energon Cybertron. Okay, I remembered some of that, yeah. Yeah, the AoE, the area of effect of 2007, the movie landing, and just like smearing a lot of my memories. Well, listen, Age of Extinction, the best of the Michael Bay films, did also have quite a serious landing in my recollection. I'm hopping windows a bunch here. IDW clarified some of the Baltimore news on forums.idwpublishing.com.
That link super doesn't work. Let's see if Wayback caught it.
Yeah, Ronnie, that's just my auto reply for people bringing up Age of Extinction. It's partly trolling. I genuinely do think it's the best Michael Bay film of the 5. But like I don't really care if people disagree, because it's like we're arguing over the potato chips. Like
Okay, so Chris Ryall, so it is here.
Oh.
Copy, paste a little bit further down the page, where he responds to, I think pretty much what was on TFW's front page, saying, let's clarify some things. I really enjoyed talking to people at the con this weekend, especially the folks who posted this, but some things either got misquoted or somehow misunderstood. So if you're discussing these same things on other boards that ran the comments, I'd very much appreciate you pointing people here or clarifying things like I'm about to do. First bit, ran into people. They're in talks with McDonough and Paddock. Not only that, but they're looking to talk to many old school TF writers, not just Furman. Budiansky was brought up. Well, we've talked to them, but we're not in talks with, meaning there's not an open active project waiting for a writer. We're approaching this entire line cautiously, doing one monthly Transformers comic with Simon and EJ. Our guys are for that. Simon is working on another project for us as well. Simon's driving the entire relaunch, so while I've had conversations with folks like Mick D and Paddock and Herb Trimp and others, thus far they're just that. I'm happy with what we're doing. The more I see from Simon and EJ, the more happy I get. Dreamwave TF artists are not being ignored. They want as much TF talent as possible, blah, blah. Well, not true. We want EJ's take on this. EJ is setting the pace for everything that follows on the Transformers comics. I absolutely love his stuff and think you will all too. We've got some covers in the works from folks like Guido and Reyes, but we're not offering different takes on the book. We're offering different covers. The book is and will remain EJ's take. Dawn has already finished the first issues of Beast Wars. Wait, what? Great response. They do indeed want to finish the Dreamwave continuity, but they simply can't until everything's out of the courts. Well, I want to finish the stories for the fans of those books, yes, because I hate when books got canceled early on a book I like, but still our main focus is our direction. We'd simply look to end these books in a satisfactory fashion if we're ever able. But I think after you read what we're doing, you'll be a lot less interested in this. Except for the trades are already published. The out-of-print Dreamwave trades, yes, true. We're not saying ours is the only TF book you should buy, just that it's the best one. I'd like to keep the older material easily accessible for fans, too, which is why we're going to do some other stuff I ain't ready to talk about yet. For those that express concerns with the new TF art, do not fear. All the bitching and whining was heard, and we were told the style between 0 and 1 will be very different. Same artist, just more technical detail. This is the most dismaying point. It sounds like we're not happy with EJ's art, and that couldn't be further from the truth. What I said at the show is that if you liked what EJ was doing in issue 0, and a lot of people who saw the preview pages did, then you like what was in issue number 1 even more, because EJ's pages are even more impressive. But to say that we've listened to any fan complaints and had EJ change what he's doing, oh, blank. No, there's not a TF house style to follow. If EJ's pages in book 1 are better than issue 0, that's because he's getting even more comfortable with the book and all the characters. He's doing all the work. Yeah, he's doing all the work here, constantly suggesting changes and updates and nice little touches that didn't occur to Simon and I. If you've read all this and can add any one thing to the post at the other board, I said I freaking love what EJ is doing. I don't have any problem saying his stuff is the best Transformers I've personally seen. Different people might respond differently, but his style's not changing from issue 0 to issue 1. It's just getting stronger. Size shifting is here to stay. Well, I was cagey about this one, never committed one way or the other. They're looking to do a retelling of the movie top to bottom. Sounds like it'll be its own continuity. This was all talk, really. I said that we do 30 days of Transformers crossover book, but I lied.
Yeah, no, that
Chris
movie
Ryall,
thing,
publisher, editor-in-chief, IDW Publishing.
that movie thing did happen. I forgot a lot about it. Because someone else mentioned it had the here's Omega Supreme and the Combiners. Here's what they were doing. Now shut up forever. And I distinctly recall that sequence in the comic now. Valkai says, I also don't remember what the art in issue 0 looked like. At least not to the I don't remember what it would have looked like that would have been severely different from issue 1. I barely remember 0 existed.
If anything, I would wager it's like what you said. It wasn't what the Dreamwave house style kind of was. And when your taste buds get used to something, when a new flavor comes along, it goes, what is this? And this isn't what I was just having. This is clearly no good. When in reality, it's just a different flavor.
Yeah, it's also part of the reason why I tend to not really engage much with hot takes deployment of opinion too much, because nowadays I've become so averse to that kind of speculation that it's genuine effort on my part to summon up a lot of it, and I'm usually it's coming out in very poor faith, more so as an attack on the concept. Most of the time I don't mind talking about it. It's just that tends to be how I say things with regard to that kind of future tone stuff. And yeah, speaking of, today they showed the first pages from Dan Mora, who's going to be working on Transformers from issue 25 onwards to some point with Skybound. And it's it looks competent. So hell yeah. I like that there's a bit where someone's eye emotes, because that's one of the things that the folks have brought up about enjoying with the first 24 issues is the emoting through eyes and whatnot. I know that's not the main thing, but it's recently in my memory. What also is now recently in my memory is the news that the Beast Machines DVD box set has been delayed until sometime in early 2006.
Son of a...
According to his post, Rhino had some issues with the original masters, so they're adding in even more comments by Skier, Melching, and Wolfman. I'm sure this has already been conversed about. I'm not going to go deep on this tangent, but with the advent of this miracle of those folks who dug up the reboot masters and also a process to fully remaster the reboot masters, as I understand it. I have been curious if a similar situation is remotely possible for either of the Beast series. I know people have talked about it, so I'm pretty sure the answers are out there. But
I mean, it'd all come down to if they still had those original files.
Exactly. Yeah. I know the conversation was, did Mainframe store those other people's IPs shows in the same places they stored Reboot, was like one of the questions.
Yeah. Yeah, because as I recall, for the Reboot thing, it was also like they had to run a series, like a, what was it? They had to run an emulator on a specific version of whatever their animation software was, and then like pray.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a like a, hey, we can just redo this thing. It was like, look, I stacked this jank on top of this other jank, and we're now crossing our fingers and getting a second chicken ready for sacrifice.
They got it set up, though.
The first one's already done.
They got all the Rube Goldberg virtual machines set up so they could at least start pushing the footage through. And so that's why I was one of the ones who was like, oh, it'd be cool if they could do that for the Beast stuff, too. Also, here's the shot, the spread from the 86 movie adaptation where it's like, here, that's what they were doing. And here is from the first clear images of robots from IDW 1.0 was these two. And yeah, they look fine. And they look a lot like they are robots drawn by E.J. Su. So, yeah, Cypher, number 0 looks exactly like the rest of E.J.'s stuff from that arc. Yeah, it's like what would the feedback even be, right? Like make the shins smoother. I don't know. Give them bigger calves. Where's the ass? I don't see no junk on the trunk on Runabout. Why is he saying gimme? Draw the word bubble different. Hey, K's collection. Grats on getting your collection showcased on September 21, 2005. Minicon Battle Pack photos. Hasbro Commemorative Series returns. This was the Commemorative Series Astro Train in white and black. I remember this was exciting to me because it was like, we're getting the white and black one. Hooray! Yeah. Fan with is this yeah, this is the announcement of a hybrid style G1 Optimus. A figure who would go on to come out stateside like a decade later, if I remember right. Like, I forgot what that was under. It was like a year of the Platinum Series thing. Valkai says, I remember now people complain calling them Gundam because you could see things like the hydraulics and other inner details. Oh!
Yeah!
I remember that. Okay, yeah. Aaron sounds like you are too. Okay, yeah.
Brain action. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. It's really funny now, in hindsight, to think about that when it's like, well, what were we coming off of?
Yeah.
Like, really anime-ass artwork as well.
But a different anime-ass artwork.
They didn't look like Sunbow when Dreamwave was doing them, so, like, yeah, what a weird reaction. I hope I wasn't one of the ones doing that. I could be.
Were.
Yeah, I was probably like, more like, which one's Charm? Oh, I forgot about this too. Hurricane Rita, which happened right after Hurricane Katrina. Oh boy. So yeah, I hope you all made it through. More ass anime artwork. Oh! And the fandom never complained about hyper detailing again. That's right. Wouldn't that make the Transformers look cooler? Look, I don't know. We all took a blow to the head from the way Dreamwave ended, I think, and we were just like, Canadian toys sightings. Cyber Planet keys are activated. And I remember this. The Cyber Planet keys sometimes were like, was it? If I remember right, it was like toys would be out with codes that weren't ready yet on the website.
Yes, because it was supposed to be. I think it was like phased to when Hasbro expected them to be out. But this was very much, well, like anytime, oh, holy cow, wave 2 of whatever is showing up somewhere, and not everybody's gotten wave 1 yet because distribution. It's not like Star Wars toys where they have floor dates for movie releases or something.
Yeah. I want to say there was like something about like, there was something about not having like all of it like literally just ready to go day one as well, but I might be misremembering.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably because it's a 4-digit alphanumeric code. That's probably something where would be easily hackable if they just put everything all up at once, because you just run a bot or something. Even in 05, that'd be simple enough of a script to write and to run to try to find out what everything being released is.
Sorry, I'm just seeing Thug Life Marcus, the nightmare of selling Cybertron toys and trying to match the right code keys to the right toys so the people that are very particular about what complete means won't yell at you. Not that I would know. Cypher, the last time Hasbro updated character bios on the website through an entire line or even past wave 2 or 3. Oh, you're right, aren't you?
Yeah.
Man. It's 20 years. Just take some isopropyl to the codes on the back and mix them all up. Yeah, these are Galaxy Force. Don't you like this better? Don't you like this?
I thought I was giving you an upgrade, but like I guess not.
Official Chinese G1 DVD box set picks. What's this? Botcon 2005 roundup. So yeah, we saw the J.E.Alvarez figure panel roundup. Was there anything else just listed here?
Botcon 2005 images may be a good one to see if we can get.
Yeah.
We backed.
Oh, this was the Botcon where they debuted classics out of nowhere. I remember this. It was during the figure preview panel, and it was really just like, hey, so we're check this out. Look at this. If I remember right, at least I vaguely remember that in the panel there was not even like a big build up. It was just like, yeah, anyway, look what we're doing. And he was like, what? And they're like, oh, so look at this. Huh? What?
Oh, archive.org is showing that there's images there and how many times they were viewed, but not showing the images. If somebody has a better link,
Logos has
provide.
the T-Formers galleries. Dealer. This is dealer room, Hasbro display, etc. I remember that big Optimus Prime thing. I think there's a photo of me with it somewhere in like a photo album. This is fuzzy.
They're all fuzzy.
This is Baby Joel. I vaguely recall the Perceptor cosplayer. Make sure this is showing up right. Yeah. TF source. I remember these for some reason, specifically these white acrylic things, because there was some dealer that had like one of these kind of like on-table shelvings, and they were one of the folks who like brought in like Galaxy Force Soundwave or something, or is that or Galaxy Force like Galvatron or something, some import thing that they like had flown over like almost that weekend. If there's any in here anywhere, is there any me? Bill's Toys and Games. I think that's Bill there in the red shirt. Last time anyone ever saw him.
Friend of the site.
Friend of the site, Bill from Bill's Toys and Games.
I'm trying to figure out what it is in that next picture, where it's just cards and cards and cards of a thing.
Those are Shawkinis.
Okay.
I remember that line name. They are branded because there's a Toxic Avenger there. Who did Shawkinis? I just sold at the toy show in BC some Edward Scissorhands Shawkinis. And when I looked at them, I was like, I know what these are. These are Shawkinis. And then I was like, why do I know that word? Shocker Toys, who got sued. That's right. I remember them. Didn't they do the Scud? Were they the guys who did the Scud figure? Were they like mini-mates? Yeah, kind of. The Toy Addict. The Toy Cave. Yeah, they canceled 1 million toys. So if I remember right, so this shot of the dealer room, at the very back left, that open panel on the wall was the way into the panel room. It's like that's where the panel room was.
Okay.
That's what I recall. This is what Big Bad Toy Store had. I'm trying to see what the non-Transformer stuff was, because that was always interesting to me. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's, what is this? Very large Gandalf. I don't know what this TX is. Is that like an early Hot Toy? No, Hot Toys weren't around till close to when I started doing YouTube. Some other company, I'm sure. It's the OTFCC exclusives with the... I wonder how their cellophane was doing.
I mean, it was already garbage at that point, so it's not like it would ever improve.
Shawkini, a BDSM bikini. It's just got whatever electrodes on the inside, so that keeps you awake. Oh, there's the classic Megatron shirt.
Still see that one occasionally at TF cons.
Yeah, 20 years strong. Buying and trading old toys. Shogun Warriors. Is this company's name Toy Martyr? What does that say? Oh, Toy Matrix. All right, never mind.
Yeah.
the cursive on there with the camera glare made me go like, I'm sorry?
We die for your toys.
Yeah, Cypher, the Megatron, because it had a collar, was considered formal wear for convention dinners. Yeah, this was the Transformers the movie. This is their thing. It was just this one banner and director chairs. Bill was the toy martyr. I have one of those I Want You posters. See that on the side of the Alternators thing? I have one of those back in BC still. That's got to be where I got it from. I was wondering when I got that. Oh wait, who said a Marcelo? Where's Marcelo? Oh, Marcelo's in the... Maybe there's another shot of him? Yeah, there he is. There's Marcelo Matir in the bottom right.
Yep.
You can see him again here, way off in the distance. Is that Greg Lombardo in the middle front?
Maybe?
I can't remember. Is that Eric Siebenahler there with the bald?
Possibly.
Yeah. Classic TF Source. TF Source still... I can't believe TF Source still have the same shirt. Like the logo...
Yeah.
The logo, that's fine. But then the same shirt even.
Yes. Archer Monsters confirming. Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Links later on that I skipped ahead on includes Mr. Siebenahler and a very young Aaron Archer.
Ooh, I'll get to that. I'm just going to scroll this page and then I'll go take a look. I remember this diorama, I think. I liked this diorama. I thought this sold the concept really well. What is this? That's a Shogun Warrior. For $30. That's pretty cool. There's the banner. Alright, what was the... Or where did you link it?
It is the Archer Monster and Saban link from Logos.
Oh! Wait, hang on.
There's the Botcon Day 3 toys and concepts drawing is T-Formers.
I see it now. Oh! I got, that fella there, the Aaron Archer fella there, drew me on one of these cardboard things, an Armada Megatron, and I still have it, in my mom's basement. And I thought it was pretty darn cool. Archer Monster saying, "Oh, buddy, I got a young pic of you too." It sounds like
yeah, I know. I know. we had a very, very early picture of young Aaron come up when we started doing these, and especially as panels. So I have freed myself from the reel of the fact that time is a thing.
Not so Southern Gentleman, do you mean this cardboard thing right here is the one that you got? Because if so, that's pretty wild.
That's closing the circle.
And if so, do you still have it, or am I the one who held onto it, onto mine this whole time? Thank you for that image. Huh. Wow. Okay. Oh, Griff, I forgot about that detail. Shocker Toys wasn't just sued, they were served the papers for the lawsuit during their STCC panel. I remember that, yeah. The Shocker Toys incident. Ronnie Lane. Oh, sorry. What are you saying?
I was going to say, that's the way that the process server can be sure that you're there.
Yeah.
The rough part was getting the tickets for SDCC. But, gotta do what you gotta do.
And they just march right in. Yeah, Ronnie Lane found out what that Terminator 3 thing was. That was the Toynami TX Cinemaquette. So that was, what was that? What Toynami was... That's when Toynami, still had, the power to do cool stuff. They hadn't, blown everything on Robotech yet. Or, blown everything on 4+ redecos of the same handful of Robotech toys. If I recall correctly. Do you think they were allowed to claim expenses for the STCC tickets? Oh, jeez. I remember a bunch of this stuff. Yeah, this was a really cool, setup where you could just see a bunch of design pics. Some classic Psydos. Also, the gold Vector Prime there with 2 swords was a topic of conversation for a while, if I recall correctly. TF Cybertron, very important pictures. Yeah, the last Autobot homage. Oh, look at them! Look at them! Look at the little... Look at them! Hee Were they in the director chairs while they were sitting there?
Probably.
That's kind of cool. If Psydos is so cool, where's Psy-Tres? Well, this live-action movie, it threw everything into a whole, it threw everything off course a little bit, and Psy-Tres was sadly lost to the area of effect. Leo Breaker when he still had thumbs. Eric and I are left-handed. Oh yeah, so you are. Wait, if you... Not so Southern Gentleman, does this mean that you were standing just off-screen when these photos were taken? Because that'd be kind of wild. I don't know, to me it's always weird when I realize, hey, wait, in this photo, some now never seeable again version of me was, just off to the right or to the left or something. It's always weird to me when I think about the fact that, there was a whole world outside the confines of this photograph. Yes! Oh, dang! Yeah, so yeah, you would have been just off-screen of these. Oh, look at these! Just good old-fashioned test shot-ass test shots. Meet Menasor. Lava Attack Mixmaster. Lava Attack Quick Mix. Oh, is this where we first saw the Mirage?
Probably.
Yeah.
That's a gray test shot.
That Mirage was a really cool, like, capper to most of the line. Yeah, this is the anniversary Beast Wars stuff. I forgot how, like, twisted some of this was when you just have, like, a piece of transmutate staring at you from the box window.
It's always the fun of Build-A-Figures.
Yeah. This is Beast Wars 10th, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, seeing as it has a big 10th logo on it.
Yeah, the Mirage, who would also be a pretty darn good Rodimus for the time. Was this Galaxy Force stuff on display too? That's wild. Yeah, for the Rumbles.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Dinobot in that line had bad GPS. I vaguely recall that. I can't get over it. I forgot about this Menasor test shot proto whatever in the sausage and cranberry colors. I still wish this...
I was going to say, they used the phraseology again in a recent stream. That'd be like an EP2.
Ooh.
Where it's the engineering, production, prototype, whatever.
Yeah.
Or EP1. EP2 is in colors, and then final would be painted or whatever. I don't know.
I still someday would...
He wants to properly correct me what I'm trying to remember, what I think I remember of rememberings.
Someday I would like to see this with a new head sculpt done as my boy Spreem, as like medium Spreem. I think it'd be kind of fun. Funny of them to put out Blue Rumble, considering he's the one that didn't come out in the U.S. I feel like when they did this display, there was like a lot of like this hand motion as far as like, so the Rumbles.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing with all those Rumbles? I remember. I just recall there was a very like, you're gonna get at least one. Yeah. Just want to see if there's anything else that stands out here. I feel like, unless I got my timelines mixed up, if this is the year that this guy Soundwave came out in Galaxy Force, I'm really sure someone had like one or two of them shipped to themselves at the show to sell. Because I just remember that was like some buzz that was going around the dealer room.
Yeah, I could believe that, because I know that multiple Botcons had some version of that happen. Of like, oh well, because Japan was frequently a lot tighter with their release dates, because it's like, oh, when he shows up in the show, you could run straight to the Toys R Us after that, seeing it on the show, and buy it on the shelves.
Yeah.
And I know that there had been multiple times when it was like, oh, well, this thing came out the Friday before, and somebody ship a case over from Japan overnighted.
Yeah.
That's why it's 3 times the price that you'd be getting it from, Big Bad in a month or something.
Also, this Soundwave is from the Hasbro display, so I'm pretty sure this was just like meant to be the Hasbro deco. Because I was seeing Volkais mentioning the differences. I don't remember if the people who got Soundwave Galaxy Force Soundwave at a Botcon the weekend he came out, I don't remember anyone doing much like photography of it like that weekend. It was like when they got home. Anyway, Not So Southern Gentleman sent me a photo of, he still has this thing.
That is awesome.
So there it is in 2025, still alive.
Nice.
That rules. Where am I? Okay, dokie. I'm just going to hit the alternate chat to see if I missed anything else. Was there another? Sorry, Aaron. Was there another one of these you wanted to highlight?
I don't know. Like if we're talking about the news, that kind of talked about the back to the TFW news story with the additional things, because this is when we didn't know what was in the extra sets until the show.
Yeah, this, by the way, is the TX thing Toynami did. Apparently, it was limited to it was 1/3 scale, limited to 1,000 pieces, and cost $5,000. If I read this correctly.
But
hope you love Terminator 3.
From the then links, it'd be just looking at what the Botcon exclusives were, to then bounce to our whatever 2 streams ago when Brian just decided to lay out why the costs were what the costs were.
Yeah.
And then saying that, hey, all the add-ons, at least for this year, were just other repaints of what's already in the box.
Is that the exclusive toy gallery?
Yes. T-Formers 5036.
Oh, I'm on 5060. Oh, this was the premise that they... Okay, right. This was for real premise, not fake.
Yeah.
Not fake ticket name premise. Also, this is just... I just highlighted this because someone shared it. This is like the close-up on the gold Vector Prime. Was it 5036, you said?
5036, yeah.
There
The
we
Botcon
go.
2005 exclusive toys gallery.
Yeah, the Ratchet and Flare. Yeah, Ratchet, defensible, in my opinion.
Yeah. Flare Up was the Chromia repaint, and then the other was just the Virulent Clones 2-pack, which was just 2 of the same bugs.
Yeah, that was the start of the start of the Troop Builder 2-pack, where you'd be like, oh right, these are the G.I. Joe guys. What a great idea. Because it would be like $35 and you get like 2 toys. And you're like, yeah, that's neat.
Yeah.
When did we know Primus would come packed with a Unicron head? I don't remember. Archer Monster, that's wild. I've heard a few people tell me they kept con sketches. Yeah. I think I used to have to. My mom almost recycled it, not knowing what it was once, and I was like, "Oh no, get rid of that." Aaron Archer drew that special for me. You can see the Batman ears on the Megatron head because it was Armada Megatron with the all the cool stuff. Yeah, Flare Up. This is the box set. Yeah, there do exist better photos of all these toys now. But this is, I think, from the other display.
And I found Botcon links that don't work.
Oh, no!
From TFW's Botcon.com new pics, where it just goes to whatever that page can't be found. Oh, because those are Botcon links. Those aren't
they're Botcon.com.
Funpub links. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, obviously we don't have photos of the reveal of Classics because that was from, like, that's classic Hasbro panel era when nobody was taking pictures of it because someone asked us nicely not to. We didn't have what era? It was I just remember like the day the Rubicon was crossed and someone just started taking a photo. That was like one of the times when I think it was Greg Lombardo, like, just quietly got up,
walked out in the crowd.
Yeah, locked in, then just, like, walked out into the crowd and just walked up to a guy like, give me that camera. Delete. Don't do that again. Just, like, walked back to his seat on the panel, just played a complete, like, because other people were talking, and so he just silently assassinated the photograph right out of the camera with his own thumbs. Yeah, eventually photos would, like, show up on 4chan and stuff, but, like, that was after I think the Rubicon had been crossed. Mid-2000s era, I distinctly recall Botcon 06, I think, or 07, There was one Botcon where I tried doing artist renditions of things because I had markers with me, and I was like, I'll just give this a try since we can't take photos, and it was useless.
Court reporter style.
Yeah. It was. I think it was. This was probably not. This was some years later because I think that it was when they revealed the Hound Classics figure. Because I think I remember sketching that horribly, but yeah, I can't quite recall. And we've got clearer box pics. Oh, anything else from Botcon 05, by the way, before I move on, Aaron, that you wanted to...
I was going to say, scrolling up to the panel deets is...
Which
reading
one?
Through some of these. I said scrolling up to...
Oh, up to here. See, I meant this news item thing. So I was like... No. Yeah, okay, yeah. The Hasbro and Takara working together panel. Notes from the panel. This panel included Aaron Archer, Greg Lombardo, and Yoke-san, with an extra I on there. You almost got it right. So they meet face-to-face. So this is in 2005. They meet face-to-face 4 to 6 times a year. Valkaisis. Yeah. Part of the reason I did it was because I was, like, sitting there, and I was like, we can't take photos, and everyone tries to recollect what we saw, and I was like, why doesn't anyone else just do this? Like, certainly someone could... We have talented fan artists at the show. Maybe they're running a booth, but, like, I was like, surely one or two of them who are, like...
I'll throw my my hat in that ring, and then everybody said, no, don't do that, please.
They're like, this doesn't help.
Yeah.
Anyway, so in 2005 era, Hasbro and Takara would meet face-to-face 4 to 6 times a year and have daily phone contact. In the 80s, Yoke-san moved to Rhode Island for a year to assist with the launch of Transformers in the U.S. because email, in fact, was not widespread yet. Everything had to be communicated by phone or mail. Fun little fact, I can't remember how much of this I'm allowed to say. I have a direct family who helped install one of the first video calls in the mid-late 80s for computer business stuff. In case you're wondering, like, whether all that stuff, like, remotely existed back then, it's like, yeah, there were versions of it, which is kind of cool. So, models are created in Japan. Color schemes are designed in the U.S. Takara and Hasbro work together on animation. There's always a struggle between marketing being happy and designers being happy. They showed very early Energon design ideas, showing the idea behind combination. Early Energon story ideas, and early G1 designs were shown. Early G1 Prowl and Jazz sketches were shown. Prowl was originally a yellow sports car. An early design for what would become Metroplex was an Easter Island-inspired design, lots of grass and rocks and statue heads, turned from an island to a Macross-inspired ship to a robot. I wonder how much of this stuff made it into the Generations books later on down the line. Early Megatron design looked a bit like Browning. Several early G1 Optimus Prime designs. Yoke-san shared a story about that toy. Came about as a collaborative effort by several designers who had to pick up the slack when one designer was not doing his work on time. That's kind of funny. No comment on the Takara Tomy merger. Yeah, that would have been super fresh. That would have been kind of rough. Hang on, I'm just going to click this window back. Lucky draw in the U.S. won't happen. Too hard to arrange. Yeah, I can't imagine just the way that America retail chains work. Like,
yeah,
lucky draw in the States feels like it would be sort of not like asking for disaster. It just feels like there's less organized systems to make use of. They're still trying to work out the details of the fan-designed figure contest mentioned a year ago. Wow, they mentioned that in 2004. That didn't happen until... When was Windblade? Like 2012 was the contest? Yeah. Maybe that's just a completely different thing by then, but...
Yeah, probably.
It would be wild, though, if it was like, no, we just took 8 years to figure out how this is going to work. They're looking into doing more Masterpiece items. They have several ideas, aren't ready to comment yet. Japanese reissues are chosen based on what molds they can find. Mirage is definitely gone, as is Wheeljack. They've looked. So I think this is when we started to really learn, like, the dark side that, we'd go on to talk about with G1 molds, the boat ballast anecdote that Aaron Archer kindly shared with us back in, like, the 03 streams, I think. Mirage, I remember, really bummed people out because a lot of people were hoping like all they got to do is reissue Mirage and just make his wastes not explode, and then we'll be all we got to do. And it's like, guess who we can't find?
Yeah.
Energon product was hard to find at the end of the line for several reasons. For larger figures, there was too much old product still at retail. For smaller figures, the line had not been selling well early and then started selling well towards the end, and Hasbro couldn't pick up production fast enough to meet demand. Also, stores don't like to order much towards the end of a line. That
Still a problem today.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's just still happening.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that may be part of the reason, or maybe not the reason, but a benefit out of like Studio Series remaining Studio Series for as long as it has. It's not been like Studio Series 2004, Studio Series 2005. It's just Studio Series, and then these are the ones that we're doing in 2024, 2025, 2026 as just like wave 19, 20, and 21, not wave 1, 2, and 3, so that somebody up the food chain that doesn't really care just sees, oh, wave 1, that must mean the old thing's done. Cancel orders.
Yeah, Temu, definitely, like, chase variants can still happen, but yeah, like, when I think Lucky Draw, I think, like, we made 10 of these and we're having a raffle, like, that kind of thing.
Yeah, or the randomly injected into the windowless boxes.
Oh, yeah, like Blackfire Convoy. Where was I at here? It was asked whether Hasbro asks car companies for licenses or vice versa. The answer was a little bit of both. Astrotrain is the only future reissue Hasbro has planned and is basically only coming out because it was already done when TRU wanted to stop the line. It's an example of how hard it is to keep G1 molds in good shape. They shared that the RID Car Brothers molds are gone, worn out from too much use. They cannot be done again. Those were used as recently as a year ago, so imagine how hard it is to find 20-year-old molds in good shape. And what I'll say is, that really makes a testament out of the fact that like the friggin' Siege Sideswipe mold has survived for so long through 500 uses.
Yeah, I mean, so that's also a question of like, because there's, depending on the mold methods that they're doing, and even anymore how they're manufactured, like you could have master molds and then you're making production molds from those molds, and I really feel like they've probably gotten closer to like the Siege Sideswipe, as I make air quotes but I don't have a camera on me, mold is probably not the same mold that made the first one. They've probably iterated, cut a new version of the mold because they can. Plus, I feel like with modern CNC techniques, I recently saw a video of somebody that had a desktop CNC / 3D printer machine that was able to make Warhammer 40K style miniature injection molded parts in his garage, because they have consumer grade CNC machines that can cut fine enough detail to make something like miniatures and produce that. So theoretically, that's also, I think he was cut in aluminum instead of steel, so steel's still a harder cut, but it lasts longer. But theoretically, if that technology is at the point where a consumer can kind of do it, it's probably a whole lot easier now on like professional toy manufacturers to be able to say, hey, here's a block of steel, load this up here, here's our file, we can cut a new one, and be a lot closer than some of the older technologies that may have needed to be done in the past.
Also, I just want to hit like whether or not ball joints enter into it. I'm personally, like, as a layman, my assumption would be just being like 10 years plus later would probably have the most to do with it, as far as like mold survival and modularity and updatability and whatnot. And yeah, I'm kind of glazing over the part where the Earth mode Sideswipe is probably a completely different toy mold wise than
I wouldn't think that ball joints would have much of an issue. They probably lose tight tolerance a little bit quicker than something that's not so reliant on it like pin joints are. But I've been sitting here playing with this little onesie freak, and he's got ball joints. So
I've been jerking these balls all stream, and
yeah. So
I've taken
it's
2
not like
Torcas
they've
out
been
of the
eliminated.
World. That's just a dark statement.
Yeah.
Because Robot Lordkeeper mentioned it's hey, it's kind of messed up that there's technically a finite number of Sideburn toys in the world. I mean, that came up somewhere in Discord today. It's just like, technically anything can become rare if everyone buys all of them, and then they're not on the market anymore. Like,
have you seen how expensive Fallen Empires packs have gotten? You used to be able to get those for 75 cents.
How did they... Wait, how expensive are Fallen Empires packs?
I mean, they're more than 75 cents. I'll tell you that much.
But there's got to be a ceiling. Nobody wants them. There's got to be...
Fallen Empires, Card Kingdom, sort by high to low. The most expensive card on Card Kingdom from Fallen Empires is $5.
Yeah. So sealed Fallen Empires...
Sealed Fallen Empires
has to have a ceiling still.
Okay, I'll ask, because I pulled that one up. No, Al, don't look at the thing. Alan Weaver breaking it for me. I was going to say.
Oh.
$550 for a sealed box.
For what?
$9.50 for a booster pack of 7 cards. I think is what those boosters were.
7 or
7
8,
cards. 8, sorry.
I found a couple listings at $15. Yeah, $15 a pack. It's like, cause it's old and someone didn't open it. Sure, it's just like, because unlike a lot of old card packs, a lot of that value is the lottery ticket nature of like, hey, maybe there's a whatever tabernacle in here or something. Fallen Empires, it's like, I don't know, maybe there's a thrall.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the notes here. There was a bit of conflict back in the 80s over the idea of making the robots sentient aliens. Takara designers preferred the Diaclone idea of mech suits. I remember that anecdote. It was asked whether the Speed Planet toys were designed to roll well as a design feature. The answer was yes. They have not started on the movie line. The time cycle is shorter on movie toys. I don't remember how much debrief we actually got in full on the 07 movie line from the Hasbro side, because at that point, I might be mushing my memory. I think that's when Aaron Archer was starting to move into head of boys' toys rather than just head of Transformers. So there was there was more stuff going on. I just feel like we never really got to have like that casual debrief on like, you know, how bonkers was making the 07 Wave 1 kind of thing. Yeah. Hasbro has little influence on the story of the movie. The next line won't be until after the movie line. They haven't started working on it yet. There probably won't be large gift set reissues in the US, but they're keeping the option open in case a retailer asks. No world's smallest in the US due to safety issues. Archer does the tech specs, said it was hard because kids like strong characters, so he can't give low scores much. And Forrest Lee writes all the packaging bios. It rolls good being a talking point. Like, I still try to highlight that when I review anything with wheels. I don't necessarily bring it up with words, but I try to do at least one shot of an alt mode rolling just to demonstrate what it looks like when it's doing it. That's why with poor Bone Crusher, I wonder if maybe this got missed in some of the listen-throughs, but like with Bone Crusher, the new one, the thing I kind of like about him, even though he has no wheels, is that every disparate, separate piece of his lower surface, they're all perfectly flat to the ground with the same cutoff point. And something about that very minor detail really like resonates with me. It's meaningless, but something about him being so smooth on the bottom in alt mode makes me really happy, and I can't explain why. Let's see, the IDW panel from Botcon. I just want to see if there are any funny tidbits in here. Lots of cheers for various characters except Sunstreaker. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, Beast Wars, the thing that Dawn... this explains Chris Ryall's reaction. Josh Bertram, colors? Is that our Josh? This is back when Josh Bertram was our local baby that we all loved. Evolution, Elseworld style one-shots. Dang, I forgot these were already back then. This was Hearts of Steel getting announced to a degree. There will be no mainline comic yet. They haven't figured out how to get comics in the hands of the kids it's aimed at. They would eventually simply put them with the toys.
There you go, bastard. Read about the toy you just bought.
Let's see. Dreamwave TPBs are out of print, will be in our hands again in February. There may be trades of old convention comics details being worked on. No Alternators comic. Period. Because the agreement with the car manufacturers does not allow them the 2D rights, simply the rights to do 1:24 scale, 3-dimensional representations of the vehicles. That incredible specificity is something I remember learning about in the 2010s in more detail from various people.
Yeah. Supposedly some of that's where the right split nonsense hitting Magic again is why we're getting the Universes Within version of Spider-Man on Arena, because somehow they couldn't get the digital rights for a whole premiere release.
Well, I feel like maybe that's something that happens when you have just too much stuff coming out in a year.
Yeah.
That and the fact that a WotC, I was thinking about this with some of the chatter around, Final Fantasy cards we were having and that I saw online, where it's like, WotC, I've always touted during Transformers TCG, WotC was able to just have teams run tournaments 5 days a week for the sake of development. And that's, that is a resource that is not available to, for instance, like fan continuations and stuff, because you don't have the money, don't have the people. Yet, at least once a year, we seem to get a Magic card that just blows out of the water of how the hell did this go to print? And then I kind of sat there and I was like, no, they have teams that can run draft tournaments, sealed tournaments, constructeds 5 days a week as their paid job, not even for fun, but simply to generate data and to generate instances. But they are making so much stuff now that has to come out, and so much of it is multi-year projects, because the Universes Beyond stuff has, it sounds like, much longer lead times than some of this other stuff. That it's you're putting out too much stuff for anyone to reasonably be able to test anymore. It's a huge cascade effect going on. So
everybody's talking about the hits that Vivi's going to take. Ali Convoy. We didn't think people would use Oko on their opponent stuff.
Yeah.
Nadu having his weird
Nadu's the real indictment, because Nadu was last year. That.
Yeah.
Oko at least was it's you can that was a very weird freak accident that happened. But then when Nadu happened, I'm just it's dog, I think it's because you're putting out too much stuff.
Yeah. Ronnie Lane, it's Oko Thief of Crowns. From Eldraine, where it was a benefit to turn an artifact or creature into just a generic 3/3 elk, and apparently the joke of when they tested it was people only did that on their own things, and it was okay if you did that, but you could do that to somebody else's powerful thing, and then it was oh, well, now my win con is now an elk.
Yeah, the joke back then when we were all playing Transformers TCG in the same stores that me and some other people would do is the Magic players who were playing the same night as us, every now and then I'd yell at them going hey, my Optimus Prime just turned into an elk. What are you doing over there? Stop messing with our game. And I was like, this might just irritate them. I don't know Magic players that well around this place. And then they all laughed, and I felt very, very proud of myself. My Optimus Prime turned into a 3/3 elk. How could they do this to me? Speaking of Optimus Primes, there was an Alternators Optimus Prime once upon a time. He's a Dodge Ram. It's a sneak peek of what's coming at today's Hasbro panel. That toy, I remember getting the Nemesis Prime version at a Botcon in the first 10 minutes, and it was the thing I had set out to purchase at that Botcon, and then I saw the Nemesis Prime one just sitting there. I probably paid too much for it, but I was like, I want that, because I had spent a day trying and failing to order it online. That was a legendary bad online launch, was Alternators Nemesis. Oh, and speaking of, new product unveiling. So
6 new molds for Alternators, 4 redecos for Alternators. Confirmed they'll re-release older, hard-to-find characters, and that retailers like the new packaging are back on board with the line for next year, which goes with whatever from Walmart guy had to say. Optimus Prime is a red Dodge Ram SRT-10 pickup, biggest alternator to date, but will still be at the $20 price point. Out May 2006. Was a compromise. Hasbro wanted a truck. Takara said they don't have trucks in Japan, but they'd make it if it was Prime, so the Japanese fans would be willing to buy it. Suckers. Mirage as Ford GT, color's not finalized, but will be blue with white racing stripes. Juno 6. Yeah, that was probably like the earliest version they could have for it. Subaru repaint for Ricochet in black with yellow gold flames. Jeep repaint in orange is Roll Bar. Then Beast Wars 10th at $15 price point for that with a transmutate.
Yeah.
Cartoon accurate paint schemes with metallic plastic. And then the DVD as well. For fan reaction, it will have a reduced size as the faction symbol Tampo as seen on Waspinator's test shot. New mold Megatron, really nice detailing. Yes, he has a hand that holds the tail's removable piece.
We popped for that, I remember.
Optimus, Primal. Kind of looks like a cross between Blast Punch, Primal, and original Gorilla. So those are the two that came with, like... Because that's the Optimus Primal that has the big surfboard.
Yeah. They showed us those as gray protos, which made them look way more like brand new Beast Wars toys, and then their decos made them look more like homaging Cybertron toys as they came out. But we popped for those two, and I thought that was going to be the high point of the entire panel. I remember this panel was kind of wild.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to just track back for a sec. Alan Weaver has some examples of also just like other busted stuff that came out before UB in 6 sets a year. Absolutely. Like Nadu just sticks out to me because it was also bound into like two separate alt art styles as well. It seemed like more of like a cascading disaster to me for like pack sales stuff. Also, the first Optimus to get a Fans Project add-on set was that Alternators Optimus. I have that engine block thing.
I do too.
And I gotta backtrack, catch up. We got some really cool Alternators customs showing up in the Alternate chat. But for those who want to see Alternators Optimus, there's his reveal pic. That toy, I need to mess with mine again next time I'm out west. I always remember him being the only alternator that I could not transform back into alt mode for like a week. Because he was not very fun.
Yeah. Because basically all of his robot has to be in the truck cab and a little bit in like underneath the seats.
Yeah.
Or was it even that far? I'm trying to remember.
By the way, Griff has a pretty sick old Photoshop Deathsaurus alternators setup, which totally works, in my opinion. It's taking some good advantage of the shapes of the Mirage head. I like that hood deco. And then, what was this one? Off of that Optimus, this was a Alternators Star Saber, which also kind of kicks ass. I mean, the hood, sort of ridiculous. I'm imagining in truck mode. But that's kind of cool. Anyway, let's catch up on those. But the Beast Wars info, I thought that was going to be the big pop. And that Cybertron would kind of be the we got so much advanced knowledge through Galaxy Force stuff. Is this really going to be like a banger? I don't remember the black and gold Jetfire Decepticon, who I don't think ended up being called Octane.
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
I'm sure that's starting to reconnect something. I'm sure that exists. But I don't think he got called Octane. Sky Shadow was dark greeny, gold, and purple. Was that it? Dark green reads as black on a projector. I'll take it easy, Joel Adler. Check this out. Here we go. Here's the Rumble discourse. The U.S. is only getting the red Rumble drone. We are not getting the blue or yellow ones. There will be a repaint later, but it won't be blue or yellow. I thought we just ended up getting the blue one later. Maybe I'm misremembering. Or the yellow. I thought we got one of those.
We get a different, color breakdown of it?
Maybe. I could have sworn we got two of them, but I might be misremembering. We got yellow later. Okay.
Yellow later. Okay.
Yeah. That's Minnesota quick mix. Spent so much time focusing on the robot mode, they had to compromise on the alt mode. Premise. Original design from Takara was more of a plain ball. Hasbro pushed to get the city detailing and even considered detailing in city names like a globe. That's funny because like that would imply then in the actual show that the cities have their names just inscribed in giant text on them. Oh, here we go. The US version will get something the Japanese version will not. I'm assuming that's Unicron head. And Deluxe Unicron, I remember, that also popped the crowd because we were like, wow, where'd that come from? Like, it was seen as adding an ominous ending to the Unicron story arc of the last few series, showing how you could never finish him off. And I remember, like, misinterpreting that as like, and surely that will be mentioned in the media. And, like, it wasn't. And exclusives was mostly... was it the design panel? Oh, okay. Okay, exclusives were mostly clarifications, Legends of Cybertron, Star Wars Transformers. Was this revealed? No, we'd been hearing about this a little bit already, right? Done by the Star Wars guys. Okay, so the Star Wars... Because usually it was always
one of the links from T-Formers had like 2 pictures of the Star Wars crossovers, like in the giant box of things.
Okay.
But that was like, whoever took those photos seemed like they weren't interested actually in that. They were just like a unfortunate bystander that got photoed.
It's kind of I'd forgotten who worked on them, like on a design level. So if they were done by the Star Wars team, that means we've had the Star Wars team do these, and then the former Micro Machines team do the Titanium 6 inches. Interesting toy genetics. Sorry for mentioning, the red and yellow Hasbro ones are slightly different from the Takara ones, so I'm guessing the Pantones were like... Either the Pantones were tweaked or the color layouts were tweaked. And yeah, we were denied the blue one and Cody Ramble, or Kobe Ramble. When asked about G1 reissue Megatron, they confirmed again it can't be released. Then they glanced at each other and said, as far as Megatron ever being a gun again, you never know. So we didn't know yet. They can't reissue GoBots. They only own the names but not the molds. Movie script should be done by now. Hasbro has met with Michael Bay now. And yeah, then they
finally.
Then they just mentioned, we have some other future stuff to show at the design panel. I want to check it out. Explanation of what's happening between the end of Cybertron and the beginning of the movie line. That was a great way to hook a bunch of people in on the design panel too.
Yeah. Look, you think this was neat? You should see the next panel that we do.
And here it was. Look, this got its own news item because we were all frothing at the mouth. Updated G1. Starscream is a robot who turns into a jet. A gun Megatron.
I swear we're not making this up. He was a pistol-looking gun with a scope.
So it'd be deluxes and megas as to be a cross between Alternators detail and Cybertron play patterns. Yeah, I mean, compared to robot, we were basically the Starscream. The only comparison that we had, and the one we immediately made, was that looks way better than the Robot Masters, because that was the only thing on the entire market that remotely resembled a modernized G1 Seeker. And I think they were grayscale when we saw them, so the Megatron pistol hit even harder because it was not, it was monotone in color, which made it look more threatening.
Yeah.
And it was on a projector screen, so I remember not making a single Nerf connection until after, like, photos were around and more discourse was happening, but at the panel it was just like, he's a revolver?
Yeah. And the next page actually has the whole Q&A.
Here we go. Oh, that's long.
Yeah.
I'm just going to hover on this for a sec. If y'all want to, like, take a look at this designing Transformers stuff, maybe we'll just hover on this for a little bit, and I'll just double check some chatter and some alternate chat. Oh, yeah, just a brief one here. Griff also did a Victory Leo. So did you figure out how to make this split apart into shoes and a backpack? That's the main question.
I do like the original story ideas for Cybertron sketched out on a Taco Bell napkin.
I recall that.
Napkin work, where much great design gets started.
Mm-hmm. Vector Prime was originally supposed to be somewhere between Takara's darker gray and Hasbro's white, but by chance both of them adjusted a bit in each direction.
Detailing on top. They also explain that the gray test shots we see are extremely fragile. Still are.
Yeah. It was eye-opening to me when I got to handle Mastermind Creations resins for Feral Rex. And just like, oh, yeah, no, these just... I'm amazed I didn't break the leg off of every single one when I moved the leg forward. And those are third-party ones from 6 years in the future from this. But yeah, let's go into the Q&A here.
Yeah. I was going to say, no, there's another one there that's kind of what we were talking about. New tools are a totally new mold. Something that's more than 15% different, it's a new mold, and you can't change sizes for a mold. Example given was the Smoke Jumper Energon Starscream similarities. They transform basically the same, but Starscream is a completely new tool. They can't alter the steel plates that much. Yeah, that's a thing that is very much knowledge that I try to make sure people realize that, you know. Mm-hmm. Sure, in the drawing in CAD, you can like click on a thing and tell it to increase by 10%, but once it's made steel, that's a lot harder.
If I remember right, like the main advance as far as like that kind of stuff that happened in the decades since was like more modularity in the molds. We talked about this at some point.
Well, it's more what they've talked about is that they will look at like what else they would do with the mold as they're making the mold. Like as they're making the design, they'll sit there and say, okay, what else could this be? So for like I talked about with Rescue Bot's firefighter guy, whose name I'm currently blanking on right now. Heatwave. They probably said, hey, like, these are the 2 parts or the 3 parts that would be definitive. So if we can have those be basically like a different mold, the biceps, the thighs, the legs, if those are going to be the same across both of them, we can put them on a mold that will stay that way. And then we can have the others change in order to, hey, yeah, that is totally a Taco Bell napkin.
Yeah.
You can tell by the way it is.
Yeah.
But then you just have it, you know, you can have those things either be gated separately in a big mold, or, hey, the things that make Heatwave are different than the things that make Bulkhead. Those can be on separate molds, and it's more like thinking forward rather than having a thing and saying, okay, how can we modify this into something else?
Yeah, when I said modularity, I meant like, because I swear we had a conversation about this based on something that was actually shared, was like, rather than just being, you know, a full, you know, plate of steel mold, that now there was like a plate, but it was designed such that like there were like segments that could be pulled out and another piece put in.
Well, I don't think you could necessarily do that, because that would be separate blocks. I know they've talked about gating off parts of the mold before.
Yeah.
So you could have a mold that has like everything in this color and you have 2 heads on it. Yeah. And you could put plugs in it so that head B doesn't get made the first time you run it. And then pull those plugs out and put plugs in so that head A isn't made when you do the redeco.
Yeah, no, there was something where we got to see it was like an article or a feature or something. This is years back. We got to see the steel molds, and you and I were popping off about it because we could see like these.
That would be one of the like the HasLab things, and I think that was more like a thing. There was one where it was a 3-part mold, so that they could have more detail on the sides of it, because that's harder to do. Yeah. So instead it has to be like top and bottom come together, and then you have a 3rd part that slides in the side, and then they shoot it, and then you slide that part out, and then the top and bottom apart, so that you can have things. It's
Yeah, that might be what I'm thinking of.
That's the way to make like in like insert pieces type of things.
Yeah, it was like square cake pieces is what I remember it looking like.
Yeah,
it's like chunk and chunk, and I was like,
yeah, and so that's something that's a lot more expensive, because like a 2-piece mold is expensive because you got to make sure that you don't have, mold sprue squeeze out action happening, and then as soon as you bring in a third piece, that's like triple the problems, not just an extra problem, because then it's from another side. And generally when you're doing something like ABS or polycarbonate, like you have to have pressure pushing those things together as you're injecting the plastic so that it doesn't squeeze out, and so it maintains everything. So most any place that does plastic molding it can press together, but as soon as you have that third piece, you've got to have a third like pressure point holding everything together, and it increases complexity. So that's why most things that do sprues only want to do top and bottom rather than top and bottom with extra sides. And it was WoW for, I want to say it was Star Saber, because they had one thing that had third pieces. I want to say it was Star Saber where they were showing like the mold layout pages and then showed a steel mold.
Yeah, I have such a, I mean, it's just distance enough now. Maybe I'm just misremembering. I just could have sworn there was something about the conversation that was specifically about the notion of like a step beyond gating that meant like modular chunks of steel tooling that could slot together to form like, they'd have the same gate marks on the outside.
I kind of remember something along those lines.
Yeah,
as well. That there was like the possibility of that. Was that wouldn't have been with Unicron?
I thought it was pre-Unicron myself, but
maybe. No, I remember being blown away with Unicron because that was the first time that they showed even a part of the like behind the scenes process.
Yeah.
Because it felt like they frequently kept any of like how their process works for that super tight to the chest.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was and I would frequently look at like my manufacturing knowledge of stuff, and then like what Lego's shown off, because Lego will show you that all day long because they got the patent, bitch, on how to make the thing. And so it was, enough places have also shown how like Gundam kits get made or Warhammer 40K things get made, and those are all structurally the same. You've got a top and bottom mold, you put them together, you inject plastic into it, it comes apart, and then away you go. Yeah, Case is talking. Bandai is getting crazy about doing like multiple colors in the same mold shot, rather than saying, oh, we've got one piece that we want in green. They'll just have one of their runner lines have green, and then they've got two wells at the interface point where any excess flow will just end up in there rather than contaminating the other colors.
Oh, it's like the little like tricolor glomp that happens like in the center of the frame somewhere on those like multicolor frames. Yeah.
That or if it's like a single thing, they'll have like two like wide balls basically, so that like, hey, we know that we want to inject this much, and we got to make sure that if all of it goes left rather than splitting evenly, it's not going to get in and infect other things. And then full working mechanisms on a runner.
Blocky's that's like pulled that off too with Megatron and Soundwave.
Those are getting into like multi-shot things where the first shot happens and then they have a second shot that, they pull some frame part off of that and then have a second shot that's the second one, and blah, blah.
I still can't believe they didn't just figure it. I mean, I feel like it would have been the ballerist move to just, I don't know, set things up so they could shoot the hands twice on Soundwave. Because now we're on a second figure after Action Edition Optimus. And it makes Action Edition Optimus just look worse and worse with every single release. Where they're like, it's the same Megatron, it's the same price, but comes with way more stuff and articulated fingers that are built on the sprue already. Soundwave, all that, and little cassette buddies who are basically like little posable guys. All the same price as Optimus. What's Optimus have? Toy option parts where you have to disassemble the entire kit. Is that okay? Anyway, yeah, this is the napkin. I just liked someone, who was it? Thug Life Marcus pointing out, return home with parts. Yeah, our home world is in danger. We must find a solution. And just going back from some other stuff mentioned, there were a few more. I wonder who has the napkin now. I think it's either the napkin's gone or someone knows who has it ever since Rhode Island closed. There was an answer to that question, I'm pretty sure. But I can't remember what it was. Other stuff that came up, the one and only appearance of Deluxe Unicron in any fiction was from a Botcon book, if I recall correctly. And then this was the repaint where I was like, yeah, I remembered this like weird grape color. And then this was the Fans Project gas canister that turned into a gun. And then, where was the, there was something else in here. No, that was it. Oh yeah, there's the other side of the napkin. I want to know what these funny-looking geometry experiments down here were supposed to be, or what the math equation was.
The math equation was splitting the Taco Bell bill.
That's messed up. I shouldn't have to see that. This is a safe for work stream. I don't want to. Sorry, long as you're right. That the gas can turns into a blaster. Well, so if that's the Taco Bell thing, but what's this funny looking triangles thing? And what's the is this like the way they were seating?
I don't know.
We gotta ask the proper authorities. Those are the patterns you see when tripping on Baja Blasts. I mean, I guess the classic ones.
Hey man, be careful. I like my zero sugar Baja Blast. I can still manage to find 1 or 2 cases in a can at a time.
Going into the Q&A, there's some stuff in here. This is actually the thing this is unlocking for me, is remembering where I first heard some of this. So there was this is kind of weird this came up, the Armada Blobby faction symbols being asked as a question. Hasbro not realizing how important it would be. And they got that fixed up. Molds they thought people wouldn't like that ended up being popular. Energon, Slug Slinger, and Sharkticons. Yeah, even back then, the love was there. Override Nitro Convoy was designed as a male character. Cartoon Network wanted more female presence on the show. Hasbro had to pick the one that looked the closest to being feminine to swap genders. So we were this close to having female Metroplex, is the way I'm reading that. They try to throw old gimmicks like Headmasters in as homages, but wouldn't do a whole line of a gimmick like that. How times changed. Cities and bases are unlikely because kids don't like them, but Archer would really like to do a Minicon base at some point if they can. Once again, how times would change. Would she still have been Scottish? I'm not sure. But if I had knowledge of the Prime timeline, then I would, in this alternate timeline, insist that yes, she remains Scottish. For respectfully. Hasbro is aware of the trend these days of kids growing up faster and not playing with toys as long. They try to add technology into the toys to keep older kids as long as possible, and actually said that inherently Transformers complexity means it is the last toy boys play with before they outgrow toys. However, the largest market for toys is actually 3 to 5 year olds, and they may take the opportunity the movie provides to expand Transformers to capture that demographic. This was before Rescue Bots, but I think during Go Bots.
Go Bots, I think, is prior to this, or has timed out at this point.
It's coming past. It is possible to cast reissue molds from existing toys. Takara's Soundwave reissue was done this way. So despite what they say about Mirage and Wheeljack being gone, they could technically do reissues using this process. Yes, it is possible to submit ideas to Hasbro, but they don't go directly to the design team for legal reasons, and they don't really use fan ideas because they have 3 to 4 versions of every toy that we see, and they say pretty much anything we've thought of, they have tried somewhere. That is one
Wait
of
a
the,
second. Wait a second. Wait a second. You're telling me that the professionals that all they do day in and day out is work on Transformer stuff have Transformer ideas?
Yeah, this is where, you know, you simply run into the wall of, like, you don't work there, and they are technically not obliged to tell you literally everything they do. But yeah, it's like, usually, like when it comes to, for instance, like feedback on figures, where it's like, why didn't they just, for instance, and I've always kind of, like, especially now, I'm kind of like, there's a higher chance that they're well aware that that would be better and they couldn't for some reason. So it's probably more interesting to think of what that reason could be than they are simply ignorant fools. That still can happen. You can have a brain fart. It just is more likely that there is, like, a reason why it isn't happening.
I still feel like I need to put together the why can't they just panel. And just be angry Aaron. Just like watch a half hour of Dahar Een shot before going up to this panel and just come out like
playing
look.
on the projector when people are filing in, and you're just sitting there just like with a Baja Blast being crushed in one hand, like,
just foaming slightly at the mouth. Why can't they just ship things faster? Do you understand what the global shipping paradigm looks like? Click. Why can't they just change the colors? What? Are you a professional in colorization? Click. Oh.
It is also why, even though we don't get, every answer to everything, I am still overjoyed that the Transformers team is active on Instagram doing their thing. Like, that's the version of it we're getting. We're getting the thing, which is they are talking about the toys as they're coming out with commentary. And sometimes commentary that is not fully promo and occasionally allows room for negative talk. It's not perfect, but it's way more than like access-wise than what we have had in past for especially ever since like the lead of the team was changing over more often. And it's why I really wish we could eventually have like more post commentary of some sort, which would rely on people journaling what they're doing in a way where it's not really their job to, but. Right. I've always wanted to have more of those for like figures where you're just like, oh, if only they could have this on this figure, so that someone could eventually come in and drop the bullet point of like, oh yeah, with regards to like thigh swivel on X figure, either we didn't think it was important, or like, oh yeah, we wanted to put one in but we couldn't for XYZ. I think like more interesting things than thigh swivels, just like articulation points are kind of.
I'd love it if there was ever, again, it's one of those things that's so friggin' niche it'll probably never happen. But like the design files after the fact, like, hey, 2 years after a toy's release the do the Freedom of Information Act on the design file
on
for
Transformers
like, hey,
toys.
for the Transformers toys to figure out like, hey, why did how did these decisions get made? I want to see the long form design file of each of these things so that we can prove whatever or disprove whatever or determine why they picked that particular shade of chartreuse.
Yeah. Thug Life Marcus, release the sexy Megatron thigh files. Yeah, because like to me, off the top of my head, the ones I would love to learn about from the horse's mouth specifically is the funny pointless tab on Cheetor that breaks off on Kingdom Cheetor, and the pointless articulation killing tabs inside the knees on Gamer Edition Megatron, because clearly those things serve no purpose, right? Clearly they exist on the finished toy, and like I don't think it would really even be an indictment of anybody to eventually just do the if the information exists, do the funny little deep dive and go like, hey, you ever wonder why there's a tab that doesn't do anything that breaks off on all the Kingdom Cheetor versions that ever came out? Here's what happened. Or, hey, those funny tabs that we all hate on Gamer Edition Megatron and Comic Edition Flame. Whatever happened with that? Well, here's the funny story. And then maybe even it's like, and that's why they're gone on the MIDI collection versions. I think that's an assumption that people are making right now. But yeah, stuff like that even I think is... Oh, yeah, Ali Convoy. That's like the golden goose, right? If we could get the full story of Universe Galvatron, like because it was said so many times. The important bits were said so many times, which is like this toy was designed to be full size classes larger.
Yeah.
And vestiges of that design lingered in a way we could no longer remove when it was translated into a deluxe, resulting in this really weird conversation piece of a toy, where we know like just enough to go like, well, I guess that's why these are there, but then like, what on like to have seen the process, to have seen maybe some of the mock-ups or kit bashes of the larger version to better, you know, understand the vision, right? Like that's one that I always have wanted to see get debriefed. I guess there's a better I wanted its process to be litigated in detail someday.
Yeah, that's I think probably the poster child for that, if anything. Like,
yeah.
Like of all the things that would be great to explain how it happened, like that'd be it.
Yeah. Yeah, triple changer Galvatron before Titan's return. Yeah, like the fact that like the first thought for modernized Galvatron was like, well, he should do it. He could be a tank and a cannon, because the cannon can just be the tank standing up, kind of on little legs, and that way we get, you know, the best of both worlds. Now it's a deluxe. Oh, well.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when and where that like we knew that something was weird with it because it had extraneous parts that very clearly weren't a part of the transformation.
Yeah, it was the little leglets
at a Botcon that was like, hey, you know, FYI, why this one isn't great was it was originally supposed to be bigger, and that was it. And then later, like somebody else was like, oh yeah, it was going to be installation rather than just a tank, and then it was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And then a whole lot of people trying fan modes where it was clear that parts weren't there.
Well, also the slot flap on the Revenge of the Fallen Bike Mermaids. That's another one that to this day I feel like I still don't entirely understand what happened, because it's like it's there in fact on a bunch of them.
No, it was like 2 of them got it, and the third one that was going to have the parts, they went,
Yeah, and then like
Alley Convoy. They were meant to combine. Two of them very clearly have connectors that connect, and they very clearly look like they could be, like maybe you can do weird transformations and get 2 legs out of it. I want to say it was.
Yeah. Well, so my understanding is the slot. By the time those toys came out, it had already kind of been nixed, but the slot flap was one of those things that was too ingrained in the design to remove. They had to just keep moving forward. And so that concept is the one I've always wished to know more about in an expanded dialogue, of like the idea that the removal of a feature does not necessarily mean you are removing every vestige of it. And like, I guess it's just like the why of like, if the slot flap serves no purpose, why is it still there? Because it's like a number of bespoke parts. In fact, it's a number of bespoke parts that can interact and integrate even.
Yeah, that's the classic, like at a certain point in design, you've got to like, hey, we've got a date of X that we need to have this thing finalized for. And the decision to nix something came far too soon to just undo it.
It's just like, wild though, because the slot flap actually is the one that always stuck with me, because like it's not like the little legs on Galvatron, or at least they're just, you know, it's a little vestige thing on a hinge. That's a Transformers thing. The slot flap was like so specific and so multi-component, because it was like a clip of sorts, and it was like, dang, that's a whole lot of
I for some reason have memories / ideas that was because after like I'm pulling things and I can't remember if they're things that I actually remember or things that I think I remember, so I remember it just the same. But that the idea of it was like the first one was done and it was out the door, like, hey, this is the thing, make it. We know how the second one's going to work, and we've got like the animatic gray prototype version of number 3 that makes it all work together. And then there was a decision that they didn't want to do that, or that wasn't happening in the movie or something. But like the first one's already out the door, and the second one was late enough in design that it's like, if we want to get rid of this, we would have to completely redo the design and the production waves and everything. And it was just easier to say, hey, keep that in there, and then nix the third one that would have the unifying parts and do a repaint or something like that.
I remember, though, because Timu was mentioning we talked about it so much on the podcast back then. Yeah. I remember part of the reason was that I'm going to call them Q&A postings. I can't remember what they precisely were. There was a lot of communication along the lines of, oh, it'll all make sense eventually, for like a year. Of just like, it'll make sense, and then eventually it was just like, yeah, there was nothing. We just, what were we gonna say, kind of stuff. And it's like, no, I get it, but
well, and I could see that's something that, like, hey, there might have been 1 or 2 people that were fighting for, like, hey, let's make a third non-movie character, like on the big screen character that just closes it out, and people saying like, hey, we could do this, so you didn't want to go into one of those Q&As and say, nah, it's abandoned. Versus somebody saying like, no, but really we could do like a mega, and I know we're on a time crunch. We got a weekend.
It's only 10 o'clock.
Come on,
we're good.
Yeah. But that I could definitely see that being somebody who's still in there like, hey, there's non-zero odds of us potentially getting this thing done.
Yeah.
And so they didn't want to say, nah, we've abandoned it. They're like, hey, we're trying.
But also,
Long was here. Thank you for trying to keep us on track.
As a cartoon character for a second, just me, I specifically am owed an explanation for Studio Series The Triplets. Because they have stuff that pegs together for no reason, and there's nothing in the documentation, and they just glazed past that when they were talking about those triplets in all of their postings, all their discussions. You can't do that without at least telling me, personally, to my face, it was all a bit to homage the slot flap. Otherwise, I'm dissatisfied. Why does the new one have little things, and then it also abandons it halfway through? You can't do this to me twice. Anyway, hey, did you know unified gimmicks for entire lines, like mini console force ships, are done for marketing purposes? It's easier to market a line that way. If they ever switch directions, market based more on character rather than feature, they might look into lines with multiple different gimmicks, and they really want to broaden the spectrum with movie toys to make stuff for the ages 3 to 5-year-old market all the way up to adult collector. They did. That was like the not just the fast action battlers, but also like the paperweight ones. There's lots of those paperweight, the gravity bots. Those things kicked ass. I think those were movie too. But I like those things. Movie toys should resemble alternators in some way just by nature of being realistic vehicles.
I can see that being, hey, there's more surface detail. The things that were licensed vehicles were licensed vehicles. It's not like you had generic 4-door car. You had specific car.
Yeah. I think it's also because, now 20 years removed, I think of resemble alternators as being a very different statement than...
Yeah.
I think that even, like, in the day, we would just say like alternators to mean, like, looks high-end.
Yeah. And I think this is also maybe a difference in language in that, like, it'll resemble alternators as in it's a real car, not resemble alternators as in overly complex mode with perfect interiors.
Omega Supreme came about because Unicron did well, and they wanted another big guy. War Within was big at the time, Guardians, etc.
Unicron did well because so many customizers bought it for just the hips.
And then you failed to put a useful crotch on Omega Supreme, and that's why the line died when it was supposed to end. The original design for the toy from Takara was closer to the G1 version with a rocket for an arm, but Hasbro wanted the combining feature instead and thought kids wouldn't want to play with a rocket because it wasn't that cool. I remember there being at least one like NASA head reaction to that of like, what do you mean it's not cool?
Yeah.
What do you mean kids don't like rockets? Hasbro didn't know Toys R Us never distributed the G1 size swap ratio in the US till recently. I remember this was going on all the way up through the 2010s. Like, you'd get to speak to a Hasbro person, and you'd say, hey, this happened, and they'd basically go like, what do you mean that happened? Like, I remember in the Zoom Q&A era when a bunch of us Canadians basically said, like, hey, all these things never came out through Amazon in Canada. And the Hasbro guys were like, what do you mean they never came out in Canada?
Mm-hmm.
And
well, again, that's
good.
again, the unfortunate thing of, ultimately, the fans are not Hasbro's customer.
Mm-hmm.
The retailers are Hasbro's customer, and we are customers of the retailer.
Yeah.
So, like, Hasbro delivered, like, manufactured and delivered whatever to Walmart's loading dock, and then Walmart said, we don't want to sell these. Hasbro, big corporate Hasbro, may not realize that. There may be people in Hasbro that are looking for it at Walmart's and never seeing it, and maybe mentioning something, but Hasbro, the entity, has sold it to Walmart, the entity, so it sold.
Yeah. So I just saw Cypher saying rockets are very not cool because they're on fire or in super hot splinters.
You must be watching SpaceX.
Wasn't that SpaceX explosion? Didn't they say like that was technically visible from Mars? Is something I saw recently?
Yeah, they had a nighttime explosion.
I saw the video when it
test things. That was a very big boom.
I saw the video when it happened, and I was just like, I remember I was like, listen, I'm a layman, okay? I'm a layman. I get it. However, watching the video, how is that even possible? they're just the people who are watching it idly, the streamers or whatever. Like, yeah. And like, it didn't even. What I remember reading, it didn't even do the test. It was just standing there.
Yep. we're however far in, 3 hours in, we can be like, hey, it's great that he's probably no longer dealing in government and maybe going back to just bothering the people that are working on rockets and cars.
Yeah.
And monkey brain chips and tunnels and something else.
It's a good thing that
Twitter. Sorry, X.
Oh, yeah. I thought there's a link. I believe they said a fuel tank fell off. Yeah, they did. Like, when it happened, I was sort of like trying to find the energy to sleep at the time. So I was watching people who were like frame by framing through it, and they were like, you can kind of see the fuel tank just fall off like 2 frames before the explosion. So thank goodness the brain chips are not taking off, because I don't know how, like, what's the, like, we don't have to hypothesize, but I'm like, I wonder what the version of that for brain chips is. It's like you got your brain chip in the package.
What is it? Something like 14 out of the 17 monkeys that they tested died, and some of those monkey deaths may have been suicides.
And what's strange is none of the monkeys had the brain chip installed. So we don't even know what happened. Also, the car outside just exploded.
Yeah.
But yeah. So apparently, even back in 05, kids thought rockets weren't very cool. There will not be new animation for the Beast Wars 10th anniversary, but although networks have not planned out 06 programming, Hasbro would like to get the Beast Wars show back on the air in some capacity to tie in with the line, which I don't believe happened. You're definitely looking to bring production on animated shows back to North America because Takara is taking a break from Transformers for a while. Whoa. I don't think they actually did, though, because the 07 movie detonated in popularity, so they were... as far as they definitely were not making, like, televised 52-episode shonen anime, necessarily, but they were definitely still... Although, I wonder if this times with the development birth of Shinkalion, because I don't remember when that started. And that definitely... That plus, like, Tomika Rescue stuff carried them along quite a lot.
Yeah.
I think, Cypher, I think when they said taking a break from Transformers for a while, it was... I would assume the meaning is, like, a trilogy of shonen anime series for toddlers in Japan, right? Like, not planning out a toy line to go with 50 episodes of weekly anime is probably what they meant, but also maybe they meant, like, maybe the idea at the beginning of the merger was, like, we're going to have Tomy kind of, like, take over things for a bit. Who knows? Like, a lot of those details I think are simply left to anecdotes and speculation at this point. Did anything else?
Did anything come out between Galaxy Force and 07 movie? That would have been Henkei, right?
No, Henkei was
Henkei.
Henkei was 2008 because I was there for the launch of it.
Okay.
Because I remember in 07, Classics was very pricey when I was in Japan because they were those and 6-inch titaniums were technically import toys you couldn't get.
Yeah.
So they were all expensive, and I remember seeing the price of titanium 6-inchers in Japan, thinking like, I should have bought a shelf and brought them with me.
all of that gets lumped together as chug and stuff that existed all in a condensed time frame, I guess. So I figured as was happening as well, and then the Uggs came afterwards.
No, the sorry, no, actually the of Henkei and Gente started in 2008. Thank you, Aaron, for once again making my point of what a terrible acronym that all is.
Yeah, Chuggerts.
Yeah,
Sugar.
Let me go puke into a mug to explain what Transformers I'm talking about. But yeah, this also times somewhat with the development of Transformers Heroes / Animated, I believe. Not like they started on it necessarily, but like this would have been part of the move, right, to bring production to a North America focus. Shinkalion first toys came out in 2015. That has nothing to do with this era then. We were 10 years out. You kind of want to go back to 2005 to tell Takara, right? Like, don't worry. In 10 years, you'll be set for life. Mm-hmm. In 10 years, you're gonna crack the train crowd. So don't worry about it. You kind of want to find the Takara family, the family CEO guy who tried to do the friggin' bumper cars, and go like, "Hey, dumbass, look how your company survives without you. Trains!" Like pointing at, I guess we're 2 years out from that, but like pointing at Kamen Rider Den-O. Trains!
I still like the fact that, what was it? I was watching somebody that was doing like going through a book off or a hobby off in Japan, and showed that they still make like train conductor simulators with specialized controllers for, I think it was for PlayStation, like it was like a PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5, where it was very specifically the like throttle lever and slide controller or whatever. And it's like, this is not something that was like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, or some like Tiger Electronics style kiddie game. This is like, you know, a modern, what was the Xbox game that had its own giant controller? The name just slipped out of my brain.
Metal guy.
Iron whatever. Yeah. Like that version of a controller just for the train simulator.
Yeah.
Iron Battalion?
It's the one with the Steel Battalion.
Steel Battalion. Yeah, Alley Convoy. Thank you.
It's the one with the flip up eject button to save your save file if you're
Yeah. So yeah, trains, Japan. Why that should be the like break in case of emergency thing. What's going on? The economy's not doing well. Break in case of emergency. Trains.
I should have thought of that when we were talking at length about the Koro-Q cars, because like, it's like in a world, in a country and a marketplace full of a love of trains, I want penny racers to be real.
Kids having a bad birthday. Trains. I don't know. It's raining outside today. Trains.
It is. The more I'm thinking about it, it's like, yeah. How did that guy go with penny racers in real life?
Yeah.
And it was 2 years out, or I guess 3 years at the time. 3 years out from Kamen Rider setting themselves for a very long time on the back of Den-O. Trains! And then, and then they're 10 years. How did it take them 10 years to get to Shinkalion? I mean, they're doing other stuff. It's not like they just would have known, but just to know they were a decade away from Shinkalion is amazing to me.
Like Dylan Abbott. Imagine bumper cars, but with rails, and they do not touch under any circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah, the Terra CEO is like, well, can the trains touch? It's like, no! If only trains took off more in the US. Yeah, that is a genuine, like, danger tangent that can go on for a million years. Because it's like, it would be cool, wouldn't it? It's not where we are, but I mean, in Canada even, it would be cool, wouldn't it? We have one. It's expensive now because nobody uses it. And yeah, we saw some other controllers getting called out. Yeah, the GameCube RE4 chainsaw controller is baller. I still really like the Dragon Quest Slime controller because it's not even clever. It's basically just some joysticks strapped to a toy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the movie line being expanded to include characters who don't appear in the movie. They did that in Wave 1. So yes. Possibly Cybertronian alt modes. That's cool to see because that manifested mostly as the preview figures, the meteors. There will be print ads next year for Alternators. Reiterated, there won't be a show or comic. They don't own the 2D rights. They do plan out redecos when they design a toy. Inferno Roadblock was a good example. I forgot about this. The first episodes of Cybertron weren't aired because they were delayed to edit them for pacing and continuity conflicts, because the Cybertron story is that the black hole is coming to Cybertron, but in Galaxy Force, Cybertron has already disappeared into the black hole. And ultimate airing decisions are made by the network. Cartoon Network went with what they wanted to start with. Kids WB is actually starting at the beginning. That's another... I think that's... I mean, in bits and pieces we've gotten a lot of it, but like... Someday it would be cool to also... I mean, actually, I should just go check Aaron Archer's YouTube channel podcast to see if he has an episode about it. But, like, the whole kind of kooky story of Cybertron and Galaxy Force and the way that they just, like... and then... at the end. Paramount has DVD rights to the Unicron trilogy. No box set plans. Rhino still has the Beast era rights. Hasbro doesn't know who has the RID rights, but is very interested in getting that series out because it bridged the gap in recent TF history and is considered an important show for that reason. Finding out who has the rights is on their list of stuff to find out when they get back home. Uh-oh. Universe is done except for exclusives. There will be lots of merch for the movie. They're already soliciting licensees. Yep. Don't know anything about letterboxing for Beast Machines. Who knows?
Yeah.
Case assortments are based on how retailers work in the U.S. I think maybe this is one of the first times we had this written down, that case assortments in the U.S. is based on the retailers. Single case assortments work in Japan because toy shops and that country are smaller and more flexible. So in U.S. stores, it's easier for them to deal with 6 SKUs instead of 100. This actually is a big thing in board games in the last couple of years with LCGs. And in wargaming, actually, with Infinity. Hasbro has no control over retailers ordering too much product, getting stuck with old inventory that prevents new stuff getting out. Like living card games, long-lived ones ran into this because trying to keep long-lived living card games in stock meant exponential in multiples of 6 to 8 of SKUs being stacked upon each other over and over and over again. And Infinity, and War Machine actually, but Infinity as you know, the surviving game for an era, they would release individual models constantly. And then when 5-10 years pass by, it's like, oh, how do we rerun anything without the retailers wanting to kick us in the nuts? And then like having to, that's why a lot of games move towards like box set expansions, like expansion, I was gonna say conglomeration, but like, you know, lots of things that were little like 1-card packs, they're all just put together in a box now.
Get turned into like a first year box or whatever.
Yeah. Like Arkham the card game is the easiest example of a game that was collapsing under its bloat of packs. Netrunner actually, when it was under FFG, I think was hitting that to some degree too.
I remember going into LGS that tried to support 1 or 2 LCGs, and they just had like what I'd always see as a wall of stuff, and the eye gets drawn to it, and it's like, oh, this is like 8 copies of the same pack of things, and 8 copies of the same pack of this thing, and 8 copies of the same pack of this thing, and man, you'd think that like maybe send out a box that's, you know, all of it together, or, you know, condensed down in doubles. And
Yeah.
But then again, that goes to like, what they're saying and what Ali Convoy is saying is like, it's not necessarily Walmart's fault they get shelf warmers, but it also kind of is. It's that back and forth push pull problem of we think this line is going to be successful, so we order more of it.
Yeah,
And
when
so
they want to order more of it, what's there?
Even if something is equally packed in a box, and you don't have something with weird case ratios, which Hasbro did for a while, they would try to like at the factory level guess what was going to be the more popular thing, and maybe put in a case of 8, put 3 of one thing in there and 1 of a different one in there,
and 1 of any female character because nobody wants those, so we'll just put the 1 in.
Yeah.
And, oh, what's expensive on the aftermarket? Huh? Damn it.
Yeah. and so then like. And that's the thing that I still see here. I feel like there ends up being like tides of the first wave first shows up and then everybody gets it, and then the stores react by saying, send us more. And so then they'll get like 4 cases of wave 1 that slowly trickles out, but that lasts over wave 2's ordering window. So then once wave 1's gone, then wave 3 shows up.
Mm-hmm.
But it kind of just falls over because, well, the last 2 months, barely anybody's bought this line, so why would we make it? And
yeah,
then,
that's the kind of one of the classic problems with the big box retailers like a Walmart. To my understanding, it's like there's always a little bit of up and down as to like when a specialist position is made to like try to focus more, and then they get laid off, etc. But it's that Walmart doesn't really know what waves are. They just know they want more Transformers, so they push the Transformers button a bunch of times. And then, like, whatever is available to be shipped to them is shipped every time they push the button. So, if you're lucky, they push the button a lot when Wave 2 is new and is freshly available. If you're unlucky, they push the button before then and just get more Wave 1.
Yeah.
In very, like,
Temu,
terms.
the difference between an LCG and a TCG. An LCG is a living card game.
Bit of
and
a
a
misnomer
TCG
now.
a TCG is a trading card game. So the idea with an LCG is, hey, I want to play as, I'll use Magic terms here, Magic guilds from Ravnica. I want to play as Boros. So I'm going to buy a pack of cards that is all of the Boros cards, and that's it. And I want to play as them. That's all that I ever need. I don't go and buy packs hoping to get stuff versus... Yeah, Alan Weaver with the big info dump by text.
Yeah, no randomness.
TCGs are generally randomly packed from whatever wave assortment kind of. And, if you're buying the Final Fantasy stuff, which is the current thing in Magic, you're only going to be getting the Final Fantasy stuff because that's what it is. But if it was an LCG, you might buy the Final Fantasy 3 box because that has all the cards from that, but nothing else.
Yeah, and so LCGs, the reason why they became sort of a skew bloat is that, so in an LCG, for instance, Arkham, right? They put out, after there's a core box, they put out a new expansion that starts a story arc, and then with that comes 6 packs. So you know all the cards and how many you're getting in the expansion, and you know precisely what you're getting in every single pack. So technically, it became like, now that they're out, why is anyone going to buy them in this piecemeal without it being a problem for everybody? Because now it's like, I want to buy the Dunwich campaign, so I have to buy a box and 6 specific packs. If one of those packs sells out, the box and the other 5 packs become dead weight. Because someone will look at them and go like, well, I want to buy the Dunwich expansion. I don't want to buy 5 or 6 sevenths of the Dunwich expansion. In other instances, Marvel Champions, very popular one right now. A lot of their packs are individual heroes, so those are more like pre-con decks. But with Netrunner and Arkham and Lord of the Rings LCGs, those packs were like just chunks of a season, basically. And there's good and bad. The reason why living is a bit of a misnomer now is the idea is that it was a direct competition with stuff like Magic at the time. Now, they're a lot more like board games, for the most part, with a few notable exceptions. So, there have been a lot of, like, alternate names passed around to better explain them, because basically when you say what the L stands for, it just invites more questions that have no answers. Because it's like, how is Magic not living? And it's like, what a funny question. I don't know. But yeah, L5R was that was the big classic, like the boom, the big LCG boom. L5R had a huge scene, and it was, I think, one of the first ones to go. But yeah, there's a lot of great LCGs out there, and yeah, Bees, what's up? Champions is the one that just announced the Civil War expansion. So I was joking on the Discord because it's like that's 2 for 2 on Marvel co-op oriented board games that introduce a PvP mode with a Civil War expansion. Marvel United had 2 other PvP modes already, but they, as far as I know, they kind of sucked, so nobody really cared about them. But yeah, getting back on track. Where were we at? Case assortments. Beast Wars 10th, Optimus and Megatron are both deluxes. There's probably going to be Beast minicons. There were. I forgot precisely who they were, but Classics 06, the original minicons they did for those, involved some Beast stuff, if I remember right. Car companies don't really have stipulations for alternators. They look at the car mode, don't really care about the robot. The one exception was Honda US, who demanded they lose the gun shaft for Wind Charger. So that's who to blame for the funny shit.
Well, Honda Japan's like, give it guns.
We love violence.
We know what our likely history is, being a Japanese company that's started before the 1940s.
Chipe, with your contribution of just pennies a day, we can kill magic.
Oh, no. Honda was I make the joke, Honda was established in 1948. Oh, so they weren't a part of all of that.
There's more stuff about the story. I remember this was a big thing near the end of Alternators, was like any fiction. So they were like, there's quotes and maybe tech specs. And I like to acknowledge the Battletech story, but they're like, we don't even read it till the fan translations come out.
Yeah.
Because it is bonkers. Cybertron being behind Galaxy Force allowed for more tweaking to be done in the translation, and for the better. Because like Armada stateside got the worst animation. The future tweaked animation was Japan only, if I remember correctly. Energon was just a straight translation, suffered immensely for it. They know nothing about a direct-to-video offering from Paramount. I remember that being a rumor that went nowhere. No plans for show soundtracks. I think that all was waiting for the eventual opening of a lot of soundtrack deployment on, if I remember right, Apple Music and YouTube. Ended up being like a venue for a lot of that. Optimus Megatron not always the same height because their price is based on plastic weight, not on the height of the robot mode. See, even back then, it's not about the height, it's about the weight. Different gimmicks can shift the weight. Primus was also mentioned
complexity.
That's right. Primus was also mentioned being shorter than Unicron because he's got a lot more gimmicks than Unicron did. So they could focus on making the height the same, but it would come at the expense of other things. They don't consider it worthwhile. And that's actually a why don't they answer that I think, like, I forget it a lot too, but every now and then we have heard it here and there in my memory. Sometimes the Transformers team simply don't think the thing that you think is critical is critical. And that is not the best, that's not the kindest answer to give. It's not the most satisfying one, but it is also just like, hey, there's still a team of people with their own tastes and their own goals and aspirations, and they maybe just don't think that thing is that important. Like, a great example of this from the fan side is the 18-inch combiner thing that was going on for years, about how, like, a combiner and third party must be 18 inches tall to match the Sunbow height chart. And even back then, there were lots of people, myself included, who would look at that stuff and go like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, there would be people who'd be like, this one is 17 inches tall. The antenna even make it 17 inches tall. It needs to be another inch taller. And I'd just be like, no. Actually, make it an inch shorter. I don't even care.
Yeah.
Like, just to make this person upset, make it an inch shorter, please.
Yeah. Again, and not even that, but it's also things, like we've seen them in recent live streams talk about, like, hey, the reason why we were able to do X on this toy is because the other one coming out in this wave is a simpler toy or is a repaint retool, because just how much design time, how many full-time designers do they have working the line, what's the average amount of time it takes for them to do a design. If they can do one maybe that's simpler, it's a whole lot easier to then say, hey, I got another 6 hours of budget before whatever design period is over that I can do to tweak this or maybe figure out a different way to hide a cut joint or something.
Yeah. And I should say, by the way, it's fine if you want 18-inch combiners. It's the ones who try to turn it into a rallying cry with viciousness that activated me.
Look, if your display
It's
cases aren't 10% of the value of your collection, what are you even doing?
It's the difference between, I like it when they're 18 inches tall because it resembles the Sunbow size chart, and if your combiner is less than or greater than 18 inches tall, you have failed a basic bullet point of requirement for an item like this that everybody knows is the standard. That's like the kind of stuff where I just go like, hey, you should make them 6 inches tall and made entirely out of PVC ball socket joints.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not opposed to doing any old gimmicks. As mentioned, they wouldn't do a whole line around Pretenders or Headmasters, but they might do one figure. This, by the way, went on for... This is why people like myself did a backflip at the sight of Titan's return. Because for years, the talk was, well, we can't do like a whole line of Headmasters.
Yeah.
No plans for female alternators. Sadness. They'd look into doing Beast Wars homages in either the... Or they'd like to look into doing Beast Wars homages either in mainline or alternators. They're meeting with Takara next week to discuss non-car alternators. That would proceed to go nowhere, I assume. Or at least...
I think that may have been the thing that spun into Masterpiece.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm thinking very binary on this.
Yeah, because non-car alternators would be something like a jet. What was an early Masterpiece was Starscream, you know.
Yeah, it was like we'll do this as a collab with the famous jet guy, basically. They try to keep Autobot Decepticon balance around 60-40. They're still investigating what will happen post-movie. Yeah, if I recall correctly from, what we would hear, is like the 07 movie was really just like, we got to see what this thing does. Because either this goes well or this goes badly when it's a production that big. They're looking into options for the G1 Revisited Gap line as far as media support, but don't expect a show. Working on some things for War Within figures. Aaron's biggest disappointment was Armada Smokescreen, which is very different from how it was planned. Eric's was Armada Laserbeak, which was the first figure he designed. I know he's disappointed. I still stand up for Armada Laserbeak.
Yeah, it's a cool little toy.
Yeah. Armada Smokescreen, like a lot of the more that you look at Armada Smokescreen, the more you're like, yeah, I guess I see how this could be. I always remember though, like I think even Aaron Archer, we've talked about it at TF cons, and he doesn't even remember this, but I always have this memory of someone asking can you talk about a thing that just didn't end up working out right? And I always remember Aaron Archer's being the spinny chest on Armada Thrust, being something that, and I asked him about this like many years later. He doesn't remember this, so maybe I'm misremembering, but like I always remember that because I was like, this is the first time I heard a Hasbro person say like, yeah, sometimes like a thing just at the end of the line of design and production and everything, sometimes it comes out the conveyor belt and you're just like, well, that didn't work. And Armada Thrust's spinny torso thing being an example of one of those, because I was like, yeah, I mean that actually makes me appreciate the spinny torso more, because like that makes me now look at it with like, well, yeah, now I can see like what, like, on paper you thought this was gonna do and the way she tried to make this thing work, and then if the end result was like, damn. Anyway, it gave me a lot of perspective on being a toy collector who assesses toy lines, of like the short way of putting it is like, if you expect every release in a toy line to be a hit, you are setting yourself up for disappointment, because they are still being made by people. Like, they're made by professionals who are paid as their job to do that, but no matter what happens, professionals will occasionally just make something that just doesn't work out as well. It just doesn't come out right. And depending on the nature of the place where they work, sometimes that thing still has to hit the market because they need it to be there in a slot.
Yep.
Rosetta says, I think Smokescreen was my third TF toy. It was my baby as a child. The head gimmick was neat, if a little weird. Yeah. Yeah, Ronnie, we were told in 2009 that combining Constructicons with bot modes were impossible. And you know what? The Studio Series ones, still were almost impossible because of the way they designed them over the course of like 2 years, but not all together. But like as they were coming out, they were like, oh yeah, so anyway, we'll figure out the pelvis next, I guess. It just makes me like that team even more because it's like what a weird experiment of a set. Yeah, Army of Bees. We were told for years. We were told for years before Energon that combiners weren't feasible, and then after Energon, it was like, once again, hard to make this work. That's why I still to this day flip out for Combiner Wars. There's no plans for the canceled OTFCC exclusives. Think of them as what could have been, and what was it? The Transmetal 3 Megatron would eventually return anyway. Some alternators could handle light piping for eyes. No plans to do it, though. They'd like to reissue Artfire if they continue reissuing reissues, or continue reissues at any point in the future. I'm saying that because I was thinking of Stepper. They never ended up doing Artfire, I don't think. They don't really design with any particular... Oh, this is weird to see because this is 20 years ago. They don't really design with any particular software. Most of it's done on paper or tablet and Photoshop. Takara's designers prefer to work on paper. And it would be that way for quite a while, if I remember right. Universe was an opportunistic line that isn't necessary anymore. The other lines got big enough, and they felt they didn't need it anymore since they can put their the redecos into other lines. It will still pop up occasionally for exclusives. So it was kind of the first Gen Selects, as a line name that will just pop up here and there as it tapers off into retirement. Astro Train's the last planned reissue. They've discussed one more as a movie tie-in. I wonder what that was. They haven't done any testing for Robot Masters in the US. It doesn't fit their price points, and all the collectors who want them have imported them already. That is true.
Yeah.
Also, one of the toys from that, one of the hit toys from that, Robot Master Starscream, made irrelevant at this very convention. As far as having leaders other than Megatron and Optimus, the answer is a little surprising. They're looking to change the way leadership is structured in future series, and are looking into something like this. I don't know how one might say that manifested, other than animated. I feel like the movie's success maybe really extra codified the presence of Megatron and Optimus in a lot of shows.
Yeah.
Right afterwards. Again, I'm a person from the future, so whatever. Didn't Avio Swerve have universe branding? I think so. I believe.
Yeah, I think Universe kind of was and continues to be just like the catch-all for things.
Yeah.
To, we need to have Transformers something for whatever reason, and it's just easy to say Universe because anything it's in a universe.
No plans for more changing faction symbols like Armada Sideways, probably not. Looking at the possibility of putting Takara's G1 reissues on Hasbro Toy Shop. I don't think that ever happened. Concerns about conflicts with Takara's US distribution, but they're aware there's demand for this. Once again, no world's smallest. And then they announced the filler line, as it was known, simply the filler line. With Alternators Realism. Okay, that clarifies it more. And the playability of a main line. Yeah, that was that reveal. I wish that's the only time where I'm like, I wish someone was filming that panel, because that took us. That nobody leaked it. There was no hint of it. It took everyone. It was an absolute blindsiding moment when the first classic slides went up. There's a Botcon 05 in review. That's on the boards. Beast Wars comic info at Newsarama with Don Figueroa as the lead artist. Josh, longtime artist and colorist of the TFW or the 2005 boards. Hell yeah. Buy two get one free sale at Amazon on Transformers toys. Imagine if Amazon did that.
Yeah.
New unknown Cybertron test shot. It's a hovercraft style vehicle that is a basic. Oh, the toilet. I forgot their name, but the toilet. That's who that was. What a sad time to show up as a previously unknown figure to appear as a stolen test shot, because everyone's like classics. I almost want to say I remember that being part of the reaction was like without knowing the name classics. Is it classics? No. Whatever. Yeah, short round. Thank you, bees. Yeah, so poor short round I think kind of got glazed over a bit because it's you're not classics.
Yeah.
The Scion skids in package. Stuff on Transformers.com, box images, Metrodomes.
That Skids and package was the first one of the bubble on top package because they had like the blue box, then the red box, and then this was the first one that was the like bubble over top of everything. That was more, I think, more in line with what some of the scale car stuff was doing as well.
Yeah.
So that you can see it from all sides rather than just the open box front side.
Much respect to Jipe. Short round, damn it, he's not just a toilet, he's a real boy. No, it's true. I'm being a little bit mean. That's the way I remember him as opposed to other hovercraft Transformers is the toilet. Although, he's the only basic hovercraft. I could just remember him as the basic hovercraft.
Yeah.
But for some reason, it's the toilet modes that always stick
Instead,
with me.
you go scatological.
That's right. Listen, you don't have to scat in a toilet. You can pee. You can just spit. You can just spit into a toilet. Toilets can be used for a lot of things. It doesn't have to be poop. That's on you if you're making it about poop. Metrodome's Headmasters DVDs released today. Extras include a Takara collection booklet by Chris McFeely, audio commentary by Chris McFeely. I don't remember that part. I never had the Metrodome DVDs.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I just came back and I did not expect a scat talk. Yeah, well, listen, I didn't cause that, all right? I simply was reacting. Hey, big sponsor news. Bill's Toys and Games is back from Botcon. Aaron, I bet that email's coming any day now with the shipping info.
Need to go check again to see when that is, because I feel like we're coming up on it, but...
New Legends of Cybertron and Minicon Battle Pack images. Botcon 2005. Twin Twist sucks.
Yep.
Has become a pop culture phenomena amongst Transformers fans from one website. In the spirit of taking things too far, we did just that. While other sites worked hard getting you interviews and tons of special and focused pictures, our crew went out to get autographs. Not just any autograph, Twin Twist sucks autographs. Enjoy this gallery showing every single Botcon 2005, signing a comic book stating none other than Twin Twist sucks or I hate Twin Twist. Note, Twin Twist is a good sport, takes all of this very well. Yeah, this is
keep reading.
If we would stop, of course, find some new poor helpless victim, like Boardwise. Boardwise, who had recently changed his name from Lord Takara, who I believe had his own massive responsible for all the ills in the world in joke, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
But yeah, this was like the apex of Twin Twist sucks, I believe. I remember that comic book now. Giving it to poor Brad, going like, "Look, Brad, we got everyone to sign a comic for you." Hey, Big Bad Toy Store is back from Botcon as well. This is so cute. Like, online retailers taking the time to say, like, we're back from the big show. Because it would matter, right?
Well, yeah, again, because it was, like, good luck actually ordering anything from Big Bad this weekend because they had their entire stock, or most of it, at Botcon. Yeah. Because it could fit in a large trailer.
Yeah. And that they would need the day or so to like restock and recuperate.
Look, we got to get home. We got to shower. We got to shave. We got to take that big old poop in a toilet.
This was big as well. This is one of the big e-hobby drops of the day. Who is the purple reissue Galvatron? He's movie cartoon accurate Galvatron. So who's the not purple reissue Galvatron? He's none other than Galvatron 2. Showcased in Marvel's G1 run in issues 67 through 79. A brief backstory is that he is the Galvatron of a future where Unicron was not defeated and the Decepticons under Unicron's allegiance took over the Earth, destroying all the Autobots and lots of humans. He was taken out of his time by the present Unicron and sent to Cybertron to be his herald, where of course Galvatron did anything but that. And he comes with the Creation Matrix. So this was I believe this was like the debut of an official toy that was like, it's Galvatron 2! Allowing for, the possibility of redecos to exist ever since then. Of which it only happened, like, once? But, like, still, that was wild back then. Jipe, I think I can relate to how he felt about Twin Twist with how I feel about Short Round. Well, no, the thing is, Brad's username was literally Twin Twist.
Twin Twist,
he went a step further. He chose to take this on the chin as not only his favorite Jumpstarter getting dished on, but his online self getting dished on. There were layers to this. Right after Botcon, an eBay seller has... I remember sometimes stuff like this when, like, a stolen sample would show up on eBay right after a Botcon, I'd be like, did someone just take it? Like, out of the case? See, Palisades goes to Starscream statue. The SD Transformers contest closes tomorrow. Featured eBay auction, die-cast pendants by Mind Chamber. Action HQ with an update. They are still alive. Aaron, do you have another 20 minutes in you?
I can make it another 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's at least get a little foothold into October. See if anything else pops up that takes up all our time, at least. Alternator smokescreen in a 1-to-1 scale? Okay. I'm guessing this is someone who...
I think it was somebody that had the car and or had a WRX and did it up in that fashion, because that was
or whatever.
That was the specific rally. Well, I think this is like pre-exists the vinyls that you just wrap with as a printed thing, but this would be like somebody that probably had that was like a rally fan and so got the rally edition, which I think would have come with a lot of that stuff from the factory.
Yeah.
Because Subaru was massive in that, like, there were 4 or 5 years, I want to say, when that car and team were just dominating. Because it was the reason why the second release of it in Japan was like the number 1 and 2, because they were the number 1 and 2 teams.
Yeah, I remember at the time having to be like informed why that car was important, because I was I mean, I'm still basically this way, but I was very much like, you mean it's not invented for Transformers?
Yeah, no.
All right, new scans. Binaltech Asterisk. G1 voice actors appearing at the LA Comic-Con Sci-Fi Convention in 2005. Alan Oppenheimer and Michael Bell. So I always forget Alan Oppenheimer did shows back then. I always think of him as like one of his first shows being one of the call-in shows. But I'm sure I'm just, thinking of my own experiences. Binaltech Prowl stickers. Transformers screensavers. Do screens... Is that just dead? Are screensavers just dead?
I think so. Like, most people just have the screens go to black now.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that's because back in the day when you had CRT monitors, those things would take a little while to warm up. So if you just had it go to black or turn off, it'd take a while to get going again. But now that everybody's got fancy flat panel things, it's a whole lot easier just to be like, oh, I'm on, versus everything else. OLEDs are bringing back screensavers. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because they've got more potential for stuff to happen to them. So it's better to use them than be powered on and not using them, I think.
Yeah, I was just like, I never thought about them for a while. Then I was like, at least computer screensavers. They were just kind of gone one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Roku does have a screensaver, I realized, which is kind of retro, kind of cute.
It's not the color changing DVD thing bouncing around the screen. I don't know what else it is.
Jipe, I imagine you probably did a lot more Motu conventions than Transformers. Well, like this was just a general toy convention. It wasn't a TFCon, I should say. But also, I don't remember how long-lived was it. PowerCon was the He-Man main one. I don't remember how long-lived that was. That's kind of outside my memory wheelhouse. It's clear images, toy galleries. Cybertron.ca reminder: Cybertron premieres on YTV tonight. Oh damn! I don't think I watched it on YTV. I was too fan sub pilled at the time. PowerCon is still around as of very lately. It lasted long enough to have Motu Origins exclusives. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. The Roku one functions as a baby sensory video for my dad because he tries to identify all the movie references in 2 Yeah. Custom Masters update. CyberCon exclusive. Prowl pants will be at CyberCon. We'll have an exclusive boxed Custom Master figure limited to 10 pieces. Dang. Junior has another Florida event. I've been told that we have something funny, something weird coming up on the 4th of October. Alternators
We're still in the
on
AM,
eBay.
so...
Yeah, it's 3 in the morning right now. Let's see. Download the Cybertron.
Omega's Prime for the heads up there.
Oh, yeah, for the eBay heads up. Hell yeah. TJ Omega Prime. Cybertron theme song is on Transformers.com. It's been transformed for Cybertron. I think we looked at that last stream for a sec at least. The 2-pack has more images. Scout Size Wave 2 from Cybertron has been released in the USA. The cardboard cutouts are up for pre-order.
There it is.
Don Murphy has posted this over at his official boards. The writers have been lured off to work on Mission Impossible 3G, which will delay us in DG. No script in sight. G. The studio will have a great big truck on the floor of San Diego Convention. Tom and I have nothing to do with this. If it turns out awesome, credit DreamWorks Marketing. If not, well, G. What was up with...
I think the G question is like a probably some character that didn't translate well between things.
Okay, I was going to say the G key is about as far from the punctuation keys as you can hope to be. Star Wars. Wait a second.
It's like an interrobang or something falling through.
Didn't we already look at this news item? Didn't we get this quote? Yeah.
No. So what we saw last time was like product listing or something from Yoda's news, because it was like a list of things.
No, we saw that, but I remember the Bill's Toys and Games thing being like the first source. Ali Convoy, page 4324, we get back to new stuff. For the next 20 plus pages, it's reposts from the last months. Is this all the detritus from the Don Murphy nonsense? Oh my god, it is.
Or some other collapsing.
Yeah. Yeah, this is...
Oh yeah, because that's like 325, 326, 327. I was just saying that it was in the morning, not that these are like minutes apart.
Yeah, CyberCon Expo also already happened.
Yeah.
I didn't even clock it. I was just like, yeah, there's Thundercracker at Botcon.
I'm glad we're doing this at the end of the day when we've seen some of the things, as to not...
If we'd started at October 3rd, we would not... It would have been if none of you noticed, we would have just been like glazingly going like, did we forget? Did we...
Galleries added.
If I was reading this without the stream, I would assume I was just losing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to hop ahead to 4324.
25 Transformers.com fan forum. Like, see, there are some of these things that I could see us taking alternate takes on.
Yeah.
Alternator Sunstreak close up. Yeah.
Wait, some of this stuff on 4325 is new. Because I want to go... This is October 6th. I want to go back... Oh, here we go. Wait, there's pictures! I just realized.
Hey, we got back into pictures.
Wait, okay, now I need to... now I need to go forward a little bit.
Transformers events, 404s, damn.
This has to be one of the... What? This has to be one of the database error things.
Yeah.
Hang on. No, I'm going to go back to before I went to 4324. Okay, from 47. I'm just going to
so
start
I'm on 27 and we've got pictures.
Yeah, 47 we've got pictures. What about 48? Wait, did I just blink past some of this? I did just blink past some of this stuff. Wait.
Okay, yeah,
Okay, here we go. I can just click... Okay, so 450. 49, no pictures. 48. 4348 is where the picture posts start to show up.
Okay. Yeah. Something happened on October 4th that reloaded a bunch of things, but now we have pictures.
I wonder if this was part of an attempt at data recovery when a database something happened.
Could be. It could be where it was just like, depending on what the age of it was.
Yeah.
We'd have to figure out what's the earliest thing of the board, maybe of the TFW boards, because at some point in time, like the boards news stories got linked to the front page news stories.
Yeah. Also, hi JT Elm. Hope your vacation's going well. But yeah, look, updates from the Tokyo Toy Show. What if I click this? Is it just the thumbnails? It's just the thumbnails. Okay, I can't scroll down.
Yeah.
But still. That opens as a larger image. Oh, we're here. Okay. Yeah, this is the... Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, full
I'm also
Earth
glad
map
this
preview.
is happening at this point in time, so that we definitively have a thing to say for the for our panel. The return of images.
This is definitely, let's say, the part where we cross over into the repeating news stories is the thing I got to try to catch as a chapter marking. I think that's the start of it where I would want to start looking. So yeah, here's our first look at Asterisk or Asterisk. So I'm just going to speed through some of these and just look for interesting images. Here's what a magazine scan looked like. After all this, Aaron, after all this time, over a year of doing, finally, look, it's a real magazine scan. This is what we were looking at. 1-cent shipping. So this is one of the Alternators kits. Oh, I'm overjoyed.
And there was a choir of angels from above.
This is the one where we're like, what Starscream vector prime? It's just a picture of it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, you just click on the picture and right there it is. Earth Planet Voyager class. Only at Toys R Us.
My favorite part of this is when I scrolled past a bunch of these, simply not clocking the images being here. Because, like, it's just enough like normal TFW that, like, my brain didn't, like, flip over. So I was just like, oh yeah, it's TFW, whatever.
Yeah, I want to say this might be the second board, or the second, like, hard website reset.
Yeah. I have a neuron that might be fictional, but I feel like I remember on the back end, Tony said when he fixed the site, part of it was an automated process, and it might just fart out a bunch of front page items in a giant glob and just scroll past it, and eventually we will forget about it because it'll be buried by new front page items.
So most of the board stuff of the TFW 2005 boards, everything looks like, if you go to a forum that's been around for a long time, it is, you go to general discussion, you hit the oldest thing, and it's all like the beginning of early 2006, like right. January 13, 2006 for oldest threads for start dates.
The legal thread Don Murphy thing is the one broken image. It's still here.
So my guess is that, like, something roundabouts the end of the year was just the thing that kicked it over, and this might be some of that, like, vomitus of trying to recover things but not fully able to, but it's old enough that it really doesn't matter a ton.
McDonough and Patek, by the way, now I finally have this lovely, just, I like to say that the 2000s
throwing horns.
Yeah, I like to say the 2000s is when we started creating the mono fashion that kind of globs together the entire century that we're in. But there are still elements of the 2000s that did not carry forward, and this specific look, both of these looks, is one of them. I don't know how to describe them, but, like, there's something about it that, like, just didn't carry forward. Yeah, in case this is actually from the last stream, so this has been chapter marked on the last stream, number 17. This was the grand Don Murphy throwdown with the entire internet for half a day, where he caused innumerable problems for our website and our forum, compared to whatever hurt feelings he had, and those this ricocheted for a long time afterwards, if I remember right, of like some of the nonsense he caused as far as us having to deal with stuff, whereas he went like, "Oh, I'm over it now." It's like, congrats. Yeah, right here. See Don Murphy's situation update. He expresses regret for coming heavy. Don Murphy doesn't like to come heavy. He prefers coming medium. Easier to...
if at all.
It's easier to collect in a cup. Hey, Don Murphy, if you're out there, I know you appreciate that bit, because that's your kind of thing, right? We talking cum. You know, you're down with that, right? It's funny, because it's cum. Don Murphy, the famous edger. Oh, look at this! Here was the whole 2 minutes or whatever where I misremembered them as the Buildron set from Classics. Would have been solved in an instant when I saw the thumbnail. Yeah, this whole reveal here. This is so neat. There's the purple Galvatron. That was brand new over there. Get Don Murphy for the podcast. No, good idea. Get Don Murphy for the podcast. I'm sure that is the one time Tony would step in and go like, "Do not get Don Murphy on a podcast hosted on this website."
I've been hands off on this sumbitch for quite a while. I think since from the beginning.
This is the one thing I'm gonna put my foot down on as the host of the data.
My one hard limit is no Don Murphy on your podcast. I will shut this bitch down.
Yeah, this is what the original, the OG version of leaks looked like, is an eBay auction with like a watermark, and that's it. And this is what we would comb over for a long time.
Okay, you can see the number of times I remember seeing people that was like, okay, well, you can see that there's a pin hinge there and what looks like a riveted part there. So we know that this part's going to swing out that way, and that then this has got a rotating bit. And if you see his artwork there, that looks like that might be the front of it. People would dissect it, and you'd have different people have different arguments with MS Paint recolored, like this part's in red, this part's in green.
Yeah. And I want to say I remember sometimes people would try to backwards read, if it was lit well enough, the code on the cyber key. Yeah, here is the MicroMaster aerial bots. This was big news because it was the word Superion.
Yeah.
And I thought it was kind of cool that like they hit most of the names, and then when they had like these two, they're like Rotor and Stormjet, and it's like, okay, Rotor, that's clever. Stormjet, that is a space shuttle. That's Movor. Get it right. Textbook preview. Remember when the Alternachat had to dig up this photo for us? Granted, it looked better. In fact, at this quality, now you can see how we got even more confused. Robot Masters. Yeah, this is a classic 2-pack. Aged terribly. This thing was worth, like, nothing by the time Botcon 06 came around, is what I remember. Well, it was worth something, because it was a way to get those two colorways, but, like, that was about it. Ronnie Lane, I remember we were all such armchair analysts, people decided early on TF Animated would not have transforming toys. Correct! That was, for at least a solid month, that was a dedicated piece of discourse. It is impossible for that toy to turn into that. They must simply be a vehicle and an action figure packed together. The Sony PSP wallpaper section. There you go. How I got the trains. Oh, now we can see the Metrodome cover finally. Yeah, I never had this. I wonder if McFeely, like, if not if McFeely posted it, he keeps things on the legal. But I wonder if the McFeely commentaries have ever just been put up somewhere off of this thing. Yeah, another eBay picture. Oh, here we go. We can actually see at least one photo of a test shot. Oh, this is actually bringing me back a little bit. These like specific watermark pictures. Let us British have something nice. True. As long as one of you rips it, so we can make sure it does not become lost media. That's my main thing.
Bit rot is scary.
Yeah. Every time I go to visit my mom, I'm like, this is the time I'm going to do it. And then, I don't have time. I even explained to her, like, my worry about bit rot and that I probably already lost, like, a quarter of my DVDs. And she was like, so what? And I was like, that's so zen. That's so Buddhist. That's... that's like, yeah, you know what? Just live in the present. But then I go back the next time and I'm freshly, wound up again, like...
Yeah. Well, the frustrating thing is, I think I've told the story before of the roommate and I going through our combined like 4 bins of DVDs and ripping them all in the course of a month and a half, and then having drives die that had all of those rips on it.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
That's why I now have a NAS. It's way overkill, but if I have to scan a chunk of DVDs again, first off, I'd have to find a DVD drive.
Remember when we had to go digging for what this stuff was, the Battlefield things? This is all just last week, but I'm already nostalgic about it. Oh yeah, here was the picture that made Funpub super unhappy, because this is their stuff getting shown early.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so terrible about backing stuff up. It's just, I don't have a system in my brain, and I don't have enough money to just fix the lack of a system with money.
Yeah.
I always worry about that stuff. Here's the Burger King promotion. It was Care Bears! Okay. The 3 Energon RC repaints. Still some broken images here and there, but this is fascinating, like how much of this survived the server trauma. This is USA edition. Oh no, this is our photo gallery. Oh. Yeah,
See if that photo gallery link works, because we might. I'm trying to hit a few of them, and it tries. It actually takes you to the gallery's pages now, rather than just a blurb page.
Oh wait, does this mean we still have the? No, okay. I thought for a second because the collection
one
is here.
Like the Transformers event one is busted, but
I just got hit with so many Bit Defender pop-ups.
Yeah.
Tony, what did you do?
Look, he's got to make the money somehow.
This is the okay. Yeah, that's the Botcon Buzzclaw. These are the robot. This is what in case you haven't seen them. These are the Robot Master guys. For I think less than a calendar year, this was like they did it. They made G1 articulated because there's arms with elbows. And then at Botcon 05, they were like, "What if you forget these toys exist forever?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah. These guys just got memory hold.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You don't want this garbage. Trust us.
Here's what a David K. collage photo looked like in 2005.
Yeah.
Oh, that's adorable. Oh, this is what the Black Widow looked like. I wish this came out. This was such a cool color scheme.
Mm-hmm.
That Crimson Starscream. Ooh, this is what the USA edition Supreme Starscream looks like on a Japanese shelf. That's kind of cool. This will actually, I want to scroll back to the 4320s when everything is lined up again. But Aaron, if you want to take off, like I'm just going to be memory laning my way through some of these.
No,
photos.
I'm good. I'm good. This injected energy. And I only need to have like an hour of billable time tomorrow. So
Another one that I remember us having to dig for more than 2 minutes last stream.
yeah,
What the Skylinks looked like. There's Dark Liger Jack. What a good name, Liger Jack. I liked the Galaxy Force packaging a lot, by the way. I think Cybertron packaging slightly cooler than this, but before Cybertron packaging existed, this already was like doing a lot for my eyes and my happiness.
mm-hmm.
Here we go. Some changes to the deluxe packaging. Can we see them? Kind of. Vaguely.
Well, it's like they changed the artwork.
No, I mean the stuff up here. Or you can't see my mouse, maybe, but like the wraparound they were talking about.
Oh
with,
yeah.
I wasn't even looking at the. I guess I can see why this art change would happen though, because with the missile launcher being there, you can actually barely see Thundercracker.
Yeah.
Transformers alignment. Here is a cover image. It's very small.
Take care, Robot Lore Keeper.
Oh yeah, take it easy. What is this? The first for figure film cells can actually see them now. Oh, weird. The nice thing is we don't really have to look at the Botcon photos because their website was still there.
Mm-hmm.
I like seeing these old toy shelf photos, even though they're potato small now. Yeah, Recluse. This is some Canadians taking pictures of their new toys. Yeah. I like also that sometimes the pictures are getting slowly, slightly larger and larger. Ronnie Lane, you might have figured out what the blue Megatron on the Studio Series back could be that isn't Safety Megatron. I'm really curious about the yellow and the red bits on the shoulder, because those feel very pointed, but it might also just be deceiving my eyes. Reverse conv... Oh, God, you're right. Hang on, I have to check something. I have to check something.
That is blue armed.
Gray four-armed, but blue armed, but where is the red and yellow bits coming from?
Just greebles they've tossed on it for fun.
Possibly, yeah.
If it's actually reverse convoy.
Yeah, it might not be, but that actually does really, like, just that a tank Megatron in blue, that actually does kind of, so what was this? The Robot Masters. Yeah, the Robot Masters comic was super fun. There's good old Rebirth Megatron chilling out there. I think this is Sakamoto artwork. Blue Arm isn't just G2 Grimlock. I don't think so. No, he doesn't have the little shapes that are on, and also that arm doesn't have these giant golden claws. Every now and then we fast forward 20 years to think about a blue arm in a Google image search.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Hobby Expo 2005 pictures. Here is the Star Convoy box. All right. Yeah, okay. I didn't look into it like deeply enough, but it sounds like Bees is saying it is distinctly the sculpt for the forearm. Oh, we can see a picture from Sunk Eyes' collection.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Those are neat.
There's some sealed G1.
Unknown Minicon. Here we go. Now, whoa! I was, remember we were like, if only we could see what the Unknown Minicon was?
Yeah.
There it is. I don't recognize this person at all.
Wasn't that one of the whatever attack?
This is me in the fiber.
Those arms are the missiles that shoot, like the friction missiles.
Is this bulge? I guess because it's in test shot colors, this is not helping at all. But yeah, you're probably right. Those are the friction pop missiles. Look at this old image here. Site update. So this is from the reveals on some of these Galaxy Force pieces. Oh, that's such a cute photo op. Because look, it's technically Rumble and Rumble. But they're red and they're blue.
Mm-hmm.
Pepsi Prime, choice of a new generation. How big is this picture? Yeah, this is with Pepsi Twist, the good Pepsi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember it because it would hold like the caps.
Yeah.
Because Japan has a thing for like bottle cap topper things, so it was a way that you could display those.
Look at this not for sale tag. That's a classic. I think this is our it said in the news item. This is our first look at the planet mode for this thing. Wish I could remember the discourse about it. Imagine getting a notification every time the front page got updated. You just get spammed at 3 in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm really sure. I'm pretty sure now. I remember Tony saying something about how like this was all part of an auto process he had to activate to like recover whatever data wasn't destroyed.
Yeah. Which is probably why we had those super weird blank ones.
Yeah.
Because that's the time of the overlap.
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah, you're right. All these like dates and items like line up. Here's the Botcon cover for Transformers number 0. I remember this cover. I think I have this back at home somewhere. I think we completely glazed past the fact that this is where they showed Chromeo White version. So yeah, if you wanted a Minerva boat, they did make one. Yeah, this is the mysterious Waspinator test shot. Why is this here? Like, oh, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, we had Primus leaked
Cup
on
wheelie.
eBay.
Yeah. Here we are at the beginning of this stream now, but with images.
Apparently, some toy reviewers have poo-pooed the Omega Lock because you can't transform Primus without it if you lose it. So my solution for that I did, as an adult collector when that toy came out, was to simply not lose the Omega Lock.
Yeah. Man, you know how many old Power Master Primes can't transform anymore because they lost the Power Master?
Well, simply don't lose the Power Master.
Yep.
Look at this classic image for TFCon 06.
Oh, some of this stuff feels like a scramble because I know that we talked about the cup and wheelie, but now we're looking at things that are like KB Toys to exit Chapter 11 bankruptcy by end of August.
I thought we scrubbed past that one at some point.
Yeah, but that was like that was like last stream whatever versus the prior page. Like the new release is the cup wheelie.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, there are some things that I glazed past.
Weird overlaps.
There are some things I know I glazed past because they just looked like they said toy pictures, and I was like, well, there won't be any, so I'll just like, fly past it. Or
maybe that was a different cup wheelie.
Oh, what was the Katrina picture?
Just like a Red Cross banner.
Oh, Cybertron Soundwave test shot finds its way to eBay. I remember when back then, I was always like, oh, maybe I should get one of these eBay auctions and get a toy early. What would that feel like? Never did until they were cheap. This is the magazine reveal, the show model.
Okay, no, here we are at the beginning of the stream. because this is not that. Okay, so this is an even different version of the Devastator than I was thinking, but it may just be a different package. That's
this
$3.99, $3.99 big lots, downscaled version of Devastator. How could you not buy that? I know that I have a couple.
Here we go.
I have some version of them that is like,
okay.
That is of those because it was just so cheap. How could you not?
Yeah, this is in a tray in a box. It wasn't on a card. I misremembered that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I know that there was one that was on a card with the vacuum form bubble.
Yeah.
The heat sealed to it for stupid cheap as well. And I think this is one of those that just got so produced that it was like you could go and just buy like a second or third generation era of that mold based off of what somebody knocked off of, based off of what somebody else knocked off of a mold. And yeah, $3.99, that is nothing to shake a stick at, even if it is just total garbage.
Like the fact that Basics came in this elaborate a bubble package was just wild. Mecha Invasions Devi would be neat in those colors. Yeah, they have a yellow one coming, but it's much more of like the brighter yellow and purple G2 stuff. Like this more orangey, diaclone kind of stuff would be really neat to see on that. I actually really like the orange center black wing chest plate. That's kind of cool. Oh, this must be what was way backed for this picture. Either that or Ali Convoy, were you already up here looking at all this stuff while we were back there, just like not telling us? Because that rules if that's the case. Here's Binaltech Asterisk, Sunstreaker. Let's look at a 20-year-old Walmart receipt. This is back when they said always on the top. I don't know if they still do. I can't remember. I don't look at my Walmart.
They still do, but it's we're always going to take your money rather than like their nice type line.
I don't know whose collection this is from. This is what I want more of out of the collection showcase, though. Like, show me some like ruddy stuff. It's Palisades Cliff Jumper. Just Cliff Jumper, though. No backstory needed. That's a joke about recent happenings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a custom graphic they made. So this is for the preview from the Rare Figures panel. Interesting. Oh, here's what one of the knockoffs looks like. So as you can see, this one they've got the art, or the placement of these two are flipped compared to the art, and that's how you can tell this was a knockoff. If I remember right, though, like this I can finally kind of point it out a little bit. Some of the other discrepancies tended to be with this grid pattern, the square grid graph paper pattern. The places where its vertices would line up with the character art were often different in very minor ways that were identifiable.
Yeah. And then that was always the question of like, man, why don't you just scan the actual artwork, or scan an actual card? Mm-hmm. But that's probably a thing that was like, hey, we know what all the rest of the stuff looks like. This is the same splash art that we have cleaner versions of. Why would we have a copy of a copy versus make our own print, basically?
Also, this is something here. We had this artwork from the alternate chat, but this was in Amazing Fantasy number 16.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot Amazing Fantasy had another like resurrection.
Oh, hey, there's the King Starscream to Colin Powell thing.
It's not every photo, but yeah, I remember this. Yeah. So there was like a photo of him like actually handing it, I think, to Colin Powell. That was like a sig pic for a while or something.
Mm-hmm.
So strange. This is what Chimera Studios is, by the way. I don't recognize this at all. Takara updates their Transformer sites, and we can see what the site actually looked like a little bit. It's just an advertisement, but still, that's kind of neat. Oh yeah, I believe that would be the third Death's Head. So here is what the Overbite was, a Cyber Shark dealy. Well, no. Yes. Was that the Beast Wars 2 retooling of Cyber Shark?
Yes, because it had the mecha head instead of the... Because this is the one that had the launch gimmick.
Yeah. Yeah,
The original version was Hammerhead Shark.
Yeah.
And this had cybernetic stuff on it, and instead of a tail, it had like a turbine fin.
I forgot that we got that through Universe. Alrighty, technically it wouldn't be Reverse Convoy, it would be Rebirth Megatron. If we're being real here. Alternators new packaging, so yeah, this is they're calling it Cybertron inspired, which is pretty cute. I mean, it kind of is, color-wise.
Yeah. Color-wise, the ovals.
Yeah, but yeah, like you said, though, this also was resembling, like, scale car toy boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Griff, it's exactly the same as Hellscream, except with a Decepticon symbol added to it. Interesting. I'm surprised I didn't pick it up, actually, back then. What's the tiny? Yeah, Megalo Convoy. That's a box I actually kept. The Convoys, I kept their boxes, and Megalo Convoy came with a tiny Galaxy Force Prime, who I proceeded to, I think, lose in a box somewhere for many years. I don't know where it is anymore.
Were we just talking about how you need to keep everything together?
Yep. I discovered that a lot of toys in the 2000s that I thought I was keeping together, I did not. There's bits of them all over the place.
Hey, there's our Lee's Toy Review protected news story.
Photograph of a magazine as a news item.
Yeah. With god-awful glare on it, too.
See, Lee's was like, we simply use glossy paper. Take all the photos you want, plebs. Oh, yeah, this is them together. That is a bright pea yellow. Holy moly.
Yeah.
Here's a shot of Kay's collection. With the ceiling. Holy crap, that is dense. I gotta wonder if Kay's...
That's a lot of G2 sealed stuff.
If Kay stuck with this, I wonder how this collection evolved over time. I just did a wood panel CRT television set.
Mm-hmm.
That's... I wonder if that was specifically for like a VHS tape or something.
No, dude. Like 2005, you're still like...
Oh, yeah.
PlayStation 2 was early DVD player, and that was 2000.
Yeah.
Like, people are still rocking VHS players because that's what you have, not for retro gaming or whatever now.
It was soon, though. Like, I want to say it was like 07 or 08 when I felt like the big HD DVD push, like, happened, at least in my area. Like, when they were, like... It wasn't just that HD DVD or HD TVs were available, but it was like they were pushing them, putting them on sale, going like, this is the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's into like they're starting to become a thing, but they at this point in time would have still been stupid expensive. It's not something that you're putting in your toy room unless you're more money than sense.
I think I might have Dark Nitro Convoy. This looks really familiar. I think I picked this up at a Botcon because I got a good deal on it.
Hey, stay safe.
Oh, look at this. It's a picture of the hurricanes. The hurricane. The hurricanes. Yes, this is Rita. Unlock codes. Hey, wait, this is from the slides. It says confidential on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool. Oh, we're coming in. We're in the 20s now. 4320s. New unknowns. Oh, this was bright red. Look at that. That's a precursor to your bulkhead.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I got this one. I mean, this is when these auctions would still go for expensive, though.
Yeah.
Do not make your toilet bright red. Yeah, it's difficult to clean.
Hey, man, I'll tell you, when we were house hunting a few years ago, there was one of the houses that we looked at where the master bathroom, I want to say it was the master bathroom, had like that 70s green color toilet and sink in it still. And it was not but humor. And like, yeah, there's no way we're buying this house because we'd have to completely gut everything. Versus a house that we currently have that we still have carpet in the bathrooms because remodeling those keeps falling down the list of things.
I forgot how they picked the 3 correct names, and then when they got to Hook, they were like, I don't think we can do Hook. Just make him Hightower again.
Mm-hmm.
And it creates this weird narrative where what happened to Hightower?
Look, man, he fell in with a rough crowd, and then he started doing those paint cans, and all of a sudden he's green and purple. Yep.
Oh, we can see it! I'm so freaking happy. Look at that! The Twin Twist Sucks comic. I remember this. Oh, and it's the kickback cover because it's part of the joke. Oh, look, this is the intended appearance of the Palisades Ghost of Starscream statue. Because we got last stream or the stream before, we got a image searched up the current state of them, which is that they look like they're made of urine, frozen. Yeah, classic SPX. Oh, this is what the pendants look like. That's so... They look nice. It's just, I was about to say, that's also so generic. I was like, I'm sure I've seen one of those before. And it's like, yeah, you probably have. A metal faction logo as a necklace. How many people have made those now? Oh, I remember this thing now. Because it worked. It wasn't just that...
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I remember these pictures now. Because I was... It's like, oh, did you vinyl wrap a card? It's like, no, dummy, vinyl didn't exist yet. In the meantime, it's actually...
Yeah.
No, you use a crane to pull on it, and it stands up. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we're getting... Okay, yes, we're in proximity now.
Yeah, because there's your Alan Oppenheimer.
How did we as a fandom forget this? The 2007 movie. I am not kidding. I am pretty sure that thing caused a 2-year memory crater in every direction.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, for sure. It not just of those of us that were here, but then the sudden influx of everything and everyone those memories got diluted out into everyone else.
Here, I'm going to paste the link. If you want to spread the word of 1-to-1 alternator smokescreen, there is a direct link It's right there. Army of Bees, hi, I'm Influx. Bees, what's it like? We're not yet at the point where you recognize any of this, are we? I can't remember. Oh, this is weird. An image posted stated a Sound Blaster recolor is in the works as a TRU exclusive. This report is false, as per Nevermore's contact in Japan. This toy did come out, in fact. I don't remember how the story of that played out with the actual discussion on the boards, though.
That is new enough that it may ping in way back. Early 2006 pull of it? Fake report.
Whoa.
Yeah, 8 pages of... Originally posted by Nevermore. Update. Just heard back from contact in Japan telling me that this is a fake. It specifically was done to make fun of foreign T-formers websites, which occasionally borrow images from Japanese sites and forget to credit the source.
I somewhat recall this being a thing, actually.
Yeah. So.
Oh, there's the classic boombox pictures. This is was this a project that will involve a boombox. I don't remember what this was.
Man, this is what needs to be at the party in Chicago.
Whatever the project was.
All boombox merch. All the time.
Whatever remains. Okay, this is the Omega Prime gift set. Tiny, tiny, tiny picture.
Boombox wasn't necessarily retired. It just kind of ran out of steam. He's still in the logo. The full size logo of things. It still shows up, I think, in our podcast feed as the stock image for things.
I forgot that these were all single carded. That's wild. Yeah,
the vintage toy store that Alfie and I go to occasionally in Indianapolis just to see it. I think they've got 2 of them with the most chewed up, but still somehow on the cards of 2 Micromasters, and they want like $40 or something insane for it. I'm like,
unlikely.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
It'll be there for a while.
New front page news system, RSS more. TFW has changed its delivery method for getting news out to you guys, even though it looks pretty much the same. We now utilize a non-board format once again. Why did we do this? Well, a big gripe in a thread asking for feedback was our split news and rumors and front page news forums. I remember that. This couldn't easily be rectified using the board system, so we moved away from it. There was basically front page news items had their own sub forum, and it meant that basically all the discussion happened in news and rumors, is what I remember. And then people barely went to the front page news items. Of note, when you click the thread for each news story on the main page, it will not take you to the boards. It used to do that. Each news topic should and will have a link to the discussion on the boards, though, inserted after the story ends. So look out for that. A bonus of the new system is that it doesn't rely on the boards, so if they get busy or crash, the front page may stay up. Another bonus, the ability to browse news by category, each with its own pretty icon in the story. The icons, I think, are gone now, but the categories remain. We have listed all our available RSS feeds for you on one page. This includes links to the news from the front page, the boards, plus resource links for what RSS is and how to use it. We have a form submission tool for you guys to submit news to. I remember when that got launched. So you have a tip or would like something hyped, etc. You can do it without logging in anywhere by filling out the form here. So I wonder if this is related to that.
None of those work, but likely it is, because this is right after all of these are all things like being posted a minute or 2 after each other in chunks.
Shouldn't have let RSS fade to obscurity. Yeah, because also I never learned how it works, and it still is relevant to podcasts, and now I just don't know how to put podcasts anywhere. Oh, what's up, Deltatron? Yeah, you're just in time for Police Gasket. I have one of these. I got one of these, I think, at a Botcon. For, again, not that expensive.
I might have one of these.
They were everywhere for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This is the results. This is the Magnus. There it is. By Iron Bird. Aspector Prime. I'm just going to click one more page to see what lies ahead. I saw something wild up there at the top.
Yeah, yeah. Let's get to the top of this and then call it. Especially since this first one looks like it's all broken links.
Pick the first pictures of There we go. Pictures of Star Wars and Transformers. I remember trying like mad to defend this thing on the boards because I was like, "Look, he's posed terribly. Maybe the head can just compress in a little bit better."
Yeah, and it can, but
I still like how they did the cape. I think that's actually still really cool.
Yeah,
like having it form out of the panels. G1 Predaking low quality knockoff. The figures come carded separately.
That's special.
Few of them are off color. I remember this thing. Skeleton Predaking.
Yeah.
The clear blue on the gun is actually kind of wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, for those of you who are joining us kind of late, we just went through the implementation of RSS on the front page, which means we have rediscovered images. It only took us over a year. Sorry, yes, blaster, not gun. Transtech prototype images surface. So these are documented everywhere now. They have to be, right?
I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah, this blew my mind.
Cheetor.
Yeah, there's Starscream still out there because the site these were on, if I remember right, is gone. Yeah.
Behind the toys looks like it is. Yeah.
But I'd swear that when that happened, people went digging in to make sure we preserved these images. Yeah, this was Transtech Cheetor. And yeah, the Cheetor fell apart eventually. The Starscream, I believe, no longer exists. It disappeared in transit, which is absolutely tragic, is what I recall its fate being.
Posting the Wayback link in alternate chat. And that has Starscream and robot mode for Starscream. So much clear plastic.
Well, my memory is that this Starscream was in transit to someone official and disappeared in the mail, is what I remember hearing.
That's the story that I remember, and then it was the poor, like it was like the poor reception of Beast Machines, plus it getting lost in transit, plus something else, basically made them say, forget it.
Yeah.
Like,
no, there was gonna. They were thinking of just doing something. You know, who knows what? They're thinking of doing something with these things.
Yeah.
I sure hope
these
that
are like
do.
the physical idea of like, hey, let's see what we can do. Maybe try this stuff.
Yeah.
Because again, Takara's designing things on paper. So at a certain point, you need to make a physical model of a thing in order to see, like, how does this actually work versus how I think it should work.
It's just such cool ideas, like the nose cone entire segment, like double hinging backwards with the head inside it to like create this like high collared look. It's so neat. And yeah, Delta, like I would love for Transtech to like make some kind of official return, just like even if it's just in the spirit of.
Yeah. If you scroll down, it actually has like a 8-step.
Oh hell yeah!
Images of like how it transforms.
Oh, it's in a funny. I love the head reveal. It makes for such a cool friggin' silhouette. Like it's got this weird like High Chancellor kind of look with the collar. That's so neat. Missing link Transtech, yeah. But yeah, obviously Cheetor, like, made an appearance via the animated Cheetor done out of Blur. And then, the Mastermind Creations Cheetor done out of Chrome Dome. Studio Series Concept Transtech would be really funny. It's like, what does the word studio mean in this instance? Hey, look at this post from October 11, 2005. I've heard about Hasbro's restructuring effort this time around, laying off over 2,000 employees. Guess what we... Oh, that was Monzo! Guess what we keep doing? Guess what we keep hearing about to this day?
So TF Wiki has a little bit more on the cancellation where Mr. Archer said Transtech was canceled because Beast Machines was performing worse than Beast Wars, which Hasbro felt was due to the darker story and how stylized the Beast and vehicle modes looked. Hasbro was undergoing a changing of the guard with Brian Goldner coming in as CEO and wanting to focus more heavily on Hasbro's own brands over licensed ones with a more back-to-basics approach. At the time, Hasbro was in severe financial distress, staff layoffs, big debts, falling revenues for various reasons, most notably overestimating the continuing sales of Pokemon cards. Okay, so a change in approach was sorely needed.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, for those...
Transtech led to Japanese car robots, cartoon and toy line being imported as a stopgap measure.
And for those who don't know, Ryan Ting from Marvel Legends team, one of the three faces, as I understand it, of their live stream crew, got laid off today, with the reason being given that his position has been eliminated. So, it still happens to this day. But yeah, the Transtech models, I know that there are rumors that one or two of these are still in people's possession somewhere here and there, is my understanding.
I'm sure that some of these had managed to slip home, or what was really lost when on the wrong person's desk or something.
Yeah. To which I would say, perhaps enough time has elapsed, unless, like, I don't know, maybe they passed away or something. But, like, now would be a great time, because I'm sure the statute of limitations has passed, to share your Transtech stuff with the community for the sake of preservation. Not like the toy, but, like, take a bunch of pictures of it or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's wild. October 2005 is when we saw Trans. I thought it came later. I'm almost going to say another victim of the 2007 memory wash.
No, because 2000 it was at like OTFCC. I thought that we saw.
Really?
Was that? I want to say that there was like a 02 show or 03 show where something got shown and then put away, where it was like, hey, this is something neat that exists, and then it got like poofed.
I don't remember. You're probably right, but yeah, I don't recall. Oh, Valkysis, I remember that too. Valkysis says there's rumors that one of the people with a secret collection they won't share has a Botanica of Proto. I heard that before. Yeah. I find that stuff really weird now. Like, I get it, it's your business, your privacy. It's just weird to me to, like, let it be known you have something and then never show anybody.
Yeah. Well, that's Doctor Who, supposedly. There are some of the early episodes of the early serials that, like, the BBC is trying to recover because when they made them, they thought it was just a silly kids show that would occasionally talk about science or scary monsters or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so they, like, just got rid of the old film. And then later on, they went, hey, we've been doing this for a while. We should actually catalog things. And occasionally they show up like some BBC affiliate in South Sudan or some nonsense, finds a couple of reels that they end up scanning and find out that it's a part of a different missing episode or something. And I remembered seeing something recently that supposedly there are 5 or 6 episodes that are confirmed that are missing, but are confirmed in someone's collection, but they want, like, something outlandish for them, or they want to like get credit as a producer or something. It was like some outrageous terms that BBC was just like, nah, Gov, we ain't gonna do that, and
yeah,
it's at a standstill.
Griff, yeah, that's all. Griff says the reason I think it happened later is because years after this, the Cheetor transformation images popped up. That probably accounts for what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Deltatron Lost Media also has a lot of that. Movies or songs that people have publicly said they own but refuse to release. Yeah, I can, with my empathy fully activated, I kind of get it, but I also immediately question, if you want your privacy, why are you telling anybody then about this?
Yeah,
like,
well, it's to show off how cool I am, how exclusive I am. If you were my friend, you could come and see this in my personal theater, but I don't think you're cool enough. So,
and that's where my respect
jog
disappears.
on, boy, jog on.
Yeah, that's where I go from trying to be respectful of one's wish for privacy to like, all you're doing is asking for it when your hubris causes your house to one day catch fire. Like, then no one will ever see it. So, then what? Then and if you perish in that fire, then what was any of it worth? So why don't you just share it with the world? I don't know.
Well, if I don't get anything out of sharing it with the world, what is the point of consumerism? What is the point of all of my capitalist gains?
I was about to say, there are so many ways you could spin being the one who shares it. That's the other thing that gets me, is hanging on to that stuff while publicly letting people know you have it is also stupid. Because if you want gains, you could spin being the one who delivered the lost media in so many ways without being a freak about it. You know? Like this, in so many ways. You know, when it's like, I want $100 billion for it. It's like, okay, so you're never going to get that. So, why don't we start making offers and paring down? Yeah. And then if it's like, you know, I want recognition, it's like, dog, you will get recognition unless you're a prick. So, the longer that you're being a prick about it, the more people are going to want to forget you exist. There's a whole movie stuck in that zone. The Heartbreak Kid, 1972, is owned by a person who refuses to release it to Modern Home Video. It's owned by a big pharma corp. That actually sounds really familiar all of a sudden. And what happens if someone else comes along with it and undermines them being a prick? I recall this happening with some lost media. I don't remember which ones. But I remember it was like maybe an arcade board or something where someone's like, I'm never ripping this ROM. It's mine. I own it. If you want to play it, you have to beg to me to put it into a machine. And then someone just came like, I got a ROM from one version later. Have fun.
Yeah. I will say with some of those where it's the solid state things that are on ROM chips, like the only way to actually get a true one-to-one copy of it until recently was basically destructive. So
yeah,
you could,
I recall this.
There were ways that you can set this up on something and have it try to pull everything off of it, but because of the way that those early chips were done, it was like half programming, half physical layout of the chip. And so without knowing exactly what that chip layout was, you could only get an emulation of it at best. And so you would have to delid the chip and slice it basically to see it. Now they have the whatever like 3D X-ray scanner boxes that you can put things into and get high resolution stuff out of it that has made that less problematic, but then any data on it's probably going to get nuked when you blast it with tons of X-ray. But
yeah, I mean, this falls a bit into personal belief too, but with things like that, I'm like, if you leave it untouched in for eternity, what is it? It's a ROM chip. It looks like a ROM chip. We're taking your word that it contains a piece of some game that never came out. But you know, it's like I guess a Schrodinger's thing, right? To some degree, like does the game exist if we can never see it? You know, I assure you, it's buried in here somewhere. But yeah, I mean that I guess to a degree that's also like some personal belief stuff of mine. Logos mentioning Mega Man fans in Japan trying to keep Western fans from getting prototypes that show up on auction sites. It's like, yeah, good luck, I guess. I don't know which fandom is more fiery, but I guess the greater fire wins. Didn't WB do a private screening for Batgirl? Someone got a copy? I haven't heard that. That would be great if so, because the filmmakers were denied a copy due to the nature of how that film was killed. Because I know Coyote vs. Acme was probably the one people would have been bootlegging out of sheer spite. Oh yeah, pretty sure it was the because the Batgirl directors, their project was the one that died as the alert for everyone else. Technically, them and Scoob too, because I think that was the same weekend. Those projects are I think gone forever, and those were the warning sign to tell everyone else, figure out how to pirate your own work if you are working with, in this case WB, but in my opinion, with anybody. It's unfortunate that it's come to that, because that is ridiculous, right? But I think in a creative field like that, it is now to the point where, for the sake of your own resume, you have to keep illegal bootlegs of your own work to be able to prove you know how to do what you do.
Try to come up with some, what was it, Toy Story 2, that was the person that was working from home that had a copy of it because she had just given birth, was about ready to give birth or something. Yeah. And somebody at the home office fucking deleted everything off of the file server, and because it took so long, people were like trying to animate things and just characters were dropping out and disappearing because those files were gone as the render pass hit that, and then they realized that she had it at home. So they told her, like, pull the cord out the fucking wall for the internet. Don't let anything power off. We're coming with a computer survival system in order to get her back over and save months of work.
We're going to stick these very strange devices into every port of your computer. Just do not touch. Don't say anything.
Yeah.
I don't know the details of this. I do recall there is a bullet point about that story, which is that apparently it is commonly misreported on the exact nature of what happened, but the spirit of it is still pretty much there. It's just there are details of it that got warped in retellings over the years.
I'm sure.
And someone was able to correct it, but I know the corrector couldn't get everywhere fast enough, basically.
Yeah.
Zaslav should be lost. I mean, sure. Because that's legal and ethical. People get lost all the time, and sometimes they're found. But there's the Scoob and Batman or Batgirl thing. I'm controlling myself because I actually get really angry about this. Like, this is my Dahir Inshot, I guess. The raw vulgarity of doing that to people in that industry gets me so mad. But yeah, Coyote versus Acme, as far as it seems, never actually got lost. It was always like they were holding a lit lighter underneath the film stock or something, going like, money? And then no one gave them money, and they were like, it was a fake lighter anyway.
And how easier would it be to explain it to lawyers or bankruptcy court or accountants or whoever, to say, like, it was ready to release and then it got leaked on the internet and it got downloaded 100,000 million times, so that's why we never sent it to theaters. That's why it's a loss. Yeah. Versus just, we took it out behind the barn and just put 2 in its head. No, it was healthy. We just, we didn't want a dog anymore, I guess.
But yeah, Ketchup Entertainment gave them money eventually. I like to think Ketchup Entertainment gave them a lot less money than what they were asking all those major companies for. I want them to have, like, I know it doesn't matter to WB as they are now, but I still want it to have been, like, as hubris laden as possible, of like, yeah, we'll pay for it here, 20, 40, 60, like, I want it to have been a cash transaction or something, like,
somebody sitting there slowly licking the side of their thumb to get that next bill. No, sorry, it's not coming. Hold on. There we go.
Only because there's just like the smallest iota of a chance that the entities involved, who don't care about art, artists, humanity, or anything, that it hurt them that they weren't able to get $1 billion for it or something. You know, I want them to know their version of inhuman pain, whatever it is, as just like the smallest bit of karmatic balance in a world where karma does not exist in any demonstrable form. It's just nice to think about when you see it, you know? The one guy who paid for Fallout in bottle caps. Yeah, that's the thing. Amazon wanted it, and then WB was like, give us 100 Amazons for it. And they're like, no. What was it? WB was, like, trying to make these demands, and like, it was demonstrable that their leverage was in the negative. It's like, we want, like, $1 billion for it, and it's like, you should pay us to do...
Yeah. Not to drastically change the topic, but I put something else in alternate chat.
Oh, goody. Oh, no. Look, it's Diaclone.
Yeah.
This is also 10 years away from where we are in the news dive. Another thing to tell Takara at the time, like, don't worry. You got some cool stuff in the hopper.
Look at the difference on that cockpit.
I know, it's very tempting.
Still is a bullet core.
It's very tempting, this radar dish. I forget what its actual name is, but the radar dish one.
That is the Horus Mark II.
If it's a Mark II, it's basically new. That means I can justify picking it up.
Yeah. FSU Scout and Blitz model.
I love scouting and blitzing. I think it looks so cool. Is that out now?
Yep, that is out now.
That's going to be
in-hand
later in
picks
the year.
from Option Zero. Right about noon.
I was about to say, like, does Option Zero already have it?
Yeah. Yeah, they're in Japan, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Long, this Versalter is so Macross coded, it is borderline a third-party toy. Like, the fact that they went with, like, the yellow detailings and these kind of gray tones is like, it's like, dog, is this legal?
Here, I'll drop one of it in.
And this is how it's legal, is because it does not look like a Macross toy in robot mode, but still,
yeah,
Macross ass shapes all over the place. Although, you know, the way that the nose cone folds over on the new Bullet Core is extremely, like, modern Kawamori coded. Yeah, very homage. Yeah, hey Delta, you ever want to have a long, angry, yelling video on your channel? You should bring me on for to talk about media anti-preservation from corporations. It'll just be me making snarling noises for 47 minutes precisely. Now it may cause CRT leakage if anyone watches the video on a CRT, but it'd be worth it for the memories. I get real worked up about the Zaslav end of it specifically, and I hate it because he's just one person, and this is a wider problem than just one person. But whoa, he's such a kickable little punching bag. And I say kickable because it's like he's the kind of punching bag not designed to take a foot strike, and that's why I want to kick it so the seams split or whatever the hell. But yeah, so that's a good place for us to leave off, is the Transtech prototype images surface. Oh, Aaron, we have made our way through so many funny technical things. Holy moly, we should ask Tony to pay us for doing this, like, back diagnostic on his own website.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what his response will be. You continue to have free hosting.
Yeah. I do. By the way, there is some alternate chat imagery I do want to run through just before we end, because there's so much in here. It's kind of cool to look at. Here is the design pics of Henkei, Henkei Universe Galvatron. What was to be. This is all that we know. How do I feel about Pirate Software and Stop Killing It? So I haven't looked into that stuff. Pirate Software gives me bad vibes in kind of like a calmer, how do you put this? If like, he has a palatable Pete Sinclair vibe about the way that he seems to interact with stuff. but I have not looked into it any further. But if it is like an ethical push to have, for instance, MMOs sunsetting have some kind of playable version afterward that is legal as opposed to City of Heroes, I'm all for that. But yeah, I only caught bits and pieces of that, so I haven't really got a formed opinion. But yeah, I very much got the vibe. He's when I say Pete Sinclair like, it's like the kind of guy where how do you put this? When you have a prolonged conversation, you realize, I think that this person's more interested in being told they're right than anything about the topic we're talking about. So here's this is the slot flap design pick. Yeah,
two of them together.
The whole thing is there.
That's all three, yeah. I think.
So it's two of them and then an extra slot.
Oh, it's two of them and then a connector, yeah.
Yeah. And then here's the concept art. This all makes the Studio Series 1 here. The thing is, because I know a lot of people didn't buy this toy, right? I did, because I needed to know. This combined mode is not advertised on the packaging, nor is it in the instruction manual. There is no documentation anywhere for how these are supposed to do this, other than, I don't know, look at that. And it's like, no, then I consider this to be unofficial and unfinished as a mode, just like the old ones! How could you do this to me? I think that was just before the Instagram era, maybe? I can't remember. Logos with the... Oh, I hate this.
Yeah.
Why are we... why are we putting cuss words on the stream?
Yeah. Chuggerts were 30 looker.
There's your Steel Battalion controller. Someday I still want to mess with one of these. It's got to be getting either easier or absolutely impossible at this point as the years go on.
The second one is my understanding.
Damn it.
Because it's not only that, but it has to be running on an OG Xbox and only for Steel Battalion.
Here is an NES joystick that is just Bart Simpson as the stick.
Is that NES or is that Atari? Because Atari was the directional joystick and single button.
That makes this even weirder. I don't know, but he's saying on the side of the box, he says, check it out, man. Oh, it's a cheetah from the iStick. Wasn't that an Atari word, cheetah? Is Bart sitting on the joystick? No, I think Bart is the joystick.
No, like...
Oh, is it like up his... I don't know. I don't know how Simpsons
plug and
work.
play. That's a plug and play console. Oh, okay. So
it's
like a...
Oh, so you just stick it in a TV. Okay. And for those who wanted to see, here's the Wind Charger to Overdrive comparison. I never had a Wind Charger, but I had an Overdrive, and that is a cool toy when it's got the glossy red paintwork. The legs are bent. Hey, listen, sometimes when you float... Griff coming in with the Beast Minicons. Yeah, these are the ones I was thinking of. They were weird, too. The middle jet one on this, the gray jet, that A10 sort of looking thing. That is a weird toy if you've never messed with it.
Yeah, with the weird pivot block in the middle of the wing. Yeah.
Yeah. These were interesting. They were getting very creative and kind of like experimental with those 06 era thingies. The toilet mode! That's what I was thinking of. And here is the E-Hobby Galvatron 2 with the creation. Oh yeah, and he had the little crown details on the collar and the hat. From Bees, the Robot Master Seeker mold, the second classic Starscream was revealed. True. I'm curious if anyone else goes through what I went through and you don't notice this was altered for like a good 10 seconds. I was
that was actually a plot. That was actually a plot point in Back to the Future. I
was like, oh, it's funny. It's a screenshot from Back to the Future. I just moved on, And it's only after I clicked on it where I was like, wait, that's Starscream from Transformers. Oh!
You don't remember Marty's best friend Starscream?
I don't, because he got erased from history. Here is the Unknown Minicon. Actually pretty solid colors. Kind of like that. And I think that brings us to the present. Wind Charger could turn shoulders forward thanks to soft plastic. Pretty sure Binaltech had die-cast there instead, reducing shoulder motion for... I can't remember. I think you're right, because I'm pretty sure those chunks were...
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I can never remember what all the weird differences were between Binaltech and alternators.
Yeah, like, the easy ones were when it was, like, magnets or peg systems for the link steering. But yeah, Aaron, we're still making pretty good time, all things considered.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna do for this slideshow. This is way more chaotic than the last 2 years.
Yeah. We're getting into movie chaos. We've had the second odd front page death. We've learned what pictures are on the front page.
2 hurricanes happened.
Yeah.
I think they happened. Were they? I need to double check this. Maybe someone can remind me. I think Katrina, then Don Murphy threatens to kill everyone with legal, and then Rita.
Mm-hmm.
I think Don Murphy was sandwiched between 2 hurricanes.
The 3 hurricanes, yes.
Oh, that could be a funny way to do the bit. Oh yeah, and this is the friggin' world is so crazy, isn't it? It's things are constantly happening. I forgot the 7/7 bombings were also this from 2005,
yeah.
and we saw those on the front page. I should probably just make the like like I don't know what I'd title it, but the like turns out the Reagan thing was only the beginning.
Yeah.
Reagan outdone post-mortem by nature. And bombs. Yeah, Aaron, I can let you go here.
Yep.
So
have a good evening.
You have a good night.
We should discuss later our plans for if we need to power through this early and leave it to chance, or just roll those dice.
Yeah. This weekend, I think I know I have stuff happening this weekend, but afterwards I will poke you or you poke me or something. We'll figure it out. It's all going to work out either way.
Yeah.
We're great at doing this.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Yeah, we got this.
Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah. The Extra Life. People should donate to Extra Life. There's that QR code that's been out there the whole time for Chris's page. You can get to my page through Chris's page or the links that may be available in various places, like I'm trying to stall time for to go in the chat right now towards the end of it.
Here it comes. I
didn't do Control V. I right clicked.
Oh no! There it is.
We do good things for kids in need. We'll be at TFCon in like 2 weeks. You could probably donate it to us there. I may even bring up dice and have some of the Extra Life dice that you could otherwise get as the Dice Goblin tier. There's only 11 sets of those of the 4 dice set left, because I have chewed through the order and I'm still not sure what my future dice orders are going to look like. Yeah.
Also, because someone last year said, "Oh, if only I'd known," so we'll say now. We are, at least Aaron and myself, but because of that, there are other people who are going to be equipped too. We will have Magic the Gathering Commander decks. We're not going to be like devoting our entire time the convention playing Magic the Gathering, but we're going to try to here and there. We're also not going to try to like take over the TCG room to play Magic the Gathering Commander, but it is a TCG room. If you go to the TCG room, I would also really like it if you checked out the TCG first. But yeah, we're going to be around. Also, Commander you can easily play in the lobby. We did it last year. It's doable. Just don't bring a drink. Put your drink somewhere else. But for those who want to know, who are going to Toronto and who happen to have a deck and think it's a fun way to hang out, a bunch of us will have decks. So
Yeah, a couple people are just going to have the recent released Final Fantasy things, because Final Fantasy, it turns out there's a nerd overlap. Yeah. Final Fantasy Precon and my unfinished other deck. Which Precon, Rosetta Foster?
Also, if you're coming, please don't bring your friggin' whatever bracket 17 kill you. Like, it's cool.
Fine, I'll leave Slicer at home.
It's
It's the only one that I have that's Transformers, but okay.
No, yeah, Slicer's fine because that's on topic. But like, you know, if you want to have a bracket to aim for like, you know, 1 to 3 maybe. Because we want to make sure we can accommodate everyone who's probably aforementionedly rocking the precons. I'm gonna have like at least one of my more powerful Transformers decks with me. It's not. That doesn't mean that it's like I have a turn 3 win con or something like that. You know, like if we were to have a rule 0,
Slicers won by turn 3 before, although that was pre-bans. That was when I still had the Gilded Lotus.
Yeah.
Whichever one
the
that
fast mana
they removed. Yeah, the couple of fastest mana things pulled out of it.
Yeah. Like bring whatever you want. It's just like I think if we were to rule 0 talk it here and now, it would be we know a bunch of people are bringing basically modded precons at best. I'm bringing a couple of Transformers decks. I'm thinking
Lotus, not Gilded. Yes, thank you, Alley Convoy.
Thank you. If I were to bring
come in clutch this whole time, Alley Convoy.
Yeah, the MVP you. By the way, shout out Alley Convoy.
Yeah.
Like live MVP. We also have like our VOD MVP VikaValory. And thanks to everyone who's like helping with time codes and passing us stuff in the alternate chat and everything. Like it's keeping the flow like even more powerful. But yeah, like people are like I'm gonna bring probably Optimus, Megatron, RC, and Soundwave. Optimus and Megatron, they're a little keyed up power-wise, but only by nature of what they do, really. And so I've thrown in a couple game changers, but like I don't think it's like super bonkers. RC is just fun. Soundwave is borderline jank, but I love it. So that's kind of where we are with this stuff. Aaron's got his own. Aaron's able to accommodate that power level, I know for a fact. And
yeah,
if you do want to roll higher, Aaron's got stuff that I think I could probably hang with.
Since I'm driving, I think what I'm going to do is I've got one of those the screw box things, the Stanley thing that I may fit out with 12 precons, and then my other further modified decks. And
yeah,
if I'm playing at a game, I'm more than happy to provide all the precons for it. I don't think I would be like, hey, you look like you want to play Commander. Here, take this deck and walk over there.
I'm a representative of Wizards of the Coast, and have you heard of Magic the Gathering? We had Transformers once and never again.
Yeah. But yeah, I may look at that and see what precons I have. Like put maybe like all if somebody wants to play all 4 Doctor Who decks against each other, or all 4. I think I still have all 4 of the Fallout decks.
Oh yeah.
Unmolested. I think those 4 played all pretty well against each other as like here's a game.
Yeah. And definitely like if you're flying, don't bring like 50 decks with you if you're flying.
Yeah,
like Aaron's driving, and generally what I would say is, like I said, we're not like, that's not our main activity at TFCon. It's just we played once or twice last year and we had fun, and we played once at LA and had fun. So like it's sort of like a chill hangout thing. Since I made a bunch of Transformers decks, I want to bring at least a few of them just as it's on topic. It's fun.
It's a good way to have a structured reason to have 4 or 5 people sitting down.
Yeah.
And doing a thing. Because if we have 5 people, we could play Star. And if we have 6 people, we could play Emperor.
Time to rock up with the original Kali of the Vest Precon as originally in the box. I remember that was one of the spooky ones from the old times.
If I had an unmodified my unmodified Zedru deck, that has a couple of banned cards in it now. Well, one of them was banned shortly after it because it was like hey, do both of us want to draw as much of our decks as we want? Yes. Okay, cool.
Also, yeah,
I'm sorry. What are you guys doing without your decks in your hand?
When Aaron runs Zedru, don't take any of the gifts. Aren't worth it. They will be forced upon you anyway. They'll be forced upon you anyway.
And you just get them.
But yeah, the only other thing I'd say, this is almost getting into convention prep type talk. I'm just so used to it when I'm talking to Aaron. But like, the only other thing I'll say, don't hinge your whole TFCon experience on getting in Magic games, because like you can't guarantee it's going to happen. I just, if it is not a huge issue for you to like carry a deck or two with you, then like, hey, we're probably gonna have ours with us too, so it's all cool. I just don't want to set anyone up to be like, I can't wait to play 4 games of Commander every single day at TFCon or something like that.
Yeah. I would be happy if we managed to get in 3 games.
Yeah.
Just like a Friday game, a Saturday game, maybe a Sunday game, maybe a couple on Sunday, depending on how things fall out.
I already,
and it may well be something that's just like, hey, I've had enough of random people. I don't hate random people, but sometimes that meter gets rapidly full at a convention.
Aaron Hater are just full power.
And hey, you 3 people are my friends, and also do this. What if we went? What if we went back to a hotel room and ordered Melt Witch and played some cards?
I need to get goddamn Melt Witch this year. I haven't had it for like 3 years, and I'm the one who introduced everyone to the.
It's been a savior a couple of times.
This is a funny story that I should those end on, but this relates to Aaron. I've been getting very interested in a board game called Star Trek Captain's Chair. It's by the guys who did the Imperium Classics Legends Horizons deck builder. It's a really cool engine, and so their first variant of it through a different publisher, this time WizKids, is a Star Trek one. By all accounts, it kicks ass. It's a 1 to 2 player game instead of like 1 to 4. It's a very heavy deck builder, but once you learn the basic idea, it really clicks. And I was like, I should get this. I should play this with Aaron one day while he's here. I forgot though, because I've been watching a lot of coverage of it. Imperium, even a more streamlined one like Captain's Chair, average game with 2 players, around about 3 hours.
I just looked at it real quick. I can beat Benjamin motherfucking Sisko.
Yeah, and every captain has their own deck. Like the captains are the nations in this one from Imperium. And apparently, David Turchi, at least, and Nigel Buckle have said, they have designed like 60 captains already. And there is 6 in the base game, 3 in the first expansion, and 6 in the next expansion / base game 2. And a lot of it is lower decks as well so far. Like, lots of lower decks.
Can I have Benjamin J. Sisko's motherfucking pimp hand, also known as the USS Defiant?
I think I haven't looked at what his cards are specifically, but given what I've seen of the Picard deck, which is like the common one people play with first, because it's simpler, I'm pretty sure the Defiant is in there. All I know
USS Rio Grande on the back of his thing? This is Defiant Erasure.
The only thing I know about Sisko's deck is that DS9 uniquely is a ship that can never move, because it's a space station. And they kind of built stuff around that, is my understanding. But yeah,
hey,
Captain's Chair
kind of moved in the first episodes.
A little bit. It
once
nudged
to the wormhole.
Well, the way ships move in Captain's Chair is, I think the mechanic is literally warp. So it's like, can Deep Space Nine achieve warp? I actually don't know.
He's on the Deep Space Nine. There might be one of those. One of the tokens does say USS Defiant, and it has Sisko there. Okay, good. We're all right.
Yeah,
We're okay.
yeah.
We're okay. We're okay.
The main question is, does he start with the Defiant, or is it one? Because give you the quick rundown. You have a starter. You have a deck, right? Some of those cards, they're your deck. Some of those cards are cards you develop after you've leveled through your deck enough times. And the way you level your decks, every time you deck out, you take one of the level 2 cards from the stack and add it to your deck. So that's that's Imperium's whole thing, or part of its whole thing, is you're leveling your own deck and then garnishing it with card marking.
Because it looks like there are 3 punch outs that have Sisko on it. One says Deep Space Nine, one says Defiant, and then one says Rio Grande.
Yeah. That means all 3 of them are available.
Which is one of the runabouts.
Well, it's the the famous Rio Grande. You gotta.
Yeah.
But yeah, that game I was almost like, I should just pick this up so me and Aaron can play it while he's here, and then I was like, I can't kidnap Aaron for a 3-hour board game that includes teaching it to him. So I know there's a tabletop sim version. I think I'm gonna pick up the game sometime anyway because I like Imperium. But sometime, Aaron, we should jam that thing on Tabletop Sim.
Okay.
We'll just have to set aside one of these streams' amount of time.
That's fine.
Probably.
You do that, stream it. See, that's what we could do for playing games for kids. We stream it, and we say, like, hey, if you donate money to Chris's side, he gets a bonus. If you donate money to my side, I get a bonus.
I don't even know how you
Or something.
The Imperium system is so carefully balanced by the developers. I have no idea how you could even do that.
I don't know. Are there dice? Is there some random thing where it'll give you?
No, it's actually
+1 on a pip or something.
One of the reasons why Captain's Chair is enticing is because it actually has a bit more player interaction. Normal Imperium, OG Imperium, is very like you are playing solitaire, and the way you interact with other players is you try to make other cards more enticing for them to buy, maybe. But you're going to be
so tabletop simulator. Okay, so each of us plays on our own table, and if somebody donates enough money to me, I get to hit the flip your table button.
Okay, that'd be pretty funny. I mean, I could just figure something out where it's like if someone donates to one of us, we just get some. There's 3 currencies, so you can just get given some extra currency.
Just get given a currency or something.
Yeah, in Star Trek, maybe. It's Latinum and
I think Latinum, dilithium, and
dilithium. That's it. And then glory is the fancy one that comes off of the timer cards. That the captain's log is the timer of the game.
Okay.
Did you know the Klingon captain in the base game? He vacuums up glory. Like, that's one of his things. Is he just like, it just sucks down glory like by the mouthful.
I mean, you said Klingon, so
yeah. I think it's Koloth is the Klingon captain.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And Shram is another one of the captains.
Shran. Yes. Yeah. Jeffrey Combs.
Yes, I know. I recognized him through the makeup, and I was like, ooh. Mm-hmm. And I think the first expansion.
One of 4 characters that he played in significant quantities between DS9 and Enterprise.
Yeah. They've been cagey. Like, there's the second expansion that is the second base game is the very TOS one. So I think the captains in that they've confirmed so far is Movie Kirk, Movie Con, TOS Kirk, and I think Janeway.
That'd be an odd one for TOS, but okay.
Well, I mean, there's 2 Kirks apparently in it too, so you can play like, it's feature films Kirk, not like Kelvin.
Oh yeah,
Kirk.
Yeah. Probably Wrath. If you're doing Wrath of Khan, you'd have Admiral Kirk against him, and then you could have like TOS Kirk and Kor Koloth and the Kang were Klingons in episodes of TOS that showed up in DS9 later.
Yeah.
As a whole thing. You could also have, pulling a blank on the Romulan's name from the episode that I'm pulling a blank on. Christ almighty, I'm tired.
The first expansion with just 3 captains, this is the one I wanted to tell you. The captains that you get in the first expansion that comes out in the end of the year is Carol Freeman of the Cerritos, Christopher Pike of the Enterprise, and then it was sort of deduced the third captain is Lower Decks Riker, as the captain of whatever it was he was a captain of in Lower Decks.
The Titan.
The Titan, okay. Yeah. When will they add Carol from... Look at what Adam Rockmore said. Also, Logos, yeah, we're gonna miss you. And yeah, Oma, I kind of was the one forced... I wasn't so much forced to leave, but last Toronto, I think it was, I stuck around so long that I literally was the last one to leave. Because there was no one... It was at the point where I looked around the lobby and I was like, nobody here knows what Transformers are. They're all here for family or personal reasons. I'm just going to shuffle out the door. But yeah, and then the... I forgot if they said anything else about the other... the bigger expansion. James T. Kirk, Khan Noonien Singh, Philippa Georgiou, Rebner the Pack-Led Commander, and other Kirk, I think were the confirmed ones for the other big expansion.
Okay.
And yeah, the 2 designers have basically said, like, they have designed, like, at least, like, 7 expansions worth of captains. Like, they're all ready to go, basically. There's, like, as long as WizKids wants expansions, we can keep hurling captains at them. Which is pretty cool. Anyway, with that small tangent, Aaron, I'll let you go.
Yep, have a good one. Yeah, Take care, everyone. Thanks for hanging out for our stream. All that jazz.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect timing. Loud thunder as well. So I'm gonna get off of here before power decides for me.
The Thunderdome. All right, I'll catch you later.
Yeah. Bye.
And we will click Aaron's tag off because I watched him hang up. And then I'll pop over to Facecam feature because I'm going to click his name tag off because I watched him hang up. But yeah, that is also, that kind of game is something that I was remembering. I need to figure out a setup for it, but I also want to get back into streaming analog games like I've done in past for Extra Life, just as more of an idle thing to do now and then. I think it could kind of be fun. And something like Star Trek Captain's Chair, it has various solo modes, and one that I think I could actually fit on the table here on my little desk top would be the most basic solo mode, where it's just you against no opponent, just playing to learn the deck. That's something I never did in Imperium, and it always held me back from actually ever winning the solo mode of Imperium. So I need to do that with Imperium as well, but I know that the Star Trek one is a little bit cleaner as far as like space. So I think I could actually fit the training mode on here, and so if I pick it up, I might do a stream of that if anyone wants to just hang out and watch Star Trek things fly. And the thing I didn't tell Aaron, actually, the thing I did not tell Aaron yet, is the action tokens in that game. One of you Trek folks are going to be able to tell me what this actually is. Because they went a little lush with the action tokens. And they're basically prop replica sized, I think, versions of whatever these things are. Hang on a sec. The only bummer is I found out that if I had ordered the game months ago, Canadian retailers probably could have given me the promo pack, and it's gone now. It's going to come back. The developers said that they were adamant with WizKids that nothing ever be truly exclusive. And the promo has the Enterprise B, the one that wants to go on a Tuesday, and it has an encounter, like a major event card involving Traveler Wesley, which I think is really funny. So I kind of want it. But that's something I may have to, like, I don't know, like, pester Aaron at Gen Con over or something. Here we go. From the game components. The action tokens of this game are those blue things they stick into the computer things. And they're actually clear blue with a printed tampograph on one side only, so you can flip them over to know you've used one of your 3 actions for the turn. Or the 3 that you start with, at least. And they are incredibly large, made of acrylic, and I forgot what they're called, the isolinear data chips or something. Anyway, you get a bunch of those in the box, which I think is kind of cool. And then you get like wooden latinum and clear plastic dilithium. It's kooky. Isolinear chips. Okay, yeah. So yeah, this game is expensive, so like don't buy it just for the isolinear chips. But yeah, this has been on my mind for a bit because, like, even though I didn't play it nearly enough to justify getting a new version of it, you know, or not a new version, but like another chapter in the genre of Imperium deck builders by these two guys, watching the gameplay did the thing that a good solo game does to me, let alone one that also is a decent 2-player game, where I was watching the processes and my brain was lighting up going like, oh, the decision space, because the cards in this game, the thing this has that is majorly different from Imperium, every card does one thing basically. The cards in this game are modal as F. I'm trying to see if there's a good example I can like actually bring up. It's shrinking when I try to, hang on. Open image in new tab, please, and thank you. Okay, there we go. So you take a look at the cards here, right? And like down here, some of these, like this one, Confiscate Directive, the 4th one from the left, when you play this card, it has 3 different choices for what happens when you play it, because you can only pick one when it says play. And then if it says play with an isolinear chip next to it, you have to use one of your isolinear chips to play it. But if it doesn't, it's just you can play it out of your hand. So you look at all this friggin' decision space. And then, like, up here, human characters, right? And ships. They got things when you play them out of hand, but then if you have them on the board as your ship, or as one of your usually just one lead second officer characters, instead of the play function, they have this blue strip that is perpetually there as long as they're on the board in that certain position. So, like, just multimodal cards with a bunch of different functions and things you can choose from. Like, the reason why it's not like a snappy multiplayer game is because you kind of stare at your hand a lot, going like, oh, well, the things I could do. But it also makes me happy, those kind of things. Oh, yeah, War Chest is poker chips, yeah. War Chest, I wish I could justify purchasing, but I know I would never get to play it enough. Or if I were playing it, it's going to be somewhere where either they have it on a shelf or someone I'm there with owns it already. But War Chest is such a lush little production, I'm always tempted by it. I've never played it. I still would like to. If you want to see something similar to War Chest, look up Chip Theory Games, where their pointed thing is like, we use no paper other than the boxes. So, like, it's poker chips and plastic cards and neoprene mats instead of boards. They are, like, not, as far as I can tell, I like their stuff, and as far as I've researched, they're not, like, a scumbag company. They're just really weird, and they have very specific tastes. But, yeah, I like poker chips in board games when they're, like, they're not just poker chips. They're like, no, the poker chip is the piece, and we have printed stuff on it, so it is a game piece for this system. That stuff gets me so giddy. Anyway. That's some rambling about a board game I do not own currently. But I think I'm going to pick up Captain's Chair sometime. The promise of lots of Star Trek when I'm like one of those people, I'm eager, and I think Star Trek is really cool, and I am never going to comprehensively watch all of it. I'm only going to, like, peek here in and out here and there, hear about it from friends, but I think it's neat. And I'm like, I feel like that makes me like one of the perfect sub-audiences for a game like that, where it's like, I'll either get the reference, or I'll know the reference because I heard a friend talk about it, or I'll pester Aaron and go like, Aaron, what's this from Lower Decks? Speaking of what's this setting here that isn't in the right spot? Fixed it. Oh, there we go. Hey, thanks for checking out this stream or this VOD or a little bit of both. Once again, thanks to Aaron for joining me for another one of these. We are likely going to be doing a panel about the year 2005 at TFCon Toronto, which will then join this playlist should it both take place and the cameras work in the room. Either way, we're going to probably be finishing up the year 2005 sometime in the next week and a half. Be it 1 or 2 or 3 streams, who knows how long that'll take. We'll figure it out. Oh, Cosmic Encounters, yeah, I played that exactly once. But I would like to play it again under the right circumstances. The Toy Hacks plug, right, yeah, the Toy Hacks plug. The code is Demivangelist for a handful of remaining days. And I know the next code is going to be July-Julus. But this might work still for a little bit. Let's see what happens. If it doesn't work, don't worry. There's going to be another one. If it's not posted, it's because I'm making the graphic. But, yeah. I'll catch you all later. I meant to stream more outside of news diving as well, but I've been on a funny little roll actually making footage for things. So I'm just kind of playing it by ear and seeing what hand the world deals me and then spitting in its palm as I take the cards and run out the door. That's the best way to describe the way I've been doing this month. Anyway, I'll catch you all later. Stay safe out there as best you can. Take care of yourselves, and with full ominous and sweaty greed, I demand your survival, because otherwise you'll never know what happened to the rest of the year 2005. Sean Murphy. Come.
Let them come.